Chapter 1 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 1 introduces a man and a mystery. There's some mystery about that girl, I'm certain of it. What makes you suspect that? Well, first, she's evidently a lady, the daughter of a man who has come down in the world most probably. And secondly, you mean the secret lover, the man who was here yesterday and bought a 20-guinea evening gown of her to send to his sister, eh? Exclaimed Mr. Warner, buyer of the costume department of the great drapery house of Cunnington's in Oxford Street, that huge store which, as everybody knows, competes with Whitley's and Harrods for the premier place of the middle-class trade in London. Yes, laughed Miss Thomas, the rather stout middle-aged woman who was head saleswoman of the department, as she stood in the small glass partition office of the buyer, a pleasant-faced man of 45 who was an expert in ladies' costumes and twice yearly bought his stock personally in Paris and Berlin. Yes, she's a really nice girl, but I can't quite make her out, although she's been here for over a year now. And the lover? Asked the buyer, with a glance across a long square room where autumn costumes of every description were displayed upon stands or hanging by the hundred in long rows, while ranged round the walls were many expensive evening dresses exhibited in glass cases. It was afternoon and the place was full of customers, the assistants in their neat black holding ready-made skirts to their sides to try the effect or conducting the prospective purchaser to the fitting rooms. And yet they were not what Mr. Warner termed busy. The man, too, is a mystery, like Miss Rolfe. Nobody knows his name. He comes in sometimes, goes up to her and asks to be served with a skirt or something, and has it sent to Mr. Evans at some chambers in Dover Street. The name is, of course, not the right one, said the head assistant. But Miss Rolfe knows it, of course. Probably she does. And she meets him after business hours? I think so, but she keeps herself very much to herself and is always at home early. Mr. Warner glanced across at the tall, fair-haired, handsome girl whose figure showed to much advantage in a black satin gown. At that moment she was displaying a cheap tweed skirt to two middle-aged women. Her face, as he caught its profile, was very soft and refined, the contour of her cheeks perfect, and the stray wisp of hair across her brow gave a softness to her countenance that was charming. Many a stage girl whose photograph was displayed in the shop windows was not half so beautiful as the demure, hard-working shop assistant Marion Rolfe. The air of mystery surrounding her Mr. Warner found interesting, and the love romance now in progress he intended to watch. Towards his assistants he was always lenient. Unlike some buyers, he was never hard and never bullied them. He believed that by treating them with kindliness and with the courtesy every man should show towards a woman, he obtained the best of their business abilities, as no doubt he did. Warner of the costumes was known through the whole house as one of the most considerate of men and one of the most trusted of all Mr. Cunnington's advisers. Those in his department were envied by all the other 700-odd assistants in the employment of the great firm. While Mr. Warner and Miss Thomas were speaking, a smart-looking, fair-haired, fair-moustached young man of about 25, in frock coat and silk hat, entered and, walking up to the little office, greeted the buyer, saying, "Mr. Warner, I am sorry to worry you, but may I speak to my sister for a moment in some important family business? I won't keep her but a few moments, for I see she's busy." "Why, certainly, Mr. Rolfe," was a good-humoured reply, as Miss Thomas went away to serve a customer. "It's against her rules, as you know. But for my own part, I can never see why a young lady need be debarred from speaking to her own brother." "You're always very good, Mr. Warner," responded the young man, "and I'd like to thank you for many little kindnesses you have shown to Marion." "Oh, nothing, my dear Mr. Rolfe," Warner said. "Your sister is an excellent business-woman, one of the best I have, I may tell you. But look, she's disengaged now. Go over to her." And he watched the young man crossing the department. Marion, surprised when her brother stood before her, immediately asked whether he had received Mr. Warner's permission. "Of course I have," was his quick reply in rather an excited manner, she thought. "I just ran up to tell you that I have to go abroad suddenly tonight, and to say good-bye." Old Sam Statham is sending me out to Serbia. He only told me at 1 o'clock that I must go, and I've been buying some things necessary." "To Serbia!" exclaimed the girl, amazed that her brother, to whom she was devoted, was to go so far from her. "Yes, we have some mining interests and some other things out there, and old Sam suddenly decided to send me out to make certain inquiries. I shall be away a month or two, I dare say, as I have to go to see a new mine in the course of preparation down on the banks of the Danube somewhere." "But do take care of yourself, Charlie," urged the girl, looking up into her brother's face. "I've heard that it's an unsafe country." "Unsafe? Why, that's quite a fallacy. Serbia's as safe as a strand nowadays. Bland, our chief clerk, was out there a year, and he's been telling me how delightful the people are. Serbia is entirely misjudged by us." "Then you'll go tonight?" "Yes, by the mail from Charing Cross," he replied. "But don't come and see me off. I hate people to do that. And when you see dear old Max, tell him that I'm sorry I had no time to go round before leaving. I've just telephoned, and his man says he won't be back till 7. That'll be too late for me." "Very well," replied his sister. But what?" "Well, Charlie, I'm sorry you're going. I feel that you're going to a place where an accident might happen to you. I know nothing about Serbia, and besides, well, the mystery about old Sam Statham always haunts me. I don't somehow like that man. You only met him once, and he was very courteous to you. Besides, he's my master. Were it not for him, I should most probably be going round London penniless." I know," she said. "Have you been to his house in Park Lane lately?" "I was there this morning, but only for 5 minutes. He gave me some instructions about a call I had to make in the city. I wish you could leave him and get some other work as secretary. I don't like him. He isn't what he pretends to be, I'm sure he isn't." "He pretends to be nothing," laughed her brother. "Old Sam is a millionaire, and millionaires need no pretense. He could buy up this show twice over and then leave $1 million for death duties. You've taken a prejudice against him, a woman's prejudice, which often is not very far wrong. I know that you women see much further than we men do, but in this, Marion, you're quite wrong. Old Sam is eccentric and mean, but at heart he's not at all a bad old fellow. Well, I'll tell you frankly, I don't half like your going to Serbia under his auspices." Charlie Rolfe laughed aloud. "My dear Marion, of what are you apprehensive?" he asked. "I go in a very responsible position as his confidential secretary to inquire into certain matters in his interests. If I carry out my mission successfully, I shall get a rise of salary." "Granted. But you know what you have told me about the queer stories afloat regarding Samuel Statham and his house in Park Lane? I've never believed them, although they are of course curious. Yet you must remember that every man of great wealth has mysterious stories put about by his enemies. Every man and every woman has enemies. Who has not? But you have admitted yourself that you have never been in more than one room in the mansion," she said, looking him straight in the face. "That's true. But it doesn't prove anything, does it?" he asked. And Marion saw that he was nervous and agitated, quite unlike his usual self. Perhaps, however, it was on account of her apprehensions, she thought. She had only seen Samuel Statham, the well-known millionaire, on one occasion. She had called at the offices in Old Broad Street one afternoon to see a brother, who was his confidential secretary, when the old fellow had entered, a short, round-shouldered, grey-bearded old man, rather shabbily dressed, who, looking at her, bluntly asked who she was and what she wanted there. One of his eccentricities was that he hated women, and Marion knew that. In a faltering tone she replied that she was sister of his secretary, whereupon his manner instantly changed. He became the acme of politeness, asked her into his private room, offered her a glass of port, which of course she refused, and chatted to her most affably till her brother's return. Why she had taken such a violent dislike to that old man she herself could not tell. Possibly it was his sudden change of manner, and that his pleasant suavity was feigned. And this, combined with the extraordinary rumours regarding his past, and the mystery of his great mansion in Park Lane, had caused her to view him with bitter prejudice. Several customers were waiting to be served, and Marion saw Mr. Warner's eye upon her. "Well, Charlie," she said, "perhaps I'll go down to Charing Cross to see you off. You go to Paris first, I suppose?" Yes, I take the Orient Express from there, by way of Vienna and Budapest to Belgrade. But, he added, don't come and see me off as a good girl. Why? I've been before when you've gone to the continent. Yes, I know, he answered impatiently. But, well, it makes me feel as if I shan't come back. Don't come, will you? Marion smiled. His anxiety that she should not come struck her as distinctly curious. He was not himself, of that she was convinced. To her, ever since her father's death, he had been a good friend, and for a year prior to her engagement at Cunnington's, he had divided his salary with her. No girl ever had a better brother than he had been, yet of late she had noticed a complete change in his manner. He was no longer frank with her as he used to be, and he seemed often to hide from her facts which, with a woman's keen intelligence, she afterwards discovered. "Mr. Rolfe," exclaimed Mr. Warner, emerging from his office, "disengaged?" And he pointed to a pair of somewhat obese ladies who were examining a costume displayed on a stand. "Well, good-bye, Charlie," she said, shaking his hand. "I must go. We are very busy this afternoon. Perhaps I shall see you at Charing Cross. If not, then take care of yourself, dear. Good-bye." And she turned and left him to attend to the two ladies, while he, with a nod across to Mr. Warner, strode out of the shop. "I hope to goodness Marion doesn't come," he muttered to himself. "Women are so infernally inquisitive, and if she does go to Charing Cross, she is sure to suspect something." The end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 2 concerns a silent secret. That same afternoon, while Charlie Rolfe was bidding farewell to his sister Marion, Max Barclay was sitting in the cosy study of one of the smaller houses in Cromwell Road, smoking cigarettes with a thin-faced, grey-haired, grey-bearded man whose cast of features at once betrayed him to be a foreigner. The well-furnished room was a typical den of a studious man, as its owner really was, for about it was an air of solid comfort, while upon the floor near where the elder man was lying back in his leather easy-chair were scattered some newspapers with headings in unfamiliar type, the Greek alphabet. The air was thick with cigarette smoke, giving forth an aroma unusual to English nostrils, that pleasant aroma peculiar to Servian tobacco. The younger man, dressed in well-fitting dark grey flannels, his long legs sprawled out as he lay back in his chair, taking his ease and gossiping with his friend, was without doubt a handsome fellow. Tall beyond the average run of men, with lithe, clean-cut limbs, smart and well-groomed, with closely cropped dark hair, a pair of merry dark eyes, and a small dark moustache which had an upward trend, his air was distinctly military. Indeed, until a few months before he had held a commission in a cavalry regiment, but had resigned on account of the death of his father and his consequent succession to the wide and unencumbered Berkeley estates in Lincolnshire and up in the Highlands. Though no possessor of a fine old English home and a 17th century castle in Scotland, Max Barclay preferred to divide his time between his chambers in Dover Street and wandering about the continent. There was time enough to settle down, he always declared. Besides, both houses were too big and too gloomy to suit his rather simple bachelor taste. His Aunt Emily, an old lady of 70, still continued to live at Water-Newton Hall, not far from the quaint old world and many-spired town, Stamford. But Kilbarrannock Castle was unoccupied save for 6 weeks or so when he went up with friends for the shooting season. Agents were frequently making tempting offers to him to let the place to certain wealthy Americans, but he refused all inducements. The fine old place between Cleriff and Perth had never been left during his father's lifetime, and he did not intend that any stranger except his own friends should enjoy the splendid shooting now. "My dear Petrovich," he was saying between whiffs of his cigarette, "it is indeed reassuring what you tell me regarding the settled state of the country. You have surely had sufficient internal troubles of late." "Ah, yes," sighed the elder man, a deep, thoughtful expression upon his pleasant, if somewhat sallow countenance. "Servia has passed through her great crisis, the crisis through which every young nation must pass sooner or later. And now, heaven be thanked, a brighter day has dawned for us. Under a new regime, prosperity is assured. But," and pausing, he looked Max straight in the face, and in a changed voice, a voice of increased earnestness and confidence, he added with only a slight accent, for he spoke English very well, "I did not ask you here to discuss politics, We Servians are, I fear, sad gossips upon our own affairs. I wanted to speak to you upon a subject of greatest importance to myself personally, and of someone very dear to me. Now, we have been friends, my dear Max, you and I, through some years, and I feel, nay, I know that you will regard what I say in entire confidence. Most certainly, was the young Englishman's reply, though somewhat surprised at his friend's sudden change of manner. It was true that he had known Dr. Michael Petrovic for quite a number of years. Long ago, when he had first visited Belgrade, the Serbian capital, the man before him, well known throughout the Balkans as a patriot, was occupying the position of Minister of Finance under King Milan. Both His Excellency and his wife had been extremely kind to him, had introduced him to the smart social set, had obtained for him the entry to the palace festivities, and had presented him to Queen Natalie. Thus a firm friendship had been established between the two men. But affairs in Serbia had considerably changed since then. Madame Petrovic, a charming English lady, had died, and His Excellency, after becoming Minister of Commerce and subsequently Foreign Minister in several succeeding cabinets, had gone abroad to represent his country at foreign courts, first St. Petersburg, then Berlin, and then Constantinople, finally returning and coming to live in England. Even now he was not more than 50, and it had long ago been whispered that His Majesty was constantly urging him to return and accept the portfolio of finance or of commerce. But he steadily declined. As a statesman, his abilities had long ago been recognized by Europe, and none knew his value or appreciated him more than his own sovereign. Yet, for private reasons, he preferred to live quietly in the Cromwell Road to returning to all the worries of state and those eternal bickerings in the Serbian Skupština. He was a man of even temper, of charming manner, and of scrupulous honesty. Had he been dishonest in his dealings, he might have amassed a great fortune while occupying those posts in the various ministries, but he had preferred to remain as he was, upright even though comparatively poor. "Well?" asked Max after a long silence. "I'm waiting." "It's a matter to which I refer not without some hesitation," declared his friend. "I want to speak to you about Maud." "About Maud? Well?" "I'm worried about the child. A good deal." "For what reason?" asked Max, considerably surprised. Maud was Petrovic's only daughter, a very beautiful girl, now 19 years of age, who had been brought up in England and to whom he was entirely devoted. "Well, she has fallen in love." "All girls do sooner or later," replied Max philosophically. "But she is too young yet, far too young. 25 is quite early enough for a girl to marry." "And who's the man?" "Your friend, Charlie Rolfe." "Charlie!" he exclaimed in great surprise. "And he's in love with Maud. Are you quite sure of this?" "Quite. She meets him in secret. And though Rolfe is your friend, Max, I tell you I don't like it," he declared. "I'm not surprised. Secret affections never meet with a parent's approbation. If Charlie is in love with her and the affection is mutual, why doesn't he come straight and tell you?" "Exactly my argument," declared Petrovic, lighting a fresh cigarette with the end of one half consumed. "But tell me, Rolfe is an intimate friend of yours, is he not?" "Very," was Max's reply, though he did not inform his friend of his love for Marion. "What is his exact position?" "As far as I know, he is private secretary to old Samuel Statham, the great financier. His position is quite a good one as far as confidential secretaryship goes." "Statham? I've heard of him. There's some extraordinary story about his house in Park Lane, isn't there? Nobody has ever been inside or something?" "There is, I believe, some cock and bull story," responded Max. "The old fellow is a bit eccentric, and doesn't care for people prying all over his house. He lives alone and has no friends. Do you know one can be very lonely in London? It's a perfect Sahara to those who are friendless." "Yes," said Petrovic huskily. "I know it by experience myself. When I was a youth I lived here. I was a foreign clerk in an insurance office in the city, and I lived perfectly alone among all these millions. I remember it all as though it were only yesterday. I was indeed glad to get back to Serbia." "But why are you worried about Maud, old fellow?" Max asked. "Don't you like Rolfe, or what?" "I like him very much. Indeed, I took a great fancy to the young fellow when you introduced him to me last year at Axlex Baines. From the very first I noticed that he was attracted towards a child. and I did not object because I thought a little flirtation would amuse her. These secret meetings, however, I don't like. It's not right. She's met him in St. James Park and other places of late, and they have gone for long walks together without my knowledge or sanction. Max thought for a moment. Does she know that you are aware of the meetings? No. Well, I must admit that I had no idea matters had gone so far as they evidently have, he said. I of course knew that he has greatly admired Maud from the very first. He was in fact always speaking of her in admiration. Yet I believe that he did not consider his position to be sufficiently established in warranting him to declare his love to her. Shall I throw out a gentle hint to him that the secret meetings would be best discontinued? If he were to discontinue his visits here altogether, it would, I think, be best, said Petrovich in a hard voice, quite unusual to him. Max was surprised at this. Had any unpleasantness occurred between the two men, which his friend was concealing, knowing that Rolf was his most intimate chum? Does he come often? He calls about once a week upon me, ostensibly, but really an excuse to see the child. And now, let us speak frankly, old fellow, Max said, bending slightly towards the man seated opposite him. Do you object to Rolf paying his attentions to your daughter? Yes, I do. Then I very much regret that I ever introduced him. We were together at Ixley's bench for 3 weeks last summer, and as you know, we met. You were my old friend, and I could not help introducing him. I regret it now and can only hope you will forgive me such an indiscretion. It is not indiscreet at all. Only unfortunate, he answered almost snappishly. But tell me straight out, what do you wish me to do? Max urged. Recollect that if I can serve you in any way, you have only to command me. Even at the expense of your friend's happiness? Asked Petrovich, his sharp eyes fixed upon the young man. If he really loves her, the circumstances of the Queux are altered, was the diplomatic answer. And if he does not, if it is, as I suspect, a mere flirtation, what then? Then I think you should leave the matter to me to act with my discretion, young Berkeley replied. He recollected that Charlie was Marion's brother, and he saw himself already in a somewhat difficult position. My own idea is, he went on, that it is something more than a mere flirtation, and that the reason of the secret meetings is because he fears to ask your consent to be allowed to pay court to your daughter. What makes you think so? From some words that his sister Marion let drop the other day. Ah, Marion is a sweet and charming girl, the elder man declared. What a pity she should be compelled to drudge in a shop. Yes, replied Max quickly. It's 1,000 pities. She's far too refined and good for that life. A matter of unfortunate necessity, I suppose? Necessity. Max Barclay bit his lips when he recollected how very easily she might leave the shop life if she would only accept money from him. But how could she? How could he offer it to her without insult? No. Until she consented to be his wife, she must still remain there, at the beck and call of every irritating tradesman's wife who cared to enter the department to purchase a ready-made costume or a skirt with material for bodice. I am sorry for Marion, Dr. Petrovich went on. She frequently comes here of an evening, and often on Sundays to keep Maud company. They get on most excellently together. Yes, she is devoted to Maud. She has told me so. I believe she is, Petrovich said. And yet it is unfortunate, for friendliness with Marion must also mean continued friendliness with a brother. Ah, I see now that you do not like him, Max said openly, for he could not now fail to see from his friend's expression that something had occurred. What it was, he was utterly unable to make out. No, I don't, was the ex-minister's plain, determined answer. And to tell you the truth, I have other views regarding Maud's future. So just tell the young man whatever you think proper. Only request him neither to call here nor to attempt to see the child again. The end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 3 tells of a woman's love. In the dull, hazy London sunset, Fopstone Road, which leads from Earl's Court Road into Navon Square, was quite deserted. There is a silence and monotony in the eminently respectable thoroughfares in that particular district that to their residents is often very depressing. Traffic there is none save a stray hansom or a tradesman's cart at long intervals, while street organs and even the muffin men avoid them because, unlike the poorer districts, they find no stray coppers and no customers. On the same evening as the events recorded in the previous chapters, about 6 o'clock, just as a red dusky afterglow was deepening into twilight, Charlie Rolfe emerged from Earl's Court Station, walked along to the corner of Hopston Road, and halting, looked eagerly down it. But there was not a soul. Indeed, there was no sound beyond that of a distant cab whistle somewhere in Navan Square. For about 5 minutes he waited, glancing impatiently at his watch, and then, turning upon his heel, strolled along in the direction of the square. A few moments later, however, there hurried up behind him a sweet-faced, smartly dressed girl, who, as he turned to meet her, laughed merrily, saying, "I do hope, Charlie, I haven't kept you waiting. But I've had such a trouble to get out. Dad asked me to write some private letters in English for him. I really believe he suspects something. We meet too often." "No, darling," answered Rolfe, raising his head and taking a small gloved hand. "We don't meet frequently enough for me, and I think that your father is entirely unsuspicious. I was with him last night, and he did not strike me as possessing any knowledge of these secret meetings of ours." "Yes, but you know how dangerous it is," replied the pretty girl, glancing round. "Somebody might pass, recognize me, and tell Dad." "And what then, dearest?" he laughed. "Why, your fears are utterly groundless." "I know, but what?" "Well, Dad would be annoyed, that's all. Annoyed with both of us." "He must already have seen, darling, that I love you. He isn't blind," said Charlie Rolfe, moving slowly along at her side. Hers was indeed a face that would attract attention anywhere, oval, delicately moulded, slightly flushed by the momentary excitement of meeting a lover. Her hair was well dressed, her narrow-waisted figure still girlish, her dress a pale biscuit-coloured cloth, which in its refined simplicity suited well the graceful contour of the slender form and contrasted admirably with the soft white skin. The dark hair, a stray coquettish little wisp of which fell across her brow beneath a neat black hat, and the dark brown eyes, so large, luminous, and expressive. Her gaze met his. Every sensitive feature, every quiet, graceful movement told plainly of her culture and refinement, while on her face there rested an indescribable charm, a look of shy, sweet humility, of fond and all-consuming love for the man beside her. As she shifted her eyes at the words of affection he was whispering into her ear, as they went along the quiet, deserted street, she perceived how tall and athletic he was, and noticed, woman-like, the masculine perfection of his dress, alike removed from slovenliness and foppery. "No," she said at last, her eyes gazing in abstraction in front of her. "I don't suppose Dad is in any way blind. He generally is too wide awake. I have to make all sorts of excuses to get out. Dressmakers, painting lessons, buying evening gloves, a broken watch, and all sorts of things like that. The fact is," she declared, laughing sweetly and glancing again at him, "I've almost exhausted all the subterfuges." "Ah, dearest, a woman can always find some excuse," he remarked, joining in a laughter. "Yes, but that's all very well. You haven't a father," she protested, "so you don't know." She had only left school at Brighton 2 years before, therefore her clandestine meetings with Charlie Rolfe were adventures which she dearly loved. And moreover, they both of them were devoted to each other. Charlie absolutely adored her. Hitherto women had never attracted him, but from the day of their introduction on the gravelled walk in front of the Villa des Fleurs at Aix, his whole life had changed. He was hers utterly and entirely. For 3 months he had existed in constant uncertainty until one warm evening at Scarborough, where she and her father were staying at the Grand, while they were alone together in the sloping garden of the Spa, he summoned courage to tell her the secret of his heart, and to his overwhelming joy found that his passion was reciprocated. Thus had they become lovers. As Max rightly guessed, he had feared for the present to tell Dr. Petrovich the truth, lest he should object and a parting be the result. His position was not what he wished it to be. As secretary to the eccentric old financier, his salary was an adequate one, but not sufficient to provide Maud with a home such as her own. He therefore intended in a little while to tell old Statham the truth and to ask for more, and until he had done so, he hesitated to demand of the doctor his daughter's hand. Together they strolled slowly on, chatting as lovers will. At the bottom of Hopston Road, they continued round the crescent of Filbeach Gardens, along Warwick Road, and crossing Old Brompton Road, entered that maze of quiet, eminently respectable streets in the neighbourhood of Redcliffe Square, strolling slowly on in the falling gloom. "Do you know, darling," he exclaimed at last, "I wanted to see you very particularly this evening, because I am leaving London tonight for Servia." "For Servia!" she cried, halting and fixing her great eyes upon his in quick surprise. "Yes." Her countenance fell. "Then you're leaving me?" "It is imperative, my darling," he said in a low, tender voice, taking her hand in his. He wished to kiss her sweet lips, but there in the open street such action was impossible. Courtship in a grimy, matter-of-fact London has many drawbacks, even though every house contains its life romance and every street holds its man or woman with a broken heart. "But you never told me," she complained. "You left it until the last minute. Do you start from Charing Cross tonight?" "Yes. I'd leave tomorrow at 9 and catch the Orient Express from Calais for Belgrade. But I have business to do in Paris tomorrow." "Ah, Belgrade," sighed the girl. "I wonder if I shall ever see it again. Long ago I used to be so fond of it, and we had so very many good friends. Dear old Dad is so popular. Why, when we drove out, the people in their brown homespun clothes used to run after the carriage and cheer Petrovich the Patriot, as he called Dad." "Of course you will return soon," Charlie said. "No doubt your father will be induced to enter the new Passage Cabinet." The girl shook her head dubiously. "I know the king has several times asked him to return to Servia, but for some mysterious reason he has always declined. But he is the most popular man in the country, and he cannot remain away much longer. It's his duty to return and assist in the government." "Yes, but my mother died in Belgrade, you know, and I think that may be the reason he does not care to return," replied the girl. "Why are you going there?" she asked. "On a mission for Statham regarding a mining concession," he answered. "You know, we have a lot of interest out there. Perhaps I shall be away only a week or two, perhaps 6 months." "6 months!" she cried in a blank voice. "It is such a long, long time to look forward to." "I have no desire to leave you, my own darling," he declared, looking straight into her beautiful face. "But the mission is confidential, and for that reason I have received orders to go." "Your train leaves at 9, she said, "and it is already nearly 7. Only 2 hours. And those 2 remaining hours I cannot spend with you, for I must be in to dinner at 7. I must leave you in a moment," she added, and the faint flush in her face died away. Her voice ceased. He looked down musing, without replying. He was impressed by her utter loneliness, impressed too, without knowing it, by the time and place. The twilight of the short evening was gathering fast. A cold, damp feeling was mingled with the silence of the dull, drab London street. It struck him that it felt like a grave. A slight nervous trembling came over his well-beloved, and a very little sigh escaped her lips. That sigh of hers recalled him to a sense of her distress at his departure, and the face that met her troubled eyes was, in an instant, as full as ever of resolute hopefulness. "What matters, my own, if I am away?" he asked with a smile. "We love each other, and that is all sufficient." All the pity of his strong, tender nature went forth to the lovely girl whom he loved with such strong, passionate devotion. "What matter indeed?" she cried hoarsely, tears springing to her eyes. "Is it no matter that I see you, Charlie? Ah, you do not know how I count the hours when we shall meet again. How, and unable to further restrain her emotion, she burst into tears. He was silent. What indeed could he say? Reflections, considerations, possibilities crowded in upon his mind, already disturbed and perplexed. The sweetness of the hours passed in her society had increased insensibly ever since that well-remembered afternoon eggs. The tones of her voice, the notes of those melodious old Servian songs she so often sang, a slightest action held a charm for him such as his earnest nature had never experienced before. And they must part. Within himself he doubted whether they would ever meet again. He had secret fears of something that was in progress, something that might entirely change his life, something he held secret from her. But he put the thought away. It was a horrible reflection, a qualm of conscience. What would she think of him if she actually knew the truth? He bit his lip, and in resolution again took a white-gloved hand. "No, darling," he said softly, in an earnest effort to cheer her. "I will return very soon. Be brave, and remember that my every thought is of you always. Of you, my love." "I know," she sobbed. "I know, Charlie. But I cannot really help it. Forgive me." "Forgive you? Of course I do, sweetheart. Only do not cry, or they will certainly suspect something when you sit down to dinner." His argument decided her, and she slowly dried her tears, saying, "I only wish I could go to Charing Cross to see you off. But an hour ago I telephoned to your sister Marion to come and dine with us, and go with me to a concert at Queen's Hall." "And she accepted?" he asked quickly, almost breathlessly. Rolf gave a sigh of relief. At any rate, neither his sister nor his well-beloved would be at Charing Cross at 9 that evening. "I must try and bring her to the station if possible. Does she know you're going?" asked the girl. "Oh, yes, but I particularly asked her not to see me off." "In order that I might come alone?" "Oh, how very good of you, Charlie. No, forgive me for saying so, but like a good many men who travel a lot, I never like being seen off, not even by you yourself, my darling." "Very well," she sighed, looking up into his serious eyes. "I must, I suppose, act as you wish. May God protect you, my dearest, and bring you back again in safety to me." Then, as he whispered into her ear words of courage and ardent affection, with linked arms they retraced his steps back to Earl's Court Road, where, with lingering reluctance, he took affectionate leave of her. Having watched her turn the corner, he went slowly back towards Earl's Court Station, and as he did so, beneath his breath, he murmured, "Ah, if she knew, if she knew! But she must never know. She shall never know. Never as long as I have breath. I love her better than my life, and she is mine. Yet how can I, after, and he sighed deeply without concluding the sentence, while his face went ashen pale at the thought which again crossed his mind, a thought secret and terrible. The end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 4, which is distinctly mysterious. Max Barkley, on leaving Dr. Petrovich, had taken a cab straight to Charlie's chambers in Jermyn Street, arriving there shortly before 6. Green, his man, had told him, however, that his master had returned soon after luncheon, ordered 2 big bags to be packed, and had left with him upon a hansom, merely saying that he should be absent a week, or perhaps 2, and that no letters need be forwarded. Max was not surprised at this sudden departure, for old Statham had a habit of sending his confidential secretary hither and thither at almost a moment's notice. The old fellow's financial interests were enormous and widely dispersed. Some of them were in Serbia and Bulgaria, where he held concessions of great value. He had had a finger in most of the financial undertakings in the Near East during the past 15 years or so. Out of the Oriental Railway extension from Salonika to Serbian frontier alone, he had, it was said, made a huge fortune, for he was the original concessionaire. For some years he had lived in the Balkans, looking after his interest in person, but nowadays he interested it all to his agents, with occasional visits by this confidential secretary. Therefore Max suspected that Charlie had left for the East, more especially that at the hour he had left Jermyn Street, he could have caught the afternoon continental service from Charing Cross via Boulogne. So he went on to his own rooms, changed, and dined at the Automobile Club, his mind being full of what the doctor had told him concerning Charlie and Maud. He had, of course, suspected it all along. Marion knew the truth, but loyal to her brother, she had said no word. Yet, when he had seen Rolf with the ex-statesman's pretty daughter, he had long ago guessed that the pair were more than mere friends. That the doctor disapproved of the affair was somewhat disconcerting, more especially as he had openly declared that he had other ideas of Maud's future. What were they? Was her father hoping that she would marry some young Servian, a man of his own race? he sat in the club over a cigar till nearly 9 o'clock, wondering how he could assist the man who was not only his dearest friend, but brother of the girl to whom he was so entirely devoted and whom he intended to make his wife. He sighed with regret when he thought of her undergoing that shop drudgery to which she had never been accustomed. The early rising, the eternal drive of business, the calm, smiling exterior towards those pettish, snapping women customers, and those hasty scrambles for meals. He had seen her engaged in a business, and he had met her after shop hours, pale, worn, and fagged out. And yet he, the man who was to be a husband, lived in that ease and idleness which an income of 12,000 a year secured. Had Petrovich not told him that Marion was dining at Cromwell Road and going to a concert with Maud afterwards, he would have wired to her to meet him. But he knew how devoted the two girls were to each other, notwithstanding the difference of their stations, and how Maud welcomed Marion's company at concerts or theatres to which her father so seldom cared to go. Suddenly it occurred to him that if he returned to the doctor's, he would meet Marion there later on when she came back from Queen's Hall, and be able to drive her home to that dull street at the back of Oxford Street where the assistants of Cunnington's Limited lived in. This reflection aroused him, and glancing at the smoking-room clock, he saw it wanted 9:45. Two other men, friends of his, were sitting near discussing motoring matters, and their eternal chatter upon cylinders, tires, radiators, and electric horns bored him. Therefore he rose, put on his coat, and hailing a cab, told the man to drive to Victoria, where he took the Underground Railway to Gloucester Road Station. From there to the house of the ex-minister was only a very short walk. The night was mild, bright, and starlit, for the haze of sundown which had threatened rain had been succeeded by a brilliant evening. Cromwell Road is always deserted at that hour before the cabs and carriages begin to return from restaurants and theatres, and he strolled along, knowing that he was always welcome at the doctor's house to chat and smoke. His was the only footfall to be heard in the long, open thoroughfare. Ascending the steps beneath the white portico, he pressed the visitor's bell, but though he waited several minutes, there was no response. Again and again he rang, but the bell was apparently out of order, so he gave a sounding rat-tat with the knocker. Then he listened intently, but to his surprise no one stirred. Over the door was a bright light as usual, revealing the number in great white numerals, and through the chinks of the Venetian blinds of the dining room he could see that the electric lamps were on. Again and again he rang and knocked. It was surely curious, he thought, that all the servants should be out, even though the doctor might be absent. The failure to arouse anybody caused him both surprise and apprehension. Though the electric bell might be out of order, yet his loud knock must be heard even up to the garrets. London servants are often neglectful in the absence of their masters, and more especially if there is no mistress, yet it seemed hardly creditable that they would go out and leave the place unattended. 7 or 8 times he repeated his summons, standing upon the doorsteps with his ears strained to catch the slightest sound. Once he thought he heard distinctly the noise of stealthy footsteps in the hall, and he held his breath. They were repeated. He was quite certain that his ears had not deceived him, for in the street all was silent as a grave. He heard someone moving within, as though creeping slowly from the door. What could it mean? Were thieves within? He examined the door to see if the lock had been tampered with, but so far as he could discern it was untouched. He was undecided how to act, though now positively certain that something unusual was in progress. He glanced up and down the long road with its rows of gas lamps, but no one was visible. The only sound was the far distant rat-tat of a postman on his last round. For the doctor to be out of an evening was very unusual, and that stealthy footstep had alarmed him. If they were actually thieves, then they had probably entered by the area door. Max was by no means a coward. There was a mystery there, a mystery he intended at once to investigate. Dr. Petrovich was one of his dearest friends, and he meant to act as a friend should act. What puzzled him most of all was the absence of the servants. All of them were apparently highly trustworthy, yet the foreigner in London, he remembered, often engaged servants without sufficient inquiry into their past. For a few moments he stood motionless, his ears strained at the door. The movement was repeated. Someone seemed to be leaving the dining room, for he distinctly heard a light footfall. Therefore, with scarce a sound, he crept down the steps to the pavement and descended the winding flight to the area door. With great caution he turned the handle, but alas, the knob went right round in his hand, the door remaining still fastened. A light showed in the kitchen, but whether anyone was there, he of course could not tell. Again he tried the door, but without avail. It was securely fastened, while as far as he could ascertain, there were no marks of any forcible entry. Should he rap at the door? Or would that further alarm the intruders? He had knocked many times at the front door, it was true, but they would no doubt wait until they believed he had gone, or else they might escape by the rear of the premises. What should he do? He hesitated again with bated breath. Next instant, however, he heard upon the stone steps above him, leading from the pavement to the front door, the light tread of feet quickly descending. Someone, having watched him descend there, was leaving the house, and yet so noiselessly that at first Max believed himself mistaken. In a second he had dashed up the area steps and stood upon the pavement. But already he realized the truth. The front door stood ajar, and the intruder was flying as fast as his feet could carry him in the direction of the Brompton Road. Swiftly, without looking back, the man sped lightly along the pavement to the next corner, which he turned and was a moment later lost to view. Max Barclay did not follow. He stood there like a man in a dream. What in heaven's name is the meaning of this? As he held powerless, he stood staring in the direction the fugitive had taken. His first impulse had been to follow, but next moment, as the escaping intruder had passed beneath a street lamp, he recognized the figure unmistakably, both by the clouts on the head, as none other than his friend Charles Rolfe. He fell back, staggered by the discovery. For quite a brief space he stood unable to move. Then, seeing the door ajar, he ascended the steps and entered the house. The lights were switched on everywhere, but on going in, something, what it was he could never describe, struck him as peculiar. Hardly had he crossed the threshold than he became instinctively aware that some mystery was there. In a few seconds the amazing truth became apparent, for when he entered the dining room to the left of the hall, he started, and an involuntary exclamation of surprise escaped him. The place was empty, devoid of every stick of furniture. From room to room he dashed, only to find that everything had been mysteriously removed. In the few brief hours of his absence, Dr. Petrovich had apparently fled, taking with him all his household effects. He stood in the hall, utterly dumbfounded. Why had Rolfe been there? What had he been doing in the empty house? The swift manner in which the removal had been effected increased the mystery, for he had not left the doctor till 5 o'clock. Besides, he had no doubt dined with his daughter Maud and with Marion, and they would not leave until about 8 o'clock. Again, a removal of that magnitude, requiring at least 2 vans after dark, could not possibly be effected without attracting the notice of the constable on duty. Perhaps the police really did know who carried out the sudden change of residence. Anyhow, the whole affair was a complete enigma which amazed and stupefied him. Presently, when he had somewhat recovered from his surprise, he ascended the stairs, his footsteps now echoing strangely through the empty place, and there found that the drawing-room, and in fact all the other rooms, had been completely and quickly cleared. The carpets had in some cases been left, but in the hasty removal curtains had been torn down from the rings, leaving cornices and poles, and the grand piano remained, it being apparently too large and heavy for rapid transit. He ascended even to the servants' rooms on the top floor, but found scarcely a vestige of furniture left. In one back room, a small half-garret with a slightly eloping roof, he noticed a cupboard which curiosity led him to open, as he had opened other cupboards. As he did so, he saw a bundle upon the floor, as though it had been hastily thrown there. As he pulled it forth, it unrolled, and he then saw that it was a woman's light grey tweed skirt and coat. The latter felt damp to his touch, and as he held it up to examine it, he saw that the breast and sleeve were both saturated with blood. It dropped from his nerveless fingers. Some secret crime had been committed in that house, so suddenly and mysteriously divested of its furniture. But what? Max Barclay, pale as death, stood gazing around him, staggered, bewildered, horrified, scarce daring to breathe. Why had Charles Rolfe fled so hurriedly and secretly from the place? The end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 5. What a Constable Saw. Slowly Max Barclay regained possession of his senses. The discovery had so staggered him that, for a few moments, he had stood there in that room staring at the woman's tweed coat, transfixed in horror. There was some great and terrible mystery there, and with it Charlie Rolfe, the man whom he had so implicitly trusted, his most intimate friend, and brother of the woman who was all the world to him, was closely associated. He glanced around the bare garret in apprehension. All was so weird and unexpected that a queer, uncanny feeling had crept over him. What could have occurred to have caused this revolution in the doctor's house? Here, in that house, only a few hours ago, he had smoked calmly with Petrovich, the studious Servian patriot, the man whom the Servians worshipped, and who was the right hand of his sovereign, the king. When they had chatted of Maud's flirtation, there had been no suggestion of departure. Indeed, the doctor had invited him to return after dinner, as he so often did. Max was an easy, gay, careless man of the world, yet he was fond of study, and fond of the society of clever men like Petrovich. The latter was well known in literary circles on the continent by reason of having written a most exhaustive history of the Ottoman Empire. That night, Marion, his well-beloved, had no doubt dined at that house prior to going to the concert with Maud. At least she would be aware of something that might give a clue to this extraordinary and hurried flight, if not to the ugly stain upon the woman's dress lying upon the floor at his feet. He was undecided how next to act. Should he go to the police station and inquire of the inspector whether removing vans had been noticed by the constable on the beat, or should he take a cab to Queen's Hall to try and find Marion and Maud? He glanced at his watch and saw that by the time he got to the concert, they would in all probability have left. Marion was compelled to be in by 11 o'clock, therefore Maud would no doubt come out with her. Indeed, in a quarter of an hour his friend's daughter would be due to return there. This decided him, and without more ado, he left the house. Was it worthwhile at present, he reflected, saying anything to the police regarding the blood-stained garment? Charlie might give the explanation. He would see him before the night was out. Therefore, finding a constable at the corner of Earlscourt Road, he inquired of him if he had noticed any removing vans before the house in question. The man replied that he had only come on duty at 10. Therefore, it would be best if he went to the police station to which he directed him. If the man on duty saw any removing vans in the evening, he would certainly report it, the constable added politely, and Barclay then went in the direction he indicated. A quarter of an hour later, he stood in the police office, while the inspector turned over the leaves of the big book in which reports of every untoward or suspicious occurrence are entered for reference in case of civil actions or other eventualities. At first he could find nothing, but at last he exclaimed, "There's something here. I suppose this is it. Listen. P.C. Baldwin, when he came off duty, reported to the station sergeant that 2 large Pantechnicon vans and a small covered van of Harmer Stores, Knightsbridge, drove up at 8:10 to number 127A, Cromwell Road, close to Queensgate Gardens, and with 7 men and a foreman removed the whole of the furniture. The constable spoke to the foreman and learned that it was a sudden order given by the householder, Dr. Petrovich, a foreigner, for his goods to be removed before 10:30 that night and stored at the firm's depository at Chiswick. But they must have done it with marvellous alacrity, Max remarked, at the same time pleased to have so quickly discovered the destination of the doctor's household goods. "Bless you, sir," answered the inspector. "Harmers can do anything. They would have sent 20 vans and cleared out the place in a quarter of an hour if they had contracted to do so. You know they can do anything and supply anything from a tin tack to a live monkey." "Then they have been stored at Chiswick, eh?" "No doubt, sir. The constable would make all inquiry. You know Harmer's place at Chiswick, not far from Turnham Green railway station? At the office in Knightsbridge they'd tell you all about it. This foreign doctor was a friend of yours, I suppose?" "Yes, a great friend," replied Barclay. "The fact is, I'm much puzzled over the affair. Only late this afternoon I was in his study, smoking and talking, but he told me nothing about his sudden removal." "Ah, foreigners are generally pretty shifty customers, sir," was the officer's remark. "If you had seen as much as I have of them when I was down at Lemon Street, you think twice before you trusted one. Of course, no reflection intended on your friend, sir." "But there are foreigners who are gentlemen," Max ventured to suggest. "Yes, there may be. I haven't met many, and we have to deal with all classes, you know. But tell me the circumstances," added the inspector, scenting mystery in this sudden flight. "Petrovich might be some city speculator who had suddenly been ruined, or a bankrupt who had absconded? Max Barkley was, however, not very communicative. Perhaps it was because of Charlie's inexplicable presence in the deserted house, or perhaps on account of the inspector's British antipathy towards foreigners. Nevertheless, he said nothing regarding the woman's coat with the telltale mark of blood. Besides, the doctor and Maud must be somewhere in the vicinity. No doubt he would come round to Dover Street in the morning and explain his unusual removal. The discovery of Rolf's presence there was nevertheless inexplicable. The more he reflected upon it, the more suspicious it seemed. The inspector's curiosity had been aroused by Max's demeanour. The latter had briefly related how he had called to find the house empty, and both occupier, his daughter, and the servants gone. "Did you see any servant when you were there this evening?" "Yes, the manservant Costa." "Ah, a foreigner. Old or young?" "Middle-aged. A devoted retainer of his master, of course." "I believe so." "Then he may have been in his master's secret," "Most probably was. When a master suddenly flies, he generally confides in his men. I've known that in many instances." "What nationality was this Petrovich?" "Serbian." "Oh, we don't get many of those people in London." "They come from the East somewhere, don't they? A half-civilized lot." "Dr. Petrovich is perfectly civilized, and a highly cultured man," Max responded. "He's a statesman and diplomat." "What? Is he the minister of Serbia?" "He was, in Berlin, Constantinople, and other places." "Then there may be something political behind it," the officer suggested, beaming as though some great flash of wisdom had come to him. "If so, it don't concern us. England's a free country to all the scum of Europe. This doctor may be flying from some enemy. Russian refugees often do. I've heard some queer tales about them, more strange than what them writers put in sixpenny books." "Yes," remarked Barkley. "I expect you have had a pretty big experience of foreigners down in Whitechapel." "And at Vine Street too, sir," was the man's reply as he leaned against the edge of his high desk, over which the flaring gas jets hissed. 19 years in the London police gives one an intimate acquaintance with the undesirable alien. Your story tonight is a queer one. Would you like me to send a man round to the house with you in order to give it a look over?" Max reflected in an instant that if that were done, the woman's dress would be discovered. "Well, no," he replied. "At present I think it would be scarcely worthwhile. I think I know where I shall find the doctor in the morning. Besides, a friend of mine is engaged to his daughter, so he'll be certain to know their whereabouts." "Very well, as you wish. But," he said, "if you can't find where they are all disappeared to, give us a call again, and we'll try to assist you to the best of our ability." Max thanked him. A ragged pickpocket held by 2 constables was at that moment brought in and placed in the railed dock, making loud protests of, "I'm quite innocent, governor. It wasn't me at all. I was only looking on." So Barkley, seeing that the inspector would be occupied in taking the charge, thanked him and left. Outside, he reflected whether he should go direct to Charlie's chamber in Jermyn Street. His first impulse was to do so, but somehow he viewed Rolf with suspicion. If his friend had not seen him, and he believed he had not, then for the present it was best that he should hold a secret. Perhaps the doctor had sent a telegram to his own chambers. He would surely never leave London without sending him word. Therefore Max hailed a passing cab and drove to Dover Street. His chambers on the first floor were cosy and well furnished, betraying a taste in antique of the Louis XIV period. Odd articles of furniture he had picked up in out-of-the-way places, while several of the pictures were family portraits brought from Kilmarnock Castle. The red-carpeted sitting-room, with its big inlaid writing table, bought from an old chateau in the Loire, its French chairs and modern bookcase, was lit only by the green-shaded reading lamp, beneath which were some letters where his man had placed them. On a small table at the side was a decanter of whisky, a siphon, glasses, and cigars, and besides them his letters. Eagerly he turned them over for a telegram, but there was none. Neither was there a letter from the doctor. On the writing table stood the telephone instrument. It might have been rung while his man Gustav had been absent. That evening he had sent him on a message down to Croydon, and he had not yet returned. He pushed his opera hat to the back of his head and stood puzzled as to how he should act. Green had told him that his master had left for the continent, and yet had he not with his own eyes seen him fly from that house in Cromwell Road? Yes, there was a mystery, a deep, inexplicable mystery. There was not a doubt of it. The end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 6 mentions a curious confession. When about 10 o'clock next morning, Mr. Warner, buyer of the costumes at Cunnington's, noticed the tall, athletic figure of the young man in brown tweeds, known as Mr. Evans of Dover Street, advanced across the drab carpet with which the department was covered, he smiled within himself. The young ladies of Cunnington's were not allowed any flirtations. It was a sack at a moment's notice for any girl being found flirting either with one of the male assistants or with an outsider, though he be a good customer. Cunnington's 101 rules, with fines ranging from 3p to half a crown, were stringent ones. Mr. Cunnington himself, a short, black-bearded man of keen business instinct, was a kindly master, but in such a huge establishment with its hundreds of employees, rules must of necessity be adhered to. Nevertheless, the buyers or headmen of the various departments each controlled their own assistants, and some being more lenient than others towards the girls, rules were very often broken. Cunnington's was therefore known to be one of the most comfortable cribs in the trade. Assistants who came up to London in search of a billet always went to see Mr. Cunnington, and happy he or she who obtained a personal introduction to him. He had earned his success by dint of hard work. Originally an assistant himself in a Birmingham shop, he had gone into business for himself in Oxford Street in one small establishment, and had by fair dealing and giving good value prospered until great rows of windows testified to the fortune he had amassed. Unlike most employers in the drapery trade, he was generous to a degree, and he appreciated devoted service. In his great shops he had many old hands. Some indeed had been with him ever since his first beginning. Those were his trusted lieutenants, of whom Warner of the costumes was one. What Warner said was never queried, and being a kindly man, the girls in his department did pretty much as they liked. Max Barkley, or Mr. Evans, as he had several times given his name, had run the gauntlet of the shop workers of the outer shops, and penetrated anxiously to the costumes. At that hour there were no customers. Before 11 there is but little shopping in Oxford Street. Buyers then see travellers who come in their broughams, and assistants rearrange and display their stocks. On entering the department, Max at once caught sight of the tall, fair-haired girl who, with her back to him, was arranging a linen costume upon a stand. Two other girls glanced across at him, but knowing the truth, did not ask what he required. He was Miss Rolfe's admirer, they guessed, for men did not usually come in alone and buy 20-guinea ready-made costumes for imaginary relatives, as he had done. He was standing behind her before she turned suddenly and blushed in surprise. Warner, sitting in his little glass desk, noticed the look upon the girl's face and fully realized the situation. He liked Marion's brother, while the girl herself was extremely modest and an excellent saleswoman. He knew that Charles Rolfe and this Mr. Evans were friends, and that fact had prevented him from forbidding the flirtation to continue. Evans was evidently a gentleman, of that he had no doubt. "Why," she exclaimed to her lover, "this is really a great surprise. You are early." "Because I wanted to see you, Marion," he answered quickly. She noticed his anxiety, and in an instant grew alarmed. "Why, what's the matter?" she asked, glancing round to see whether the other girls were watching her. "You ought not to come here, you know, Max. I fear Mr. Warner will object to you seeing me in business hours." "Oh, never mind him, darling," he replied in a low voice. "I want to ask you a question or two. Where did you see Maud last night?" "I met her at the door at the Queen's Hall. I wished to go to Cromwell Road to call for her, but she telegraphed to me at the last moment. She was with Charlie, she told me." "And where is Charlie?" "Gone to Serbia. He left Charing Cross by the mail last night." Max reflected that his friend had not left as his sister supposed. "And where did you leave Maud?" "I walked to the tube station at Piccadilly Circus and left her there. She went to Earl's Court Station, and I took a bus home. She told me that you had been to see the doctor earlier in the evening. But why do you ask all this?" Because, Marion, something unusual has occurred," he replied. Unusual? She echoed. What do you mean? Did Maud tell you anything about her future movements last night? Or mention her father's intentions? Intentions of what? Of leaving the house in Cromwell Road? No, she told me nothing. Only what? Well, it struck me that she had something on her mind. You know how bright and merry she usually is. Well, last night she seemed very thoughtful, and I wondered whether she had had any little difference with Charlie. You mean that they may have quarrelled? I hardly think that likely, she said quickly. Charlie is far too fond of her, as you know, and her father does not altogether approve of it, Max remarked. He has told me so. Poor Charlie, the girl said, for she was very fond of her brother. He was always a good friend to her, and gave her money to buy her dresses and purchase the few little luxuries which a modest stipend as a shop assistant would not allow her to otherwise possess. I'm sure he's devoted to Maud, and she's one of the best girls I know. They'd make a perfect pair. But the doctor's a foreigner, and doesn't really understand Englishmen. Perhaps that's it, Max said, trying to assume a careless air, for he felt that 100 eyes were upon him. Their position was not a very comfortable one, to say the least. He knew that he ought not to have come there during business hours, but the mystery had so puzzled him that he felt he must continue his inquiries. He had fully expected the Morning Post to bring him a line from the doctor, but there had been nothing. Both he and Maud had disappeared suddenly, leaving no trace behind. No trace except that woman's coat with a stain of blood upon the breast. Was it one of Maud's dresses? He wondered. In the band he had noticed the name of its maker, Mason Durand, of Conduit Street, one of the best dressmakers in London. True, he had found it in the servants' quarters, but domestics did not have their clothes made by Durand. But tell me, Max, said the girl, her fine eyes fixed upon her lover, what makes you suggest that the doctor is about to leave Cromwell Road? He has left already, was Max's reply. That's a curious part of it. Left? Moved away? Yes, I came to ask you what you know about it. They've gone away without a word. How? Why, you were there last evening. I was. But soon after I left, and while Maud was with you at the concert, 3 vans came from Harmer Stores and cleared out the whole of the furniture. There wasn't a bill of sale or something of that sort, I suppose? She suggested. Certainly not. The doctor is a wealthy man. The copper mines of Kopanik bring him in a splendid income themselves, Max said. No, there's a mystery, a very great mystery about the affair. A mystery? Tell me all about it, she cried anxiously, for Maud was her best friend, while the doctor had also been extremely kind to her. I don't know anything, he responded, except that the whole place by 10:30 last night had been cleared out of furniture. Only the grand piano and a few big pieces have been left. Harmers have taken the whole of it to their depository at Chiswick. Well, that's most extraordinary, certainly, she said, opening her eyes in blank surprise. Maud must have known what was taking place. Possibly that's why she was so melancholy and pensive. Did she say nothing which would throw any light upon their sudden disappearance? Marion reflected for a few moments, her brows slightly knit in thought. Well, she said something about her father being much worried, but she did not tell me why. About a fortnight ago she told me that both she and her father had many enemies, one of whom would not hesitate to kill him if a chance occurred. I tried to get from her the reason, but she would not tell me. But you don't think that the doctor has been the victim of an assassin, do you? Max asked in apprehension. No, but Maud may have been, she answered. Killed? I hope not. Yet. Why do you hesitate, Marion, to tell me all you know? He urged. There's a mystery here which we must fathom. My brother knows nothing yet, I suppose? Berkeley hesitated. I suppose not, was his reply. Then, before I say anything, I must see him. But he's away in Serbia, is he not? He won't be back for 6 months. Then I must wait till he returns, she answered decisively. Maud has told you something. Come, admit it, he urged. The girl was silent for a full minute. Yes, she sighed. She did tell me something. When? Last night, as we were walking together to the station. Something that I refused to believe, but I believe it now. Then you know the truth, he cried. If there had not been some unfair play, the doctor would never have disappeared without first telling me. He has many times entrusted me with his secrets. I quite believe that he would have telegraphed a return, she said. He looked upon you as his best friend in London. And, Marion, this very fact causes me to suspect foul play, he said, the recollection of that fugitive in the night flashing across his brain. What do you, in the light of this secret knowledge, suspect? Her lips were closed tightly, and there was a strange look in her eyes. I believe, Max, she replied in a low, hard voice, that something terrible must have happened to Maud. Did she apprehend something? I cannot tell. She confessed to me something under a bond of secrecy. Before I tell you, I must consult Charlie, the man she loved so dearly. But are we not lovers, Marion? He asked in a low, intense voice. Cannot you tell me what she said, in order that I may institute inquiries at once? Delay may mean the escape of the assassin, if there really has been foul play. I cannot betray Maud's confidence, Max, was a calm answer. This response of hers struck him as implying that Maud had confessed something not very creditable to herself, something which she, as a woman, hesitated to tell him. If this were actually true, however, why should she reveal the truth to Maud's lover? Would she not rather hide it from him? But you will not see Charlie for months, he exclaimed in dismay. What are we to do in the meantime? We can only wait, she answered. I cannot break my oath to my friend. Then you took an oath not to repeat what she told you? She told me something amazing concerning... And she hesitated. Concerning herself, he added. Well? It was a confession, Max. A terrible confession. I had not a wink of sleep last night, for her words rang in my ears, and her face, wild and haggard, haunted me in the darkness. It's beyond credence. Horrible. But Max, leave me. These people are noticing us. I'll see you tonight, where you like. Only go. I can't bear to talk of it. Poor Maud. What that confession must have cost her. And why? I see it all now. Because she knew that her end was near. The end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 7 contains several revelations. Max Barclay retraced his steps along Oxford Street, much puzzled. What Marion had told him was both startling and curious in face of the sudden disappearance of the doctor and his daughter. If the latter had made a confession, as she apparently had, then Marion was, after all, perfectly within her right in not betraying a friend. Yet what could that confession be? Marion had said it was a terrible confession, and as he went along he tried in vain to imagine its nature. The morning was bright and sunlit, and Oxford Street was already busy. About the circus the ebb and flow of traffic had already begun, and the windows of the big drapery shops were already attracting the feminine crowds with the announcements of summer sales and baits of great bargains. For a moment he paused at the curb, then entering a hansom, he drove to Mariner's Stores, the great emporium in Knightsbridge, which had been entrusted with the removal of the doctor's furniture. Without much difficulty he found the manager, a short, table-little, frock-coated, freckle-faced businessman, and explained the nature of his inquiry. The man seemed somewhat puzzled, and going to a desk, opened a big ledger and slowly turned the pages. I think there must be some mistake, sir, was his reply. We have had no removal of that name yesterday. But they were at Cromwell Road late last night, Max declared. The police saw them there. The police could not have seen any of our vans removing furniture from Cromwell Road last night, protested the manager. See her for yourself. Yesterday there were 4 removals only. Croydon to Southsea, Fitzjohn's Avenue to Lower Norwood, South Audley Street to Ashley Gardens, and Elgin Avenue to Finchley. Here they are, and he pointed to the page whereon the particulars were inscribed. The goods in question were removed by you from Cromwell Road and stored in your depository at Chiswick. I think, sir, you really must be mistaken, replied the manager, shaking his head. Did you see our vans there yourself? No, the police did, and made inquiry. With the usual result, I suppose, that they bungled and told you the wrong name. They've got it written down in their books. Well, all I can say is that we didn't remove any furniture from the road you mention. But it was at night. We do not undertake a job at night unless we receive a guarantee from the landlord that the rent is duly paid and ascertain that no money is owing. Max was now puzzled more than ever. The police say that the effects were sent to your depository, he remarked, dissatisfied with the manager's assurance. In that case, inquiry is very easy, he said, and walking to the telephone, he rang up the depository at Chiswick. Is that you, Merrick? He asked over the phone. I say, have you been warehousing any goods either yesterday or today, or do you know of a job in Cromwell Road at the house of a Dr. Petrovich? For a full minute he waited the reply. At last it came, and he heard it to the end. No, he said, putting down the receiver and turning to Barclay. As I expected. They know nothing of the matter at the depository. But how do you account for your vans? 2 pantechnicons and a covered van being there, he asked. The manager shook his head. We have here the times when each job in London was finished, and when the vans returned to the yard. They were all in by 7:30, therefore they could not have been ours. Well, that's most extraordinary. Is it somebody who has disappeared? Yes. Ah, the vans were no doubt painted with our names specially in order to mislead the police, he said. There's some shady transaction somewhere, sir, depend upon it. Perhaps the gentleman wanted to get his things away, eh? No, he had no necessity for so doing. He was quite well off, no debts or anything of that kind. Well, it's evident that if our name is registered in the police occurrence, the vans were painted with our name for some illegal purpose. The gentleman's disappeared, you say? Yes. And, well, to tell you the truth, I suspect foul play. Have you told the police that? Asked the man, suddenly interested. No, not yet. I've come to you first. Then if I were you, I'd tell the police the result of your inquiries, the manager said. No doubt there's a crooked incident somewhere. That's just what I fear. Quite a number of men must have been engaged in clearing the place out. Have you been over it? Is it entirely cleared? Nearly. The grand piano and a big bookcase have been left. I wonder if it has been done by professional removers or by amateurs, suggested the manager. Ah, I don't know. If you saw the state of the place, you'd know, wouldn't you? Most probably. Then if you'll come with me, I'll be delighted to show you, and you can give me your opinion. So the pair entered a cab, and a quarter of an hour later were passing along the hall of the empty house. The manager of the harmless removals inspected room after room, noticed how the curtains had been torn down, and noted in the fire grate of the drawing room a quantity of tinder where a number of papers seemed to have been burnt. No, he said presently, this removal was carried out by amateurs who were in a very violent hurry. Those vans were faked, bought perhaps and repainted with a name. It is evident that they deceived the constable very cleverly. But the whole affair is so extraordinary, gasped Max, staring at his companion. Yes, it would appear so. Your friend, the doctor, evidently wished to get his goods away with the least possible delay and in the greatest secrecy. But the employment of so many men did not admit of much secrecy, surely. They were only employed to load. They did not unload. Only the 3 drivers probably knew the destination of the furniture. It was valuable old stuff, I should say, if one is to judge by what is remaining. Yes, the place was well and comfortably furnished. Then I really think, sir, that if you suspect foul play, it's your duty to tell the police. In cases like this, an hour's delay is often fatal to success in elucidating the mystery. Max was undecided how to act. It was his duty to tell the police his suspicions and show them that blood-stained coat. And yet he felt so certain that the doctor must in the course of the day take him into his confidence that he hesitated to make a suggestion of foul play and thus bring the affair into public prominence. The fact that Harmer's name had been upon vans not belonging to that firm was in itself sufficient proof that there had been a conspiracy somewhere. But of what nature was it? What could possibly have been its object? What was Maud's terrible confession? The expert in removals was examining some litter in the dining room. They evidently did not stop to pack anything, he remarked, but simply bundled it out with all possible speed. One fact strikes me as very peculiar. What is that? Well, if they wanted to empty the place, they might have done so, leaving the curtains up and the palms and things in the windows in order to lead the people to believe that the house was still occupied. Apparently, however, they disregarded that precaution altogether. Yes, that's true. The object of the sudden flight is a complete mystery, Max remarked. He had not taken the man to the top room, where in the cupboard the woman's dress was hidden. You say that the doctor was rich, therefore it wasn't to escape from an execution threatened by the landlord? Certainly not. Well, you may rest assured, sir, that the removal was not effected by professional men. The way in which carpets have been torn up and damaged, curtains torn from the rings, and crockery smashed and moving shows them to have been amateurs. They had ascended to the front bedroom, wherein remained a large, heavy, old-fashioned mahogany chest of drawers, and he had walked across to them. Indeed, he added, it almost looks as though it were the work of thieves. Thieves? Why? Well, look at this. They had no keys, so they broke open the drawers and removed the contents, he answered. And look across there. He pointed to a small iron fireproof safe let into the wall, a safe evidently intended originally as a place for the lady of the house to keep her jewels. The door stood ajar, and Max, as he opened it, saw that it was empty. The curious part of the affair was that Max was convinced within himself that when he had searched the house on the previous night, that safe was not there. If it was, then the door must have been closed and concealed. He remembered most distinctly entering that room and looking around. The chest of drawers had been moved since he was last there. When he had seen them, they had been standing in their place, concealing the iron door of the safe, which, when shut, closed flush with the wall. Someone had been there since, and whoever it was had moved the heavy piece of furniture and found the safe. He examined the door, and from its blackened condition, the twisted iron and the broken lock, no second glance was needed to ascertain that it had been blown open by explosives. Whatever valuables Dr. Petrovich had kept there had disappeared. The theory of theft was certainly substantiated by these discoveries. Max stood by the empty safe, silent and wondering. I noticed downstairs in the study that a board had been priced up, as though somebody has been searching for something, the man from Harmer's remarked. Probably the doctor had something in his possession of which the thieves desired to get possession. Well, said Max, I must say that this safe being opened looks as though the affair has actually been the work of thieves. If so, then where is the doctor? Where is his daughter Maud? And where are the servants? Yes, I agree. The whole affair is a complete mystery, sir, the other replied. There have been thieves here without a doubt. Perhaps the doctor knows all about it, but for some reason dare not utter a word of complaint. Indeed, that's my theory. He may be in fear of them, you know. It's a gang that have done it, without a doubt. And a pretty ingenious gang too, declared Max with knit brows. They evidently made short work of all the furniture. I wonder why they took it, and where it is at present. If it has gone to a sale room, the police would trace it, Max suggested. Certainly. But suppose it was transferred from the vans, it was taken away into the vans of some depository and removed, say, to Portsmouth or Plymouth, and there stored? It could be done quite easily and would never be traced. Yes, but it's a big job to have made a whole houseful of furniture disappear in a couple of hours. It's not so big as it first seems, sir. I'd guarantee to clear a house of this size in 1 hour if necessary. And the way they turned out the things didn't take them very long. They were in a desperate hurry, evidently. Do you think that thieves did the work? I am very strongly of that opinion. Everything points to it. If I were you, I would go back to the police and tell them about the safe, about the chest of drawers and the flooring in the study. Somebody has been prying upon there, depend upon it. Max stood still undecided. Did it not seem very much as though the thieves had visited there after Charles Rolfe had fled so hurriedly? The end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 8. The Pauper of Park Lane. About halfway up Park Lane, the one-sided row of millionaires' residences that face Hyde Park, not far from the corner of that narrow little turning, Deanery Street, stood a great white house, one of a short row. The windows were protected from the sun by outside blinds of red and buff striped holland, and the first floor sills were gay with geraniums. The house was one of imposing importance and dwarfed its neighbours, being both higher, larger, and more artistic. On the right side dwelt one of Manchester's cotton kings, and on the other a duke whose rent roll was one of the biggest in the United Kingdom. The centre house, however, was far more prosperous looking than the others, and was often remarked upon by country cousins as they passed up and down upon omnibuses. It was certainly one of the finest in the whole of that select thoroughfare, where rents alone were ruinous, and where the possession of a house meant that one's annual income must run into 6 figures. The mere nobility of England cannot afford to live in Park Lane nowadays. It is reserved for the kings of Britain's commerce, the stock exchange speculator, or the get-rich-quick financier. Those who read these lines know well the exterior of many of the houses of notable people who live there. Some are in excellent taste, while others betray the blatant arrogance of the man who, risen from penury, had suddenly found himself a controller of England's destinies, a birthday night, and the husband of a woman whom the papers have suddenly commenced to dub the beautiful Lady So-and-so. Other houses are quiet and sober in their exterior, small, modest, and unobstructive, the town residences of men of great wealth who, posing as gentlemen, are hoping for a peerage. The hopes in Park Lane are many. Almost every household possesses a secret ambition, some to shine in society, other in politics, and some even in literature. The really wealthy man sneers at baronetcy, an honour which his tea merchant received last year, and as for a knighthood, well, he can plank down his money this afternoon and buy one just as he bought a cigar half an hour ago in Bond Street. He must have a title, for his wife wants to be known by the name of his country place, and he has secret ambitions for a seat in the Lords. And so in every house in that long one-sided row are hopes eternal which rise regularly every year towards the end of June. Diamond, copper, soap, pork, and railway kings who dwell there are a curious assortment, yet the combined wealth of that street alone would be sufficient to pay off a national debt and also run a respectable-sized kingdom for a year or two. Almost every man could realize £1,000,000, and certainly one of the very wealthiest among them was old Samuel Statham, the man who owned and lived in that house with the red-striped sunblinds. When Max Barkley was engaged in his investigations at the deserted house in Cromwell Road, old Sam was standing at the window of his study, a large front room on the ground floor overlooking the park. It was a quiet, soberly furnished apartment, the carpet of which was so soft that one's feet fell noiselessly, while over the mantel shelf was a large life-sized Venus by a modern French artist, the most notable picture in the salon 5 years ago. The leather-covered chairs were all heavy and old-fashioned, the books in uniform bindings of cloth and gold, and the big writing table of the early Victorian period. Upon the table stood a great silver candelabra fitted with electric lamps, while littered about the floor were quantities of folded papers and business documents of various kinds. There was but little comfort about the room. Artistic taste and luxury are commonly associated with Park Lane, therefore the stranger would have been greatly surprised if he had been allowed to peep within. But there was a curious bit about the house. No stranger had ever been known to pass beyond the big swing-glass doors halfway down the hall. No outsider had ever set foot within. Levi, the hook-nosed old butler in his well-cut clothes and spotless linen, was a zealous janitor. No one, upon any pretext whatsoever, was allowed to pass beyond the glass doors. His master was a little eccentric, it was said, and greatly disliked intruders. He hated the inquisitiveness of the modern press, and always feared lest his house should be described and photographed as those of his neighbours constantly were. Therefore all strangers were rigorously excluded. Some gossip had got about concerning this. A year ago the wealthy old financier had been taken ill, and his doctor was sent for from Cavendish Square. But even he was not allowed to pass the rigidly guarded frontier. His patient saw him in the hall, and there he diagnosed the ailment and prescribed. The doctor in question, a well-known physician, remarked upon old Sam's eccentricity over a dinner table in Mayfair, and very soon half smart London were talking and wondering why nobody was ever invited to the table of Samuel Statham. In the city, as head of Statham Brothers, foreign bankers whose offices in Old Broad Street are known to every city man, he was always affable, yet very shrewd. He and his brother could drive hard bargains, but they were always charitable, and the name of the firm constantly figured for a substantial amount in the list in response to any charitable appeal. From small beginnings, the early days of both brothers being shrouded in mystery, they had risen to become what they now were, a house second only to the Rothschilds in financial power, a house whose assistance was sought by kings and emperors, and whose interests were worldwide. That morning, old Sam Statham appeared unusually agitated. Rising at 5 o'clock, as was his habit summer and winter, he had been hard at work for hours when Levi brought him his tiny cup of black Turkish coffee. Then, glancing at the clock upon his desk, he had risen, gone to the window, and gazed out eagerly as though in search of someone. It was 8 o'clock, and there were plenty of people about. But though he looked up and down the thoroughfare, he was disappointed. So he snapped his thin fingers impatiently and returned to his writing. His personal appearance was truly insignificant. When in the street he was pointed out to people as a great Samuel Statham, they invariably expressed astonishment. There was nothing of the blatant millionaire about him. On the contrary, he was a thin, grey, sad-looking man, rather short of stature, with a face very broad in the brow and very narrow at the chin, ending with a small, scraggy white beard clipped to a point. His cheeks were hollow, his dark eyes sunken, the skin upon his brow tightly stretched, his lips pale and thin, and about his clean-shaven upper lip a hardness that was in entire opposition with his generous instincts towards his less fortunate fellow men. One of his peculiarities of dress was that he always wore a piece of greasy black satin ribbon tied loosely in a bow as a cravat. The same piece did duty both by day and at evening. His clothes, for the most part, hung upon his lean, shrunken limbs as though they had been made for a much more robust man, and his hands were indescribably greasy and out of date. When he went to the city, Levi compelled him to put on his best silk hat and a decent frock coat, but often of an afternoon he might be seen sitting alone in the park and mistaken for some poor, broken-down old man, the sadness of whose face compelled sympathy. This carelessness of dress appears to be one of the inevitable results of great fortune. A man should never be judged by his coat nowadays. The struggling clerk who lives in busy Brixton or cackling Croydon usually gives himself greater airs and dresses far better than the head of the firm, while the dainty typewriter wears prettier blouses and neater footgear than his own outdoor daughters with their slang, their pals, and their distorted ideas of maiden modesty. But old Sam Statham had neither kith nor kin. He was a lonely man. How utterly lonely only he himself knew. He had only his perpetual calculations of finance, his profit and loss accounts, and occasional chats with the ever-faithful Levi to occupy his days. He seldom, if ever, left London. Even the stifling August days, when his clerks went to the mountains or the sea, he still remained in London because, as he openly declared, he hated to mix with strangers. Curiously enough, almost the only man he trusted was his private secretary, Charlie Rolfe, the smart young man who came there from 10 o'clock till 2 each day, wrote his private letters, and was paid a very handsome salary. Usually, old Sam was a very quiet-mannered man whom nothing disturbed, but that morning he was distinctly upset. He had scarcely slept a single wink, and his deep sunken eyes and almost haggard face told of a great anxiety wearing out his heart. He tried to add up a long column of figures upon a sheet of paper before him, but gave it up with a deep sigh. Again he rose, glanced out of the window, audibly denounced in unmeasured terms a motor bus which, tearing past, caused his room to shake, and then returned to his table. But he was far too impatient to sit there long, for again he rose and paced the room, his grey brows knit in evident displeasure, his thin bony hands clenched tightly, and from his lips escaping muttered imprecations upon some person whom he did not name. Once he laughed a hard little laugh. His lip curled in exultant triumph as he stuck his hands into the pockets of his shabby jacket and again went to look over the brise curtains of pale pink silk over the roadway. For a moment he looked. Then, with a start, he stood glaring out. Next instant he sprang back from the window with a look of terror upon his blanched cheeks. He had caught sight of somebody whose presence there was both unwelcome and unexpected, and the encounter had filled him with anxiety and dismay. As he had gazed inquiringly forth, with his face close to the window pane, his eyes had met those of a man of about his own age, shabby, with grey, ragged hair, threadbare clothes, broken boots, and a soft grey felt hat, darkly stained around the band, a tramp evidently. The stranger was leaning idly against the park railings, evidently regarding the house with some wonder, when the sad face of its master had appeared. The pair glared at each other for one single second. Then Sam Statham, recognizing in the other's crafty eyes a look of cruel, relentless revenge, started back into the room, breathless and deathly pale. He staggered to his chair, supporting himself by clutching at its back. "Then they did not lie," he gasped aloud. He's alive. Therefore, so it's all over. I saw his intentions plainly written in his face. I played the game and lost. He has returned, therefore I must face the inevitable. Yes," he added, with that same bitter laugh, only this time it was the hoarse, discordant laugh of a man who found himself cornered without any possible means of escape. "Yes, this is the end. I must die, today." And he whispered, glancing round the room as though in terror of his own voice, "Yes, before the sun sets." The end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 9, in which Levi gives advice. For fully 5 minutes Samuel Statham stood steadying himself by the back of his chair. His face was white and rigid, his jaw set, his breathing quick and excited, his hands trembling, his face full of a sudden horror. He had entirely changed. The sight of that shabby stranger had filled him with fear. Once or twice he glanced furtively at the window. Then, straightening himself in a vain endeavour to remain calm, he bent and crept back to the window in order to ascertain whether the man still remained. Bent and out of sight, he approached a lace-edged curtain and peered through unseen. Yes, the fellow was still there. He had lit his pipe with calm unconcern and was leaning back against the railings in full view of the house. The man's attitude was that of complete triumph. Ah, what a fool he had been to have shown himself so openly as he had done! To think that this man of all men was still alive! He crept back again, trembling. His face was haggard and bloodless, the countenance of a man whose future was but a blank, the dismal blank of the grave. His whole body trembled as he sank into his writing chair, and leaning his elbows upon the desk, he buried his face in his hands and sobbed. Yes, he, the hard-headed financier whose influence was felt in every corner of the world, the man who controlled millions and who loaned great sums to certain of the rulers of Europe, sobbed aloud. "Ah," he cried to himself, "I was a fool when I disbelieved them. I thought that blackmail was their object in telling me the story of how that man was alive and had been seen. Therefore I only laughed at them and took no precaution. Ah, I was a fool, and my foolishness must end fatally. There is no way out of it for me, only death. I've been a fool, a confounded fool. I ought to have made certain. I ought not to have taken any risk. I'm wiser now than I was then. Age has brought me wisdom as well as destroying my belief in the honesty of men and loyalty of friends." And as he sighed heavily, his brow still bent upon his hand, he touched the bell, and old Levi appeared. "Levi," he said in a low, unusual voice, "go quietly to that window, and without attracting attention, look outside at a man opposite." The faithful old servant, somewhat surprised at these rather unusual instructions, walked stealthily to the window and peered through a lace insertion of the brise-brise. Scarcely had he done so, than with a cry he withdrew, and facing his master, stood staring at him. "Did you see anyone, Levi?" asked his master, raising his head suddenly. "Yes," was the hoarse whisper of the man, who stood there, white-faced in fear. "It's him. I thought you said he was dead." "No, he isn't. He's there in the flesh." "And what are we to do?" What can we do? He recognized me a moment ago, and he is watching the house. Which means that you had better leave England for a considerable time. What? Cried Statham in quick reproof. What? Run away? Never. But, well, in the circumstances, don't you scent danger? A very grave danger? Asked the old servant, whose devotion to his master had always been so marked. When I am threatened, I always face my accuser. I shall do so now, was the great man's calm reply, even though it were an absolute contradiction to his attitude only a few moments before. Perhaps it was that he did not wish old Levi to know his fear. But that can only result in disaster, remarked the old servant, who never addressed his master as sir. The pair were on too intimate terms for that. If I might presume to advise, I think— No, Levi, snapped the other. You haven't any right to give advice to this affair. I know my own business best, surely. And that man knows as much as you do, and more. They told me he was alive, and I was a fool that I disbelieved them, the old millionaire cried. And there he is now, watching outside like a terrier outside a rat hole. And I am the rat, Levi, caught in my own trap. Is there no way out of this? Asked the other. Surely you can escape if you so desire. Get away to America or to the continent. And what's the use? He'd follow. And even if he didn't, think of what he can tell if he goes to the police. Yes, he could tell sufficient to cause Statham brothers to close their doors, eh? Remarked the old servant very seriously. That's just it. I've been a confounded idiot. Rolf warned me only the other day that the fellow was in London, but I said I wouldn't believe him until I saw the man with my own eyes. Today I've actually seen him, and there can be no mistake. He is the man that I— His sentence remained unfinished, for he sank into his chair and groaned, covered his face again with his hands in an attitude of deep remorse, while Levi stood by watching in silence. Rolf could help you in this matter, the man exclaimed at last. Where is he? I don't know. I sent him yesterday to Belgrade, but last night he telephoned that he had lost the train. Then he may have left at 9 o'clock this morning? Most probably. Then you must recall him by wire. No telegram can reach him till he gets to Serbia, for I don't know whether he has gone from Ostend or Paris. They'd know in the city. Why not ask them? No, they wouldn't know. Why? Because Rolf had with him a big sum in German notes and a quantity of securities belonging to the National Bank of Serbia. In that case, he would not let anyone know his route for fear of thieves. It's one of my strictest orders to him. Why he lost the train last night I can't tell. Well, it's 1,000 pities we can't get at him, for he's the only man to help you out of this difficulty. Yes, I quite agree. That shabby, down-at-heel man waiting outside is my master, Levi, the master of Statham Limited. My future is in his hands. He had raised his head and sat staring at the beautiful picture upon the wall before him, the picture with its wonderful tints which had been copied in 100 different places. His countenance was haggard and drawn, and in his eyes was a look of unspeakable terror, as though he were looking into his own grave, as indeed at that moment he was. The sombre, melancholy-looking Levi stood watching for a moment, and then, creeping to the window, looked out into the sunshine of Park Lane. The ragged tramp was still there, idling against the railings and smoking a short, dirty pipe quite unconcernedly. He was watching for the reappearance of that white, startled face at the window, the face of the great Samuel Statham. He is still outside, I suppose? Queried the man at the other end of the room. Levi replied in the affirmative, whereat old Samuel clenched his teeth and muttered something which sounded like an oration. He was condemning himself for his disbelief in his secretary's warnings. Had I listened to him, I could easily have saved myself. I could have prevented him from coming here, he said in a meaning voice. Yes, it would not have been difficult to have prevented this. After what has occurred, that blackguard has no right to live. Aha! Then you believe me, Levi? Cried the wretched man. You do not blame me? He asked anxiously. He was to blame, not you. Then I was right in acting as I did, you think? Right to protect my interests? You are right in your self-defense, the man answered, somewhat grey, sphinx-like, for Levi was a man whose thoughts one could never read from his thin, grey, expressionless face. But you were injudicious when you disregarded Rolf's warning. I thought he had his own interest to serve, was Statham's reply. Frankly, you believed it to be an attempt at blackmail. I quite follow you. But do you think Rolf would be guilty of such a thing? My dear Levi, when a poor man is in love as Rolf is, it's a sore temptation to obtain by any means, fair or foul, sufficient to marry and support a wife. You and I were both young once, eh? And we thought that our love would last always. Where's yours today? And he sighed, where's mine? You're right, replied the old servant slowly, with a slight sigh. You refer to little Murray. Ah, I can see her now, as plainly as she was then, 40 years ago. How beautiful she was, how dainty, how perfect. And how well you loved her. And what a tragedy, the tragedy of your life, the tragedy that has ever been hidden from the world. No, enough, Levi, cried the master hoarsely, staring straight before him. Do not recall that to me, especially at this moment. It was a great tragedy of my life, until this present one which threatens to end it. But you're going to face the music, you have said. I may and I may not. Levi was silent again. Only the low ticking of the clock broke the quiet and was followed by the rumble of a motor bus and the consequent tremor in the room. At any rate, Samuel Statham will never act the coward, the millionaire remarked at last in a soft but distinct voice. Rolf can help me. Where is he? Away just at the moment that he is wanted, Levi said. My fault, Levi, his master declared. I disbelieved him and sent him out to Serbia to show him that I did not credit what he told me. You were a fool, said Levi bluntly. He never minced words when his master spoke confidentially. I know I was. I've already admitted it, exclaimed the financier. But what puzzles me is that man outside is really alive and in the flesh. I never dreamed that he would return to face me. He was dead. I could have sworn it. So you saw him dead, eh? Old Statham drew a quick breath, and his face went ashen, for he saw how he had betrayed himself. Next instant he had recovered from his embarrassment, and bracing himself with an effort, said, No, of course not. I only believed what I have been told. I was misled wilfully by my enemies. Levi looked straight into his face with a queer expression of disbelief. Statham noticed it, and it unnerved him. He had inadvertently made confession, and Levi did not credit his denial. The peril of the situation was complete. The end of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 10 shows a woman's peril. Several hours had gone by, hours which Samuel Statham spent seated in a deep easy chair near the empty fire grate, reviewing his long and eventful life. With his head buried in his hands, he reflected upon all the past, its tragedy and its prosperity. True, he had grown rich, wealthier than he had ever dreamed, but at what a cost! The world knew nothing. The world of finance, known in the city, looked upon him as a power to be reckoned with. By a stroke of that stubby, ink-stained pen which lay upon the writing table, he could influence the markets in Paris or Berlin. His aid and advice were sought by men who were foremost in the country's commerce and politics, and he granted loans to princes and to kingdoms. And yet the tragedy of his own heart was a bitter one, and a secret one that none dreamed. He, like many another world-famous man, had a skeleton in his cupboard, and that day it had seen the light, and the sight of it had caused him to begin the slow and painful process of putting his house in order prior to quitting it forever, prior to seeking death by his own hand. For nearly an hour he had been huddled up in the big leather armchair, almost immovable. He had scrawled 2 or 3 letters and written the superscription upon their envelopes, and from his writing table he had taken a bundle of letters tied with a faded blue ribbon. One by one he had read them through, and then placing them in the grate, he had applied a match and burnt them all. Some other business documents followed, as well as an old parchment deed, which he first tried to tear, but at last burned till it was merely twisted tinder. It was now afternoon, in the silence of that house of mystery, wherein no one save Charles Rolfe ever penetrated, was unbroken. Across the soft green carpet lay a bar of warm sunlight that seemed strangely out of place in that sombre apartment, with its despairing owner, while outside the shabby stranger was no longer to be seen. He might be lurking in the vicinity, but Levi had an hour ago entered and informed his master that the patient vigil had been relaxed. Old Sam had dismissed him with a grunt of dissatisfaction. Those last hours of his life he wished to spend alone. He had been trying to see some way out of the cul-de-sac in which he found himself, but there was none. That shabby wayfarer, his worst enemy, had found him. Years ago he had sworn a terrible vengeance, but for secret reasons, known only to Statham himself, he had laughed his threats to scorn. Then came his death, and Statham was free to prosper, become rich and powerful, and use his great wealth for good or for evil as he felt so inclined. He had, however, used it for good. His contributions to charities were many and handsome. Among other things, he had built and endowed a wing of the London hospital for which His Majesty signified his intention of conferring a baronetcy upon him. But that honour he declined. To his brother in the city he had said, "I don't wish for any honour, and I'll remain plain Sam to the end of my days." There was a reason, a secret reason, why he was unable to receive the distinction. None knew it, none even dreamed. The papers expressed wonder at the refusal, the people called him a fool. In Old Broad Street men were envious and laughed in their sleeves. Yet if they had known the real reason, they would surely have stood aghast. One day, however, his private secretary, young Rolf, had come to him with a strange and improbable tale. His enemy was alive and well, and was moreover actually in England. He questioned the young man and found certain discrepancies in the statement. Therefore, shrewd and far-seeing, he refused to believe it, and suspected blackmail to be the ultimate intention. He did not, however, suspect Rolf of any inclination that way. He was both faithful and devoted. 5 years before, Rolf's father, a man of considerable means, who had been interested in his financial undertakings, burnt his fingers badly over a concession given by the Persian government and became bankrupt. A year later, he died, a ruined man, leaving a son, Charles, and a daughter, Marion. The latter had been compelled, he understood, to earn a living in a London shop, and the former, who had only recently come down from Oxford, he had engaged as his confidential secretary. He had indeed done this because he had felt that Charlie's father had made the ruinous speculation upon his advice, and it therefore behoved him to do some little for the dead man's children. Few men in the city of London in these modern days are possessors of consciences, and those who have are usually too busy with their own affairs to think of the children of ruined friends. Old Sam Statham was a hard man, it must be admitted. He would drive a bargain to the last fraction of percentage, and in repayment of loans he was relentless sometimes. Yet the acts of private charity that he did were many, and he never sought to advertise them. In Charles Rolfe he had not been disappointed. Never once had he disobeyed the orders he had given, and what was more, never once had he sought to penetrate beyond the door at the head of the staircase which shut off the ground floor from the one above. The first day that Rolfe came to attend to his correspondence, he had told him that he must never ascend those stairs, and that if he did, he would be discharged at a moment's notice. This prohibition struck the young man as curious and lent additional colour to the whispers of mystery concerning the fine, fashionable house. 1,000 weird suggestions rose within his mind of what was concealed upstairs. Yet he was powerless to investigate, and after a few weeks grew to regard his master's words as those of an eccentric man whose enormous wealth had rendered a trifle extraordinary at times. Old Levi was janitor of that green baize door, situated round the corner. No one standing in the hall could see it. Therefore its existence was unsuspected. But it was an iron door covered with green baize and always kept locked. Levi kept the key, and to old Rolfe's inquisitiveness he was dumb. "The master allows nobody upstairs," was always his reply. "I sleep downstairs because I am not permitted to ascend." What other servants might be there he knew not. Levi was the only other person he ever saw. The curtains at the upper windows always looked fresh and smart, and often he went up Park Lane at night and glanced up at them. He saw lights in them, showing that they must be inhabited. At first all this puzzled him sorely. He had told Marion about it, and also Maud Petrovich, both girls being intensely interested in the mystery of the house and the character of the unseen occupants of its upper floors. But as Charlie declared that old Statham was eccentric in everything, the mystery had gradually worn off and been forgotten. The old man's face had sadly changed since early morning. His countenance now was that of a man in sheer despair. He had looked up the Continental Bradshaw and had scrawled half a dozen telegrams addressed to his secretary now on his way to Serbia, and these had been taken to the post office by Levi. But it was all in vain. The message to Belgrade could not possibly reach Rolf for another 3 days, and then, alas, it would be too late. Before then he would be finished with all earthly things, and the world would denounce him as a coward. Yet even that would be preferable to standing and hearing his enemy's denunciation than facing exposure, ridicule, and ruin. Levi was right when he suggested flight, he was murmuring to himself. Yet where can I go? I am too well known. My portrait is constantly in the papers, and save Greece, there is no country in which I could obtain sanctuary. Again, suppose I got safely to Greece. What about the firm's credit? It would be gone. But if I die today, before this man returns, they cannot accuse the dead, and the firm, being in a sound financial position, cannot be attacked. No, only by my own death can I save the situation. I must sacrifice myself. There is no help for it. None. I must die. He gazed wildly around the big old-fashioned room as though his eyes were searching for some means of escape. But there was none. His past had that day risen against him, and he was self-condemned. His chin sank again upon his chest, and his deep-set eyes were fixed upon the soft, dark green carpet. The marble clock chimed the hour of 4 and recalled to him a sense of his surroundings. He stretched himself, sighing deeply. He was wondering when that shabby watcher, who held his life in his dirty talons, would return. Thoughts of the past, tragic and bitter, arose within him, and a muttered imprecation escaped his thin, white lips. He was faced with a problem that even the expenditure of his millions could not solve. He could purchase anything on earth, but he could not buy a few more years of his own life. He envied the man who was poor and struggling, the man with a cheerful wife and loving children, the man who worked and earned and had no far-reaching interests. The wage earner was to him the ideal life of a man, for he obtained an income without the enormous responsibility consequent upon being a principal. His vast wealth was but a millstone about his neck. That little leather book with its brass lock, wherein was recorded his financial position in a nutshell, was lying upon the table. When he had consulted it, he had been appalled. He was worth far more than he had ever imagined, and yet, by an irony of fate, the accumulation of that wealth was now to cost him his life. The long bar of sunlight had been moving slowly across the carpet all the afternoon. Old Sam Statham has risen and crossed again to his writing table, searching among some papers in a drawer, and finding a silver cigarette case much tarnished by long neglect. This he opened, and within was displayed one tiny object. It was not a cigarette, but a tiny glass tube with a glass topper containing a number of very small white pilules. He was gazing thoughtfully upon these, without removing the tube from its hiding place, when of a sudden the door opened and Levi, his pale face flushed with excitement and half breathless, entered, exclaiming in a low whisper, "Rolf is here! Shall I show him in?" "Rolf?" gasped the millionaire in a voice of amazement. "Are you serious, Levi?" "Serious? Of course. He has just called and asked if you can see him." "Show him in instantly," was Statham's answer, as hope became at that instant renewed. "We may find a way out of this difficulty yet, with his aid." "We may," echoed Levi, closing the door for a moment behind him so that the young man might not overhear his words. "We may, but recollect that he is a man in love." "Well, and he loves that girl Maud Petrovich. Don't you understand, eh?" asked Levi with an evil flash in his eyes. "Ah, I see," replied the master, biting his underlip. "I follow you, Levi. It is good that you warned me. Leave the girl to me. Show him in. You know what I told you a few days ago? Of his friendship with Petrovich?" the old servant went on. "Recollect that what I said was the truth, and act upon your confidential information I gave you. In this matter you have a difficult task before you, but don't be chicken-hearted and generous as you are so very often. You are in a tight corner, and you must get out of it somehow, by hook or crook." "Trust me to look after myself," responded the millionaire with a sudden smile upon his pale, haggard face, for he saw that, with his secretary in London, he might after all escape, and he had already closed the tarnished cigarette case that had contained those pilules by which he had been contemplating ending his stormy existence. "Tell him to come in." But I beg of you to be firm. You're not a fool, urged Levi, bending earnestly towards him. What is a woman's honor as compared with your future? You must sacrifice her or yourself. There are many women in the world, recollect, but there is only one Samuel Statham. The end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 11. Samuel Statham makes confession. When Rolf entered old Sam's presence, he saw that something was amiss. Was it possible that his employer knew his secret, the secret of his visit to Cromwell Road on the previous night? Perhaps he did. The suggestion crossed his mind, and he stood breathless for a few seconds. "I thought you had left for Serbia, Rolf," exclaimed the old man in his thin, weak voice. He had seated himself at the writing table prior to his secretary's appearance, and had tried to assume a business-like air. But his face was unusually drawn and haggard. "I missed the train last night," was the young man's reply. "It is useless to leave till tonight, as I can catch the Orient Express from Paris tomorrow morning. Therefore I thought I'd call to see if you have any further instructions." The old man grunted. His keen eyes were fixed upon the other's face. The explanation was an unsatisfactory one. Samuel Statham, as became a great financier, had a wonderful knack of knowing all that passed. He had his spies and secret agents in every capital, and was always well informed of every financial move in progress. To him, early information often meant profits of many thousands, and that information was indeed paid for generously. In London, too, his spies were ever at work. Queer, mysterious persons of both sexes often called there in Park Lane, and were admitted to private audience of the king of the financial world. Rolf knew them to be his secret agents, and further that his employer's knowledge of his own movements was often wider than he had ever dreamed. No man in the whole city of London was more shrewd or more cunning than old Sam Statham. It was to the interest of Statham brothers to be so. Indeed, he had once remarked to his secretary that no secret, however carefully kept, was safe from his agents, and that he could discover without difficulty anything he wanted to know. Had he discovered the truth regarding the strange disappearance of the doctor and his daughter? "Why did you lose the train last night, Rolf?" asked the great financier. "You did not go to Charing Cross," he added. Rolf held his breath again. Yes, as he had feared, his departure had been watched for. Well, it was too late, and so I didn't attempt to catch the train." "Why too late?" asked Statham reprovingly. "In a matter of business, and especially of the magnitude of yours at this moment, one should never be behindhand. Your arrival in Belgrade 24 hours late may mean a loss of about 20,000 to the firm." "I hope not, sir," Rolf exclaimed quickly. "I trust that the business will go through all right. I did my best to catch the train." "Your best? Why, you had half a day in which to pack and get to Charing Cross." "I quite admit that, but I was prevented." "By what?" asked Statham, fixing his eyes upon the young man before him. "By a matter of private business." "Yes, a woman. You may as well admit it, Rolf, for I know all about it. You can't deceive me, you know." The other's face went ghastly white, much to Statham's surprise. The latter saw that he had unconsciously touched a point which had filled the secretary with either shame or fear, and made a mental note of it. "I don't deny it, sir," he faltered, much confused. He had no idea that his employer had any knowledge of Maud. "Well, you are an idiot," he said very plainly. "You'll never get on in the world if you're tied to woman's shoestring, depend upon it. Girls are the ruin of young men like you. When a man is free, he is his own master, but as soon as he becomes the slave of a pretty face, then he is a lost soul, both to himself and to those who employ him. Take the advice of an old man, Rolf," he said, not unkindly. "Cast off the trammels and be free to go hither and thither. When I was your age, I believed in what men call love. Bah! Live as long as I have, and watch human nature as I have watched it, and you'll come to the same conclusion as I have arrived at." "And what is that?" asked Rolf, for such conversation was altogether unusual. "That woman is man's ruin always. that the more beautiful the woman, the more complete the ruin, he answered, in the hard, unsympathetic way which he sometimes did when he wished to emphasize a point. Charlie Rolfe was silent. He was familiar with old Sam's eccentricities, one of which was that he must never be contradicted. His amazing prosperity had induced an overbearing egotism. It was better to make no reply. At heart, the old man was beside himself with delight that his secretary had not left London, but it was his policy never to betray pleasure at anything. He seldom bestowed a single word of praise upon anyone. He was silent when satisfied, and bitterly sarcastic when not pleased. I do not think, sir, that whatever you may have heard concerning the lady in question is to her detriment, he could not refrain from remarking. All that I have heard is very favourable, I admit. Understand that I say nothing against the lady. What I object to is the principle of a young man being in love. Why court unhappiness? You'll meet with sufficient of it in the world, I can assure you. Look at me. Should I be what I am if I had saddled myself with women and the worries of society, frocks, children, petty jealousies, flirtations, and the 1,001 cares and annoyances which make a man's life a burden to him? No. Take my advice and let those fools who run after trouble go their own way. Sentimentalists may write screeds and poets sonnets, but you'll find, my boy, that the only true friend you'll have in life is your own pocket. Charlie was not in the humour to be lectured, and more especially upon his passionate devotion to Maud. He was annoyed that Statham should have found it out, and yet, knowing the wide-reaching sources of information possessed by the old millionaire, it was scarcely to be wondered at. Of course, he admitted somewhat impatiently, there's a good deal of truth in your argument, even though it be a rather blunt one. You have not seen some men happy with the love of a good wife? A few, alas, a very few, Statham replied. Think of our greatest men. Nearly all of them have had skeletons in their cupboards because of their early infatuations. Of some, their domestic unhappiness is well known. Others have, however, hidden it from the world, preferring to suffer than to humiliate themselves or admit their foolishness, he said with a calm cynicism. Today you think me heartless, without sentiment, because you are inexperienced. 20 years hence recollect my words, and you'll be fully in accord with me, and probably regret deeply not having followed my advice. With his thin hand he turned over some papers idly, and then after a moment's pause his manner changed, and he said with a good-humoured laugh, You won't listen to me, I know, Rolfe. So what's the use of expounding my theory? It's very valuable, the young man declared deferentially. I know that you are antagonistic towards women. All London is aware of that. And they think me eccentric, eh? He laughed. Well, I do not want them. Society I have no use for. It is all too shallow, too ephemeral, and too much make-believe. If I wished to go into society tomorrow, it would welcome me. The door of every house in this neighbourhood would be open to me. Why? Because my money is a key by which I can enter. The most exclusive set would be delighted to come here, eat my dinners, listen to my music, and borrow my money. But who among the whole of that narrow, fast-living little world would care to know me as a poor man? I've known what it is to be poor, Rolfe, he went on, poorer than yourself. The world knows nothing of my past, of the romance of my life. One day when I am dead, it may perhaps know. But until then I preserve my secret. He was leaning back in his padded chair, staring straight before him, just as he had been an hour ago. Yes, he continued, I recollect one cold January night when I passed along the pavement yonder, and he jerked his finger in the direction of the street. I was penniless, hungry, and chilled to the bone. A man in evening dress was coming from this very house, and I begged from him a few coppers, for I had tasted nothing that day, and further, my poor mother was dying at home, dying of starvation. The man refused and cursed me for daring to beg charity. I turned upon him and cursed him in return. I vowed that if ever I had money, I would one day live in this house. He jeered at me and called me a maniac. But strangely enough, my words were prophetic. My fortune turned. I prospered. I am today living in the house of the man who cursed me, and that man himself is compelled to beg charity of me. Ah, yes, he exclaimed suddenly, rising from the chair with a sigh. There were little dreams of what my past has been. Only one man knows. The man whom you told me, Rolfe, a little time ago is in England and alive. What? The man Adams? Exclaimed Rolfe in surprise. Yes, replied his employer in a hoarse, changed voice. He knows everything. Things that would be detrimental to you? Asked the private secretary slowly. He is unscrupulous, and would prove certain things that, well, I I admit to you in strictest confidence, Rolf, that it would be impossible for me to face. Charlie stared at him in utter amazement. Then you have satisfied yourself that what I told you is correct? I disbelieved you when you told me, but I no longer doubt. Why? Because I have seen him today, seen him with my own eyes. He was standing outside, there against the railings, watching the house. And did he see you? He saw and recognized me. Charlie gave vent to a low whistle. He recognized the seriousness of the situation. As private secretary, he was in old Statham's confidence to a certain extent, but never before had he made such an admission of fear as that he had just done. Where is he now? I don't know. Gone to prepare his coup for my ruin, most probably, was the old man's response in a strained, unnatural voice. But listen, Rolf. I told you today what I would tell no other man. In you I have reposed many confidences, because I know you well enough to be confident that you will never betray them. You honor me, sir, by those words, the young man said. I endeavor to serve you faithfully as it is my duty. I am not forgetful of all that you have done for my sister and myself. I know that you are grateful, Rolf, he said, placing his bony hand upon the young man's shoulder. Therefore I seek your aid in this very delicate affair. The man Adams has returned from the grave. How, I do not know. So utterly bewildering is it all that I was at first under the belief that my eyes were deceiving me, that some man had made up to resemble him and to impose upon me. Yet there is no imposture. The man whom I know to be dead is here in London and alive. But did you actually see him dead? Asked Rolf innocently. Old Statham started quickly at the question. Well, no. I didn't exactly see him dead myself, he faltered. Then how are you so very positive that he died? Well, there was a funeral, a certificate, and insurance money was, I believe, paid. That does not prove that he died, remarked Rolf. I thought I understood you to say distinctly when we spoke of it the other day that you had actually stood beside the dead body of John Adams, and that you had satisfied yourself that life was extinct. No, no, cried the old man uneasily, his face blanched. If I led you to suppose that, I was wrong. I meant to imply that, from information furnished by others, I was under the belief that he had died. Charlie Rolfe was silent. Why had his employer altered his declaration, so as to suit the exigencies of the moment? He raised his eyes to old Sam's countenance and saw that it was the face of a man upon whom the shadow of a crime had fallen. The end of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 12, in which a woman's honor is at stake. John Adams has seen you, exclaimed Rolf slowly. Therefore the situation is, I understand, one of extreme peril. Is that so? Exactly, responded the millionaire in a thin, weak voice. But by your aid I may extricate myself. The younger man saw that the other was full of fear. Never had he seen his employer so nervous and utterly unstrung. The mystery of it all fascinated him. Statham had unwittingly acknowledged having been present at the presumed death of John Adams, and that in itself was a very suspicious circumstance. Whatever assistance I can give, I am quite ready to render it, he said, little dreaming what dire result would attend that offer. Ah, yes, cried the old man, thankfully grasping his secretary's hand. I knew you would not refuse, Rolf. If you succeed, I shall owe my life to you. You understand? My life. And he looked straight into the young man's face, adding, and Samuel Statham never forgets to repay a service rendered. I look for no repayment, he said. You have been so very good to my sister and myself that I owe you a deep debt of gratitude. Ah, your sister. Where is she now? At Cunnington's in Oxford Street. Oh, yes, I forgot. I wrote to Cunnington myself regarding her, didn't I? I hope she is comfortable. If not, tell me. I am the largest shareholder in that business. "You are very kind," replied the young man, "but she always says she is most comfortable, and all the principals are very kind to her. Of course it was hard for her at first when she commenced to earn her own living. The hours, the confinement, and the rigorous rules were irksome to a girl of her character, always been used to as she had to freedom and a country life." "Yes," replied the old man rather thoughtfully, "I suppose so. But if she is getting on well, I am quite satisfied. Should she have any complaint to make, don't fail to let me know." Rolf thanked him. The old fellow, notwithstanding his eccentricities, was always a generous master. There was a pause, during which the millionaire walked to the window, peered out to see if the shabby watcher had returned, and then came back again to his table. "Rolf," he commenced, as he seated himself with surprising calmness, "I have spoken more openly to you this afternoon than I have ever spoken to anyone for many years. First, you must remain in London. Just ring them up in the city and tell them to send Sheldon here, and say that he must leave for Belgrade tonight. I'll see him at 7 o'clock. The secretary took up the transmitter of the private telephone line to the offices of Statham Brothers in Old Broad Street, and in a few moments was delivering the principal's message to the manager. "Sheldon will be here at 7 for instructions," he said as he replaced the transmitter. "Then sit down, Rolf, and listen," the old man commanded, indicating a chair at the side of the table. The younger man obeyed, and the great financier commenced. "You have promised your help, and also complete secrecy, have you not?" "I shall say nothing," answered the other, at the same time eager to hear some closed page in the old man's history. "Rely upon my discretion." He was wondering whether the grey-faced old fellow was aware of the startling events of the previous evening in Cromwell Road. His spies had told him of Maud. They perhaps had discovered that amazing truth of what had occurred in that house, now deserted and empty. Was it possible that old Statham, being in possession of his secret, did not now fear to repose confidence in him? For he knew that, if he were betrayed, he could on his part make an exposure that must prove both ruinous and fatal. The crafty old financier was not the person to place himself unreservedly in the hands of any man who could possibly turn his enemy. He had an ulterior motive without a doubt, but what it was, Charles Rolfe was unable to discover. "The mouth of that man Adams must be closed," said the old man in a slow, deliberate voice, "and you alone are able to accomplish it. Do this for me, and I can afford to pay well." And he regarded the young man with a meaning look. Was it possible that he suggested foul play? Rolf wondered. Was he suggesting that he should lurk in some dark corner and take the life of the shabby wayfarer who had recently returned to England after a long absence? "It's not a question of payment," Rolf replied. "It is whether any effort of mine can be successful." Yes, I know. I admit, Rolf, that I was a fool. I ought to have listened to you when you first told me of his reappearance, and I ought to have approached him and purchased his silence. I thought myself shrewd, and my cautiousness has been my undoing. From the little I know, I fear that the purchase of the fellow's silence is now out of the question. A week ago it could have been effected, but now he has cast all thought of himself to the winds, and his only object is revenge. Revenge upon myself," sighed the old man, his face growing a trifle paler as he foresaw what a terrible vengeance was within the power of that shabby stranger. "Ah, I know. He'll be relentless. He has every reason to be, if what has been told him had been true. A man lied, the man who is dead. Therefore the truth that would save my honor and my life, can never be told," he added, with a desperate look upon his countenance. "Then you have been victim of a liar?" Rolf asked. "Yes, of a man who, jealous of my prosperity, endeavored to ruin me by making a false statement. But his reward came quickly. I retaliated with my financial strength, and in a year he was ruined. To recoup himself, he committed forgery, was arrested, and 6 months later died in prison, but without confessing that what he had said concerning me was a foul invention. John Adams believed it, and because of that, among other things, is my bitterest enemy." "But is there no way of proving the truth?" asked Rolf, surprised at the story. "None. The fellow put forward in support of his story proofs which he had forged. Adams naturally believed they were genuine." "And where are those proofs now?" "Probably in Adams' possession." He has no doubt hoarded them for use at the moment of his triumph. Rolf did not speak for several moments. A week ago, those proofs might, I believe, have been purchased for a round sum. Could they not be purchased now? From the man's appearance, he is penniless. Not so poor as you think. If what I have heard is true, he is in possession of funds. His shabbiness is only assumed. Have you any knowledge of a certain man named Lyle? A short man, slightly deformed? Lyle? Gasped his employer. Do you mean Leonard Lyle? What do you know of him? I saw him in the company of Adams. It is he who supplies the latter with money. Lyle! Cried Statham, his eyes glaring in amazement. Lyle here in London? He was here a week ago. You know him? Know him? Yes, answered the old millionaire hoarsely. Are you certain that he has become Adam's friend? I saw them together with my own eyes. They were sitting in the Café Royal in Regent Street. Adams was in evening dress and wore an opera hat. They had been to the Empire together. Why didn't you tell me all this before? Asked Statham in a tone of blank despair. I see now all the difficulties that have arisen. The pair have united to wreak their vengeance upon me, and I am powerless and unprotected. But who is this man, Leonard Lyle? Inquired the secretary. A man without a conscience. He was some mining engineer, and is now, I suppose, a short, white-moustached man with a slightly humped back and a squeaky voice. The same. Why didn't you tell me all this before? If Lyle knows Adams, the position is doubly dangerous, he exclaimed in abject dismay. No, he added bitterly, there can be no way out. I said nothing because you had refused to believe. You saw them together after you had told me of Adam's return or before? After, he replied. Even though you refused to believe me, I continue to remain watchful in your interests and those of the firm. I spent several evenings in watching their movements. Ah, you are loyal to me, I know, Rolf. You shall not regret this. Hitherto I have not treated you well, but I will now try and atone for the manner in which I misjudged you. I ask your pardon. For what? Inquired Rolf in surprise. For believing ill of you, was all the old man vouchsafed. I tried to do my duty as your secretary, was all he said. Your duty. You have done more. You watched my enemies even though I sneered at your well-meant warning, he said. But if you have watched, you perhaps know where the pair are in hiding? Lyle lives at the First Avenue Hotel in Holborn. Adams lives in a small furnished flat in Addison Mansions, close to Addison Road railway station. Lives there in preference to an hotel because he can go in and out shabby and down at heel without attracting comment, eh? I suppose so. I had great difficulty in following him to his hiding place without arousing his suspicions. Does he really mean mischief? Asked the principal of Statham Brothers, bending slightly towards his secretary. Yes, undoubtedly it does. The pair are here with the intention of bringing ruin upon you and upon the house of Statham, was Rolf's quiet reply. Then only you can save me, Rolf, cried the old man, starting up wildly. How? Tell me, and I am ready to act upon your instructions, Rolf said. The millionaire placed his hand upon the young man's shoulder and said, Repeat those words. Rolf did so. And you will not seek to inquire the reason of a request I may make to you, even though it may sound an extraordinary and perhaps mysterious one? I'll act as you wish without desiring to know your motives. The great financier stood looking straight into his secretary's eyes. He was deeply in earnest, for his very life now depended upon the other's assent. How could he put the proposal to the man before him? Then I take that as a promise, Rolf, he said at last. You will not withdraw. You will swear to assist me at all hazards to save me from these men. I swear. Good. Then today, nay, at this very hour, you must make what no doubt will be to you a great sacrifice. What do you mean? Asked Rolf quickly. I mean, the old man said in a very slow, distinct voice, I mean that you must first sacrifice the honor of the woman you love, Maud Petrovich. Maud Petrovich? He gasped, utterly mystified. Yes, he answered. You have promised to save me. You have sworn to assist me, and the sacrifice is imperative. It is honor or my death. The end of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane. Chapter 13 describes a man from nowhere. Late that same night, in the small and rather well-furnished dining room of a flat close to Addison Road Station, the beat-browed man, known to some as John Adams and to others as Jean Adams, was seated in a comfortable armchair smoking a cigarette. He was no longer the shabby, half-famished-looking stranger who had been watching outside Statham's house in Park Lane, but rather dandified in his neat dinner jacket, glossy shirt front, and black tie. Adventurer was written all over his face. He was a man whose whole life history had been a romance and who had knocked about in various odd and out-of-the-way corners of the world. A cosmopolitan to the backbone, he, like his friend Leonard Lyle, whom he was at that moment expecting, hated the trammels of civilized society, and their lives had mostly been spent in places where human life was cheap and where justice was unknown. Alone in that room, where the dinner cloth had been removed and a decanter and glasses had been placed by his one elderly serving woman, who had now gone for the night, he was muttering to himself as he smoked, murmuring incoherent words that sounded much like threats. It was difficult to recognize in this well-groomed, gentlemanly-looking man, with the diamond in his shirt front and the sparkling ring upon his finger, the low-looking tramp whose eyes had encountered those of the man whose ruin he now sought to encompass. In half a dozen capitals of the world he was known as Jean Adam, for he spoke French perfectly and passed as a French subject, a native of Algiers, but in London, New York, and Montreal he was known as the wandering and adventurous Englishman John Adams. Whether he was really English was doubtful. True, he spoke English without the slightest trace of accent, yet sometimes in his gesture, when unduly excited, there was unconsciously betrayed his foreign birth. His French was as perfect as his English. He spoke with an accent of the South, and none ever dreamed that he could at the same time speak the pure, unadulterated Cockney slang. He had just glanced at his watch and knit his brows when the electric bell rang, and he rose to admit a short, triangular-faced, queer-looking little old man, whose back was bent and whose body seemed too large for his legs. He, too, was in evening dress, and he carried his overcoat across his arm. "I began to fear, old chap, that you couldn't come," Adams exclaimed as he hung his friend's coat in the narrow hall. "You didn't acknowledge my wire." "I couldn't until too late. I was out," the other explained in a tone of apology. "Well," he asked with a sigh, as he stretched himself before he seated himself in the proffered chair, "what has happened?" "A lot, my dear fellow. We shall come out on top yet." "Be more explicit. What do you mean?" "What I say," was Adam's response. "I've seen old Statham today." "And he has seen you, eh?" "Of course he has. And he's scared out of his senses. Thinks he has seen a ghost, most likely." He laughed in triumph. "But he'll find I'm much more than a ghost before he's much older. The canting old blackguard." Lyle thought for a second. "The sight of you has forewarned him. It was rather injudicious just at this moment, wasn't it?" "Not at all. I meant to give him a surprise. If I had gone up to the house, rung the bell and asked to see him, I should have been refused. He sees absolutely nobody, for there is a mystery connected with the house. Nobody has ever been inside." "What?" exclaimed the old hunchbacked mining engineer. "That's interesting. Tell me more about it. Is it like the haunted house in Berkeley Square about which people used to talk so much years ago?" "I don't think it's ever been alleged to be haunted," responded Adams. "Yet there are several weird and amazing stories told of it, and of the grim shadows which overhang it both night and day." "What stories have you heard?" asked his companion, taking a cigarette from the box, for he had suddenly become much interested. "Well, it is said that the place is the most gorgeously furnished of any house in that select quarter, and that it is full of art treasures, old silver, miniatures, and antique furnitures, for old Statham is a well-known collector and is known to have purchased many very fine specimens of antiques during the past few years. They say that, having furnished the place from kitchen to garret in the most costly manner possible, he sought out the old love of his earlier days, a woman who assisted him in the foundation of his fortune, and invited her to inspect the house. They went round it together, and after luncheon he proposed marriage to her. To his chagrin, she declined the honor of becoming the wife of a millionaire. "She was a bit of a fool, I should suppose," remarked the hunchback. They were fond enough of each other. She was nearly 20 years his junior, and though they had been separated for a good many years, he was still devoted to her. When she refused to marry him, there was a scene, and at last she was compelled to admit the truth. She was the wife of another. A quarter of an hour later, she left the house in tears, and from that moment the beautiful mansion, with the exception of 2 or 3 rooms, has been closed. He will allow nobody to pass upstairs, and the place remains the same as on that day when all his hopes of happiness were shattered. But you say there were stories concerning the house, Lyle remarked between the whiffs of his cigarette. So there are. Both yesterday and today I have been making inquiries and been told many curious things. A statement, for instance, made to me is to the effect that one night, about a month ago, the chauffeur of a great Lancashire cotton spinner living a few doors away was seated on the car at 2 o'clock in the morning, ready to take 2 of his master's guests down to their home near Epsom, when he noticed Statham's windows all brilliantly lit. From the drawing room above came the sounds of waltz music, the piano excellently played. This struck the man as curious, well knowing the local belief that the upper portion of the house was kept rigorously closed. Yet from all appearances the old millionaire was that night entertaining guests, which was further proved when a quarter of an hour later the door opened and old Levi, the manservant, came forth. As he did so, a 4-wheel cab, which had been waiting opposite, a little further up the road, drew across, and a few moments later both Levi and Statham appeared, struggling with a long, narrow black box which, with the cabman's aid, was put on top of the vehicle. The box much resembled a coffin and seemed unusually heavy. So hurried and excited were the men that they took no notice of the motor car, and the cab next moment drove away, the man no doubt having previously received his orders. The music had ceased, and as soon as the cab had departed, the lights in the windows were extinguished, and the weird home remained in darkness. Very curious. Looks about as though there had been some foul play, doesn't it? Lyle suggested. That's what the chauffeur suspects. I've spoken with him myself, and he tells me that the box was so like a coffin that the whole incident held him fascinated, Adams said. And of course, this story getting about has set other people on the watch. Indeed, only last night a very curious affair occurred. It was witnessed by a man who earns his living washing carriages in the mews close by, and who has for years taken an interest in the mysterious home of Samuel Statham. He had been washing carriages till very late, and at about 2:30 in the morning was going up Park Lane towards Edgware Road, where he lives, when his attention was drawn to the fact that, as he passed Statham's house, the front door was slightly ajar. Somebody was waiting there for the expected arrival of a stranger, and hearing the carriage washer's footstep, had opened the door in readiness. There was no light in the hall, and the man's first suspicion was that of burglars about to leave the place. Next instant, however, the reputation for mystery which the place had earned occurred to him, and he resolved to pass on and watch. This he did, retiring into a doorway a little farther away, and standing in the shadow unobserved he waited. Half an hour passed, but nothing unusual occurred, until just after the clock had struck 3, a rather tall, thin man passed quietly along. He was in evening dress and wore pumps, for his tread was noiseless. The man describes him as an aristocratic-looking person, and evidently a foreigner. At Statham's door he suddenly halted, looked up and down furtively to satisfy himself that he was not being watched, and then slipped inside. And what then? Inquired Lyle, much interested. A very queer circumstance followed, went on the Cosmopolitan. There was, an hour and a half later, an exact repetition of the scene witnessed by the chauffeur. What? The black trunk? Yes. A cab drove up near to the house, and at signal from Levi came up to the curb. Then the long, heavy box was brought out by the servant, and his master heaved up onto the cab, which drove away in the direction of the Marble Arch. Infernally suspicious, remarked the hunchback, tossing his cigarette end into the grate. Did the washer take note of the number of the cab? No, that's the unfortunate part of it. Apparently he didn't notice the crawling 4-wheeler until he saw Levi come forth and give the signal. And the aristocratic-looking foreigner? Could he recognize him again? He says he could. That was last night, eh? Yes. There may be some police inquiries regarding a missing foreigner, remarked Lyle thoughtfully. If so, his information may be valuable. How did you obtain it? From his own lips. Then we had better wait and watch to see if anybody is reported missing. Certainly that house is one of mystery. Sam Statham is unscrupulous. I know him to my cost, Adams remarked. And so do I, Lyle declared. If what I suspect is true, then we shall make an exposure that will startle and horrify the world. You mean regarding the foreigner of last night? Yes. I have a suspicion that I can establish the identity of the foreigner in question, a man who has today been missing. The end of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 14 reveals a clever conspiracy. And who was he? Asked Adams quickly. For the present, that is my own affair, the hunchback replied. Suffice it for you to know that we hold Samuel Statham in the hollow of our hand. I don't know so much about that, remarked Adams dubiously. I thought so until this morning. And why, pray, has your opinion changed? Because when he came a second time to the window and looked out at me, there was a glance of defiance in his eye that I scarcely lie. He is wealthy and influential. We are not, remember? Knowledge is power. We shall be the victors. You are too sanguine, my dear fellow, declared the other. We are angling for big game, and to my idea the bait is not sufficiently attractive. Statham is unscrupulous. So are we. We can prove our story, prove it up to the hilt. Dare he face us? That's a question. I think he dare, Adams replied. You don't know him as well as I do. His whole future now depends upon his bluff, and he knows it. We can ruin both the house of Statham Brothers and its principal. In the circumstances, it's only natural that he should assume an air of defiance, which we must combat by firmness. We are associated in this affair, and my advice is not to show any sign of weakness. Exactly. That's the reason I asked you here tonight, Lyle, to discuss our next step. The hunchback was silent and thoughtful for a few moments. Then he said, There is but one mode of procedure now, and that is to go to him and tell him our intentions. He'll be frightened, and the rest will be easy. Sam Statham is not very easily frightened. You wouldn't be if you were worth a couple of £1,000,000, Adams remarked with a dubious shake of the head. I should be if upon me rested the burden of guilt. Then your suggestion is that I should go and tell him openly my intentions? Decidedly. The more open you are, the greater will be the old man's terror, and the easier our ultimate task. He'll refuse to see me. He goes down to the city sometimes. Better call there and present a false card. He won't care to be faced in the vicinity of his managers and clerks. It'll show him from the first that the great home of Statham is tottering. And it shall fall, declared Adams with a triumphant chuckle. We hold the trump cards, it is true. The only matter to be described is how we shall play them. They must be played very carefully if we are to win. Win? Echoed the other. Why, man, we can't possibly lose. Suppose he died. He won't die. I'll take care of that, said Adams, with a fierce expression upon his somewhat evil countenance. No, the old blackguard shall live, and his life shall be rendered a hell of terror and remorse. He made my life so bitter that 1,000 times I have longed for death. He taunted me with my misfortunes, ruined me and laughed in my face, jeered at my unhappiness and flaunted his wealth before me when I was penniless. But through all these years I have kept silence, laughing within myself because of his ignorance that I alone held the secret, and that when I chose I could rise and crush him. He had no suspicion of my knowledge until one blazing day in a foreign city I betrayed myself. I was a fool, I know, but very soon afterwards I repaid the error by death. I died and was buried, so that he then believed himself safe, and has remained in self-satisfied security until this morning when his gaze met mine through the window. I have risen from the dead, he added with a short, dry laugh, risen to avenge myself by his ruin. And his death, added the hunchback. Don't I tell you he shall not die? Cried Adams. What satisfaction should I have were he to commit suicide? No, I mean to watch his agony, to terrify him and drive him to an existence constantly fearing exposure and arrest. He shall not enjoy a moment's peace of mind, but shall be tortured by conscience and driven mad by terror. I will repay his evil actions towards me and mine 100-fold. How can you prevent him escaping you by suicide? He'll never do that, for he knows his suicide would mean the ruin of Statham brothers, and perhaps the ruin of hundreds of families. The canting old hypocrite would rather do anything nowadays than ruin the poor investor. Yet look at his operations in earlier days. Did he not lay the foundation of the house by the exercise of cunning and unscrupulous double-dealing? Was it not mainly by his influence that a great war was forced on? And did he not clear, it is declared, more than 500,000 by sacrificing the lives of thousands? And he actually has the audacity to dole out sums to charities and contributions to hospitals and convalescent homes. The world always looks at a man's present, my dear old chap, never at his past, responded the hunchback. Unfortunately, that is so. Otherwise, the truth would be remembered and the name of Statham held up to scorn and universal disgust. Yet, Adams went on, I grant you that he is not much worse than others in the same category. The smug frock coat and light waistcoat of the successful city man so very often conceals a black and ungenerous heart. But if you really make this exposure as you threaten, it will arouse the greatest sensation ever produced in England in modern years, Lyle remarked, slowly lighting a fresh cigarette. I will make it, and more, he declared, bringing his fist down heavily upon the table. I've waited all these years for my revenge, and depend upon it, it'll be humiliating and complete. For a few moments neither man spoke. At last Lyle said, I've more than once wondered whether you're not making a mistake in your association with that young man Barclay. Max Barclay is a fool. He doesn't dream the real game we are playing with him. No, if he did, he wouldn't have anything to do with us. I suppose he wouldn't. But the whole thing appears to him such a gilt-edged one that we have fascinated him, and it'll be devilish useful to us in the near future. You have inquired about the girl, I suppose? Yes, she's in a drapery shop at Cunnington's in Oxford Street, and funnily enough is the sister of old Sam's secretary. His sister? By Jove, we ought to know her. One of us. She might be able to find something. No, we must keep away from her at present, Adams urged. Then in a curious voice he added, we may find it necessary to become her enemy, you know, and if so, she ought not to be personally acquainted with either of us. Do you follow me? You mean that we may find it necessary to secure Max Barclay's aid at sacrifice of the girl, eh? His companion smiled meaningly. We must be careful how we use Barclay, Lyle said. The young man has his eyes open. I know, I'm well aware of that, Adams said quickly. He'll be of the greatest assistance to us. If he has no suspicions. What suspicion can he have? Laughed the other. All that we have told him he believes to be gospel truth. Only the night before last we dined together at Romano's, and after an hour at the Empire he took me to his club to chat and smoke. He of course believes the story of the railway concession to be genuine, Lyle suggested. Let me see. The concession is somewhere in the Balkans, isn't it? Yes, the railroad from Niš in Serbia across northern Albania to San Giovanni di Medora on the Adriatic. A grand scheme that's been talked for years and which the Sultan has always prevented by refusing to allow the line to pass through Turkish territory. Our story is, added Adams, that His Majesty has at last signed an errade granting permission, and that within a month or so the whole concession will be given over to an English group of whom I am the representative. I saw that the scheme appealed to him from the very first. He recognized that there was money in it, for such a line would tap the whole trade of the Balkans, and by a junction near the iron gauge of the Danube, take the trade of Romania, Hungary, and southwestern Russia to the Adriatic, instead of, as at present, into the Black Sea. For the past week I've met Barclay nearly every day. He suggested that, as the railway would be a matter of millions, he should approach old Sam Statham and ask him to lend us his support. Does he know Statham? Slightly. But I at once declined to allow him to speak about the scheme. Why? Because old Sam, with the aid of his spies and informants in diplomatic circles, could in 3 days satisfy himself whether a story was true or false. It would have given the whole story away at once. So I made an excuse for continued secrecy. Quite right. We must not court failure by allowing any inquiry to be prematurely made, said Lyle. Make the project a secret one, and speak of it with bated breath. Hint at diplomatic difficulties between Turkey and England, if the truth were known. That's just what I've done. and he's completely misled. I explained that Germany would try and bring pressure upon the Sultan to withdraw the Arade as soon as it were known that the railway had fallen into British hands, and he believed me implicitly. He had no suspicion of whom you really are? Certainly not. He believes that I have never met Statham, but that I have the greatest admiration for his financial stability and his excellent personal qualities, Adams replied. He knows me as Jean Adam of Paris, as they do here in these flats. A man who has extensive business relations in the Near East, and therefore well in with the pashas of the Sublime Porte and the officials of the Yildiz. I tell you, Lyle, the young fellow believes in me. Because you're such a confoundedly clever actor, Adams. You'd deceive the cutest businessman in London, and your wonderful documents, your rosy prospectuses, and your tales of fortunes ready to be picked up, if only a few thousands are invested. You've thoroughly fascinated young Max Barclay, who, believing that you have obtained a very valuable concession, is seized with a laudable desire to share the profits and to obtain a lucrative occupation as a director of the company in question. Once he has fallen entirely in our power, the rest will be easy, answered the adventurer. I mean to have my revenge, and you receive 30,000 as your share. But what form is this revenge of yours to take? The hunchback inquired. You have never told me that. It's my own affair, answered Adams, leaning back against the mantel shelf. Well, I think between friends there should not be any distrust, Lyle remarked. You don't think I'd give you away, do you? It's to my interest to assist you and obtain the 30,000. And you will if you stick to me, Adams answered. But I'd like to know your main object. You know that already. But only yesterday you told me that you don't want a farthing of old Statham's money. Nor do I. His money has a curse upon it, the money filched from the pockets of widows and orphans, money that has been obtained by fraud and misrepresentation, cried Adams. Today is respected and lauded on account of his pious air and his philanthropy. Yet yesterday he floated rotten concerns and coolly placed hundreds of thousands in his pocket by reason of the glowing promises that he never fulfilled. No, cried the man, clenching his strong, hard fist, I don't want a single penny of his money. You, Lyle, may have what you want of it. 30,000 to be the minimum. You thought as though you contemplated handling his fortune, the other remarked in some surprise. When I reveal to him my intentions, his banking account will be mine, at my disposal, depend upon it, Adams said. But I don't want any of his bribes. I shall refuse them. I'll have my revenge. It shall be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. He showed me no mercy, and I'll show him none. None. But it is Max Barclay who will assist me towards that end, and the girl at Cunnington's, Marion Rolfe, who must be made the cat's paw. Lyle remained thoughtful, his eyes upon the carpet. Yes, he said slowly at last. I quite follow you and divine your intentions. But remember, she is a woman. Is it just? Is it human? Human, echoed the cosmopolitan, removing his cigarette as he shrugged his shoulders with a nonchalant air. To me it matters nothing, so long as I attain my object. Surely you are not chicken-hearted enough to be moved by a woman's tears? I don't understand you, his friend declared. No, I suppose you don't, he answered. And to be frank with you, Lyle, I don't intend at this moment that you shall. My intention is my own affair. I merely foreshadow to you the importation into the affair of a woman who will, through no fault of her own, be compelled to suffer in order to allow me to achieve the object I have in view. The hunchback turned slightly towards the curtained window. He moved quickly in order to conceal an expression upon his face, which, had it been detected by his companion, the startling and amazing events recorded in the following chapters would surely never have occurred. But John Adams, standing there in ignorance, was chuckling over the secret of the terrible triumph that was so very soon to be his, a triumph to be secured by the sacrifice of an honest woman. The end of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William LaQueux. Chapter 15. More about Marion. The following Sunday afternoon was warm and bright, perfect for upriver excursions, and as was their usual habit, Max and Marion were spending the day together. Released from the eternal bustle of Oxford Street, the girl looked forward with eager anticipation to each Saturday afternoon and Sunday, the weekly period of rest and recreation. To the assistant in shops where the living-in system pertains, Sunday is the one bright interval in an otherwise dull, dreary, and monotonous life, the day when he or she gets away from the weariness of being business-like, the smell of the goods, and the keen eye of the buyer or shop-walker, and when one is one's own master for a few happy hours. To those not apprenticed in their youth to shop life, who, being born in a higher status, have been compelled to enter business as a means of livelihood, the long hours are terribly irksome, especially in winter when artificial light is used nearly the whole day. The work is soul-killing in its monotony and the pay very meagre. Therefore customers need hardly be surprised when a tired assistant does not take the trouble to exert herself unduly to satisfy her requirements. In summer, Marion loved the river. The air was fresh and healthful after the vitiated atmosphere of the costume department at Cunnington's. Usually Max brought his little motorboat from Biffen's at Hammersmith Bridge, where he kept it, up to Queux, and there they would embark on the morning and run up to Hampton Court, Staines, or even Windsor, getting their luncheon or tea at one or other of the old riverside inns, and spending a lazy afternoon up some quiet leafy backwater, where, though so near the metropolis, the kingfisher skimmed the surface of the stream, and the water lilies lay upon their broad green leaves. Those lazy hours spent together were always delightful. Therefore, to the devoted pair, a wet Sunday was indeed a calamity. On the afternoon in question, they had met at Kew Bridge at 4 o'clock, and as she sat upon the crimson cushions in the stern, they were ascending the broad Thames, the motor running as evenly as a clock, and leaving a small wash in their wake. Marion could not meet her lover before because she had spent the morning with a poor girl who had been a fellow assistant at Cunnington's and was now in Guy's Hospital. The girl was friendless and in a dangerous condition, therefore Marion had given up her morning and taken her some grapes. There were not many people on the river, for pleasure seekers usually prefer the reaches above Richmond. The craft they passed was mostly sailing boats belonging to the Club Chiswick and the inevitable launch of the Thames Conservancy. In a well-cut gown of plain white cotton, the lace and muslin at the throat, a straw hat of mushroom shape with a band of pale blue velvet, and a white sunshade over her shoulder, she looked delightfully fresh and cool. He was in navy serge suit and a peaked cap, and in his mouth a pipe. Seated sideways in the boat with the throbbing motor at his feet, he thought he never had seen her looking so chic and indescribably charming. Those stiff black dresses which custom forced her to wear in business did not suit her soft beauty, but in a river dress she looked delightfully dainty, and he tried to conjecture up a vision of what figure she would present in a well-cut evening gown. The latter, however, she did not possess. The shop assistant has but little need of décolleté, and indeed its very possession arouses comment among the plainer, more prudish, and more elderly section of the girls in the house. More than once Max had wanted to take her to the stalls of a theatre in an evening gown, but she had always declared that she preferred wearing a light blouse. As a man generally is, he was a blunderer, and she could not well explain how, by the purchase of evening clothes, she would at once debase herself in the eyes of her fellow assistants. As was well known, her salary at Cunnington's certainly did not allow of such luxuries as theatre gowns, and from the very first she had always declined to accept Max's well-meant presents. The only present of his that she had kept was a pretty ring now upon a slim white hand, a ring set with sapphires and diamonds, and inscribed with "From Max to Marion" with date. As she leaned back enjoying the fresh air after the dust and stifling heat of London, she was relating how pleased the poor invalid had been at her visit, and he was listening to her description of her friend's desperate condition. A difficult operation had turned out badly, and the surgeons held out very little hope. Not a soul had been to see the poor girl all the week, the nurse had said, for she had no relatives, and all her friends were in business and unable to get out except on Sunday. "I very much fear she won't live to see next Sunday," Marion was saying with a sigh, a cloud passing over her bright face. "It's so very sad. She's only 20 and such a nice girl. Her father was a naval officer, but she was left penniless and had to earn her own living." "Like you yourself, dearest," he answered. "Ah, how I wish I could take you from that life of drudgery. I can't bear to think of you being compelled to slave as you do, and to wait upon those crotchety old cats. as many of your customers are. It's a shame that you should ever have gone into Cunnington's. Mr. Statham, Charlie's employer, holds the controlling interest in a business. It was through him that I got in there. Without his influence, they would never have taken me, for I had no experience. As a matter of fact, she added, I am considered very lucky in obtaining a situation at Cunnington's, and Mr. Warner, our buyer, is extremely kind to me. I know all that, but it's a long arch that most wear you out, he said, especially in this close, muggy weather. Oh, I'm pretty strong, she declared lightly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. At first I used to feel terribly tired about tea time, but nowadays I can stand it very much better. But you really must leave the place, Max declared. Charlie should so arrange things that you could leave. His salary from old Statham is surely sufficient to enable him to do that. Yes, but if he keeps me, how can he keep a wife as well? Asked Marion. Dear old Charlie is awfully good to me. I never want for anything. But he'll marry Maud before long, I expect, and then I shall... Marry me, darling, he exclaimed, concluding a sentence. She blushed slightly and smiled. Ah, she said in mock reproof. That may occur perhaps in the dim future. We'll first see how Charlie's marriage turns out, eh? No, Marion, he cried. Come, that isn't fair. You know how I love you, and you surely recollect your promise to me, don't you? He asked seriously. Of course I do, she replied. You dear old boy, you know I'm only joking. He seemed instantly relieved at her words and steered across to the Middlesex banks as he approached Brentford dock in order to get the full advantage of the rising tide. Has Charlie seen Maud of late? He asked a few moments later. I don't know at all. I suppose he's in the East. I haven't seen him since he came to the shop to say goodbye to me. I wonder if the doctor and his daughter have returned to their own country, he suggested. What? Have you heard nothing of them? Nothing, he replied. I've endeavoured to discover where their furniture was taken, or where they themselves went, but all has been in vain. Both they and their belongings have entirely disappeared. The girl did not utter a word. She was leaning back with her fine eyes fixed straight before her, reflecting deeply. It's all very extraordinary, she remarked at last. Yes, I only wish, darling, you were at liberty to tell me the whole truth regarding Maud and what she has told you, he said, his gaze fixed upon her pale, beautiful face. I cannot do that, Max, was her prompt answer. So please don't ask me. I've already told you that in this matter my lips are sealed by a solemn promise, a promise which I cannot break. I know. Yet I somehow cannot help thinking that you could reveal to me some fact which might expose a motive of this strange and unaccountable disappearance, he said. Do you know, I cannot get rid of the suspicion that the doctor and possibly Maud herself have been victims of foul play. Remember that as a politician he had many enemies in his own country. A political career in the Balkans is not the peaceful profession it is here at St. Stephen's. Take Bulgaria, for instance, and recall the political assassinations of Stambulov, Petkov, and a dozen others. The same in Serbia and in Romania. The whole of the Balkans is permeated by an air of political conspiracy, for there life is indeed cheap, more especially the life of the public man. What? Then you really suspect that both Maud and her father have actually been victims of some political plot? She asked, regarding him with a strange expression. Well, how can I conjecture otherwise? The doctor would never have left suddenly without sending word to me. Have you written to Charlie telling him of his sudden disappearance? Yes, I wrote the same day that you told me, and addressed the letter to Grand Hotel at Belgrade. Then he has it by now? Certainly. I am expecting a wire from him asking for further particulars. He should have got my letter the day before yesterday, but up to the present I have received no acknowledgement. Max did not tell her that her brother had not left London on the night when he was believed to have done so, and that it was more than probable that he had never started from Charing Cross. He kept his own counsel, at the same time wondering what was the real reason why Marion so steadfastly refused to tell him the nature of Maud's confession. That it had been of a startling nature she had already admitted. Therefore he could only suppose that it had some direct connection with the astounding disappearance of both father and daughter. On the other hand, however, he was suspicious of some ingenious plot, because he felt convinced that the doctor would never have effaced himself without giving him confidential news of his whereabouts. Have you written to Maud? He asked after a few moments. No, I don't have her address. And you have not seen her? No. But you don't seem in the least alarmed about her disappearance." "Why should I be? I rather expected it," she answered, and it suddenly occurred to him whether, after all, she had been with Maud to the concert at Queen's Hall on the night of the sudden removal. A distinct suspicion seized him that she was concealing from him some fact which she feared to reveal, some fact that concerned herself more than Maud. He could see in her refusal to satisfy him as to the girl's confession an attempt to mislead and mystify him, and he was just a trifle annoyed thereby. He liked open and honest dealing, and began to wonder whether this pretended promise of loyalty to her friend was not being put forward to hide some secret that was her own. The two girls had, during the past few months, been inseparable. Had Maud really made a startling confession, or was a girl seated before him, with that strangely uneasy expression upon her beautiful countenance, endeavouring to deceive him? He tried to put such thoughts behind him as unworthy of his devotion to her, but alas, he could not. Mystery was there, mystery that he was determined to elucidate. The end of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 16. On Dangerous Ground. In the glorious sundown glinting across the river and rendering it a rippling flood of gold, Max and Marion were seated in the long upstairs room of that old-fashioned riparian inn, the London Apprentice, at Isleworth, taking their tea at the open window. Before them was a green height with a broad, tree-fringed river beyond, a quiet, peaceful, old-world scene that, amid the rapidly changing metropolitan suburbs, remains the same today as it has been for the past couple of centuries or so. They always preferred that quiet, old-fashioned upstairs room, the club room it was called, of the London Apprentice at Isleworth, to the lawns and string bands of Richmond, the tea gardens of Queux, or the pleasures of Eel Pie Island. That long, silent, old panelled room with its big bow window commanding a wide reach of the river towards St. Margaret's was well suited to their idyllic love. They knew that they would at least be alone, away from the Sunday crowd, and that after tea they could sit at the window and enjoy the calm sundown. The riverside at Isleworth does not change. Even the electric trams have passed close by it on their way to Hampton Court from Hammersmith, but they have not modernized it. The old square-towered church, the row of ancient balconied houses covered with tea roses and jasmine, and the ancient waterman's hostelry, the London Apprentice, are just the same today as they have ever been in the memory of the oldest inhabitant. And the little square in the centre of the riverside village is as silent and untrodden as in the years when Charles II loved to go there on his barge and dine in that very room at the inn, and when later David Garrick and Pope sang its praises. Max and his well-beloved had finished their tea, and with her hat and gloves off, she was lying back in a lounge chair in the deep bay window, watching the steamer Queen Elizabeth with its brass band and crowd of excursionists slowly returning to London. Near her he was seated, lazily smoking a cigarette, his eyes upon her in admiration, but still wondering as he always wondered. The truth concerning Maud Petrovich had not been told. He was very fond of the doctor, quiet, well-educated, polished and pleasant always. He was, though a foreigner and a Servian to boot, the very essence of a gentleman. His dead wife had no doubt influenced him towards English ways and English thought, while Maud herself, the very replica of his lost wife, he always declared, now held a father beneath her influence as a bright and essentially English girl. The disappearance of the pair was an enigma which, try how he would, he could not solve. His efforts to find Rolf had been unavailing, and Marion herself had neither seen nor heard from him. At Charlie's chambers his man remained in complete ignorance. His master had left for Servia, that was all. Max had been trying in vain to lead the conversation again up to the matter over which his mind had become so much exercised. But with a woman's keen ingenuity, she each time combated his efforts, which, truth to tell, only served to increase his suspicion that her intention was to shield herself behind her friend. Why this horrible misgiving had crept upon him he could not tell. He loved her with his whole heart and soul, and daily he deplored that, while he lived in bachelor luxury in artistic chambers, and with every whim satisfied, she was compelled to toil and drudge in a London drapery store. He wished with his whole heart that he could take her out of that soul-killing business life with all its petty jealousies and its eternal make-believe towards customers, and put her in the companionship of some elderly gentlewoman in rural peace. But he knew her too well. The mere offer she would regard as an insult. 100 times she had told him that, being compelled to work for a living, she was proud of being able to do so. Charlie, a brother, he could not understand. He had just made a remark to that effect, and she had asked, "Why? He's awfully good to me, you know. Lots of times he sends me unexpectedly £5 notes, and they come in very useful to a girl like me, you know." "I dare say," she laughed, "you spend as much in a single evening when you go out with the friends to the theatre and supper at the Savoy as I earn in a month." "That's just it," he said. "I can't understand why Charlie, in his position, secretary to one of the wealthiest men in England, allows you to slave away in a shop." "He does so because I refuse to leave," was her prompt answer. "I don't care to live on the charity of anybody while I have the capacity to work. My parents were both proud in this respect, and I take after them, I suppose." "That's all to your credit, dearest," he said. "But I'm looking forward to the future. I love you, as you well know, and I can't bear to think that you are bound to serve at Cunnington's from 9 in the morning till 7 at night, waiting on a set of old hags who try to choose dresses to make them appear young girls." She laughed, her beautiful face turned towards him. "Aren't you rather hard on my sex, Max?" she asked. "Why, all of us try to present ourselves to advantage in order to attract and please." "All except yourself, darling," he said courteously. "You look just as beautiful in your plain black business gown as you do now." "That's really very sweet of you," she said, smiling. Then a moment later a serious look overspread her countenance, and she added, "Why worry yourself over me, Max dear? I'm very happy. I have your love. What more can I want?" "Ah, my darling," he cried, raising and bending till his lips touched hers. "Those words of yours fill me with contentment. You're happy because I love you, and I am happy because I've secured your affection. You can never know how deeply I love you, or how completely I am yours. My only thought is of you, my well-beloved, of your present life and of your future. I have friends, men of the world, who spend their time at clubs, at sport, or at theatres, who scoff at love. I scoff with them sometimes because there is but one love in all the world for me, yours." "Yes," she said, slowly fixing her eyes upon us and tenderly stroking his hair. "But sometimes, I'm afraid, Max, Afraid?" he echoed. "Afraid of what?" "That you cannot trust me." He started. Was it not the unconscious truth that she spoke? He had been doubting her all the afternoon. "Cannot trust you?" he cried. "What do you mean? How very foolish!" But she shook her head, and a slight sigh escaped her. She seemed to possess some vague intuition that he did not entirely accept a statement regarding Maud. Yet was it, after all, very surprising, having in view the fact that she had admitted that Maud had made confession. It was the truth regarding that admission on the part of the doctor's daughter that he was hoping to elicit. "Marion," he said presently in a low, intense voice, "Marion, I love you. If I do not trust you, do you think my affection would be so strong for you as it is?" She paused for a moment before replying. "That all depends," she said. "You might suspect me of double dealing, and yet love me at the same time." "But I do not doubt you, darling," he assured her, at the same time placing his arm round her slim waist and kissing her upon the lips. "I love you. Surely you believe that?" "Yes, Max, I do," she murmured. "I do. But what?" he asked, looking straight into her fine eyes and waiting for her to continue. She averted his gaze and slowly but firmly disengaged herself from his embrace, while he, on his part, wondered. She was silent, her face pale, and her eyes a look of sudden fear. "Tell me, darling," he whispered. "You have something to say to me. Is not that so?" He loved her, he told himself, as truly as any man had ever loved woman. It was only that one little suspicion that had arisen, the suspicion that she had not been to Queen's Hall with his friend's daughter. He took her hand lightly in his and raised it courteously to his lips, but she drew it away, crying, "No, no, Max, no." "No?" he gasped, staring at her. "What do you mean, Marion? Tell me what you mean." I mean that though we may love each other, perfect trust does not exist between us." As far as I am concerned, it does, he declared, even though he knew that his words were not exactly the truth. Why have you so suddenly changed towards me, Marion? You are my love. I care for no one save yourself. You surely know that. Have I not told you so 100 times? Do you still doubt me? No, Max, I do not doubt you. It's you who doubt me. I do not doubt, he repeated. I've merely made inquiry regarding Maud and the confession which you yourself told me she made you. Surely, in the circumstances of her extraordinary disappearance, together with her father, it is not strange that I should be unduly interested in her. No, not at all strange, she admitted. I am quite as surprised and interested over Maud's disappearance as you are. Not quite so surprised, because I view the whole affair in the light of what she told me. Did what she tell you in any way concern the doctor? He asked eagerly. Indirectly it did, not directly. Had you any suspicion that father and daughter intended to suddenly disappear? No, but as I have before told you, I am not surprised. Then they are fugitives, I take it, he remarked in a changed tone. Certainly. They were no doubt driven to act as they have done, unless there has been a tragedy. But the men who removed the furniture must be in some way connected with the doctor's secret, he remarked. There were several of them. I know. You have already described to me all that you have discovered. It's very remarkable and very ingenious. A moment ago you were about to tell me something, Marion, he said, fixing his gaze upon hers. What is it? Oh, she answered uneasily. Nothing. Nothing, I assure you. Now, don't prevaricate, he exclaimed, raising his forefinger in mock reproof. You wanted to explain something to me. What was it? She tried to laugh, but it was only a very futile attempt, and it caused increased suspicion to arise within his already overburdened mind. Here he was endeavouring to elucidate the mystery of the disappearance of a friend, yet she could not assist him in the least. His position was sufficiently tantalizing, for he was convinced that by a secret knowledge she held the key to the whole situation. Usually women are not so loyal to friends of their own sex as are men. A woman will often give away another woman without the least compunction, where a man will be staunch even though the other may be his enemy. This is a fact well known to all, yet the reason we may leave aside as immaterial to this curious and complex narrative which I am endeavouring to set down in intelligible form. Marion, the woman he loved better than his own life, was assuring him that she had nothing to tell, while he at the same moment was convinced by her attitude that she was holding back from him some important fact which it was her duty to explain. She knew how intimate was her lover's friendship with the missing man, and the love born his daughter by her own brother. If foul play were suspected, was it not a bounden duty to relate all she knew? The alleged confession of Maud Petrovich struck him now more than ever as extraordinary. Why did Marion not openly tell him of her fears or misgivings? Why did not she give him at least some idea of the nature of her companion's admissions? On the one hand, he admired her for her loyalty to Maud, while on the other he was beside himself with chagrin that she persistently held a secret. In that half hour during which they had sat together in the crimson sundown, her manners seemed to have changed. She had acknowledged her love for him, yet in the same breath she had indicated a gulf between them. He saw in her demeanour a timidity that was quite unusual, and he put it down to the guiltiness of a secret. Marion, he said at last, taking her hand firmly in his again and speaking in earnest, you said just now that you believed I loved you, but something. But what? Tell me. What is it you wish to say? Come, do not deny the truth. Remember what we are both to each other. I have no secrets from you, and you have none from me. She cast her eyes wildly about her, and then they rested upon his. A slight shudder ran through her as he still held a soft little hand. I know it's very wrong of me, she faltered, casting her eyes to the floor as though in shame. I have no right to hold back anything from you, Max, because I love you. But you don't understand. It's because I love you so much that I am silent, for fear that you... And she buried her head upon his shoulder and burst into tears. The end of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 17, in which a Scot becomes anxious. That same Sunday evening at midnight, in a cane chair in the lounge of the Central Station Hotel in Glasgow, Charlie Rolfe sat idly smoking a cigar. Sunday in Glasgow is always a dismal day. The weather had been grey and depressing, but he had remained in the hotel busy with correspondence. He had arrived there on Saturday upon some urgent business connected with a huge engineering concern, the Clyde and Motherwell locomotive works, in which old Sam Statham held a controlling interest, but as the manager was away till Monday, he had been compelled to wait until his return. The matter which he was about to decide involved the gain or loss of some £25,000, and a good deal of latitude old Statham had allowed him in his decision. Indeed, it was Rolfe who practically ran the big business. He reported periodically to Statham, and the latter was always satisfied. During the last couple of years, by his clever finance, Rolfe had made much larger profits with smaller expenditure, even though his drastic reforms had very nearly caused a strike among the 4,000 hands employed. He had spent a most miserable day, a grey day full of bitter reflection and of mourning over the might-have-beens. In the morning he had idled away walking through Buchanan Street and the other main thoroughfares, where all the shops were closed and where the general aspect was inexpressibly dismal. In the afternoon he had taken a cab and gone for a long drive alone to while away the hours, and now after dinner he was concluding one of the most melancholy days of all his life. There were one or two other men in the lounge, keen-faced men of commercial aspect, who were discussing over their cigars, prices, freights, and other such matters. In the corner was a small party of American men and women, stranded for the day while on their round tour of Scotland, the West Highlands, the Trossachs, Loch Lomond, Stirling Castle, the Highlands, and the rest, anxious for Monday to come, so as to be on the move again. Rolfe stretched his legs and from his corner surveyed the scene through the smoke from his cigar. He tried to be interested in the people about him, but it was impossible. Ever and anon the words of old Sam Statham rang in his ears. If the house of Statham, which after all seemed to be but a house of cards, was to be saved, it must be saved at the sacrifice of Maud Petrovich. Why? That question he had asked himself 1,000 times that day. The only reply was that the charming half-foreign girl held old Statham's secret. But how could she? As far as he knew, they had only met once, years ago, when she was but a child. And Statham, the elderly melancholy man who controlled so many interests, whose every action was noted by the city, and whose firm was believed to be as safe as a Bank of England, actually asked him to sacrifice her honour. What did he mean? Did he suggest that he was to wilfully compromise her in the eyes of the world? Ah, if he only knew, murmured Rolfe to himself, his face growing pale and hard-set. Sam Statham believes himself clever, and so he is. Yet in this game I think I am his equal. And he smoked on in silence, his frowning countenance being an index to his troubled mind. He was reviewing the whole of the curious situation. In a few years he had risen from a harum-scarum youth to be the private secretary, confidant, and frequent adviser to one of the wealthiest men in England. Times without number, old Sam, sitting in his padded writing chair in Park Lane, had commended him for his business acumen and foresight. Once, by a simple suggestion, daring though it was, Statham had, in a few hours, made £10,000, and with many words of praise, the dry old fellow took out his cheque-book and drew a cheque as a little present to his clever young secretary. Charlie Rolfe was, however, unscrupulous, as a good many men of business are. In the world of commerce, the dividing line between unscrupulousness and what the city knows as smartness is invisible. So Marion's brother was dubbed as a smart man at Statham Brothers, and in those big, old-fashioned and rather gloomy offices, he was envied as being the governor's favourite. Charlie intended to get on. He saw other men make money in the city by the exercise of shrewdness and common sense, and he meant to do the same. The business secrets of old Sam Statham were all known to him, and he had more than once been half tempted to take into partnership some financier who, armed with the information he could give, could make many a brilliant coup, forestalling even old Statham himself. Up to the present, however, he had never found anybody he could implicitly trust. Of sharks he knew dozens, clever, energetic men, he admitted, but there was not one of these who would not give away their own mother when it came to making 1,000 profit. So he was waiting. waiting until he found the man who could go in with him and make a fortune. Again he was reflecting upon old Sam's appeal to him to save him. Suppose he knew, he murmured again. Suppose, and his eyes were fixed upon the painted ceiling of the lounge. A moment later he sighed impatiently, saying, "Phew, how stifling it is here," and rising, took up his hat and went down the stairs and out into the broad street to cool his fevered brain. He was haunted by recollection, the tragic recollection of that night when the doctor and his daughter had so mysteriously disappeared. "I wonder," he said aloud at last, "I wonder if Max ever dreams the extraordinary truth. Yet how can he? What impressions can he have? He must be puzzled, terribly puzzled, but he can have no clue to what has actually happened." And then he was again silent, still walking mechanically along the dark, half-deserted business street. But suppose the truth was really known? Suppose it were discovered? What then? "Ah!" he gasped, staring straight before him. "What then?" For a full hour he wandered the half-deserted streets of central Glasgow, till he found himself down by the Clyde bank, and then he retraced his steps to the hotel, hardly knowing whither he went, so full was he of the terror which daily, nay, hourly obsessed him. Whether Max Barkley had actually discovered him or not meant to him his whole future, nay, his very life. "I wonder if I could possibly get at the truth through Marion," he thought to himself. "If he really suspects me, he might possibly question her with a view of discovering my actual movements on that night. Would it be safe to approach her? Or would it be safer to boldly face Max, and if he makes any remark, to deny it?" Usually he was no coward. He believed in facing the music when there was any to face. One of the greatest misfortunes of honest folks is that they are cowards. As he walked on, he still muttered to himself, "As in Boileau said that all men are fools, and in spite of all their pains, they differ from each other only more or less. I am a fool, a silly, cowardly ass, scenting danger where there is none. What could Max prove after all? No, when I return to London, I'll go and face him. The reason I didn't go to Serbia is proved by Statham himself. Of excuses, I'm never at a loss. It's an awkward position, I admit, but I must wriggle out of it, as I've wriggled before. Statham's peril seems to me even greater than my own, and moreover he asks me to do something that is impossible. He doesn't know. He never dreams the truth, and what's more, he must never know. Otherwise I must." And instinctively his hand passed over his hip pocket, where reposed the handy plated revolver which he always carried. Presently he found himself again in front of the Central Station Hotel, and entering, spent an hour full of anxious reflection prior to turning in. If any had seen him in the silence of that hotel room, they would have at once declared him to be a man with a secret, as indeed he was. Next morning he rose pale and haggard, surprised at himself when he looked at the mirror. But when at 11 o'clock he took his seat in the director's office at the neat Clyde and Motherwell locomotive works, his face had undergone an entire change. He was the calm, keen businessman who, as secretary and agent of the great Samuel Statham, had power to deal with the huge financial interests involved. The firm had a large contract for building express locomotives for the Italian railways, lately taken over by the state, and the first business was to interview the manager and the sub-manager together with the 2 engineers sent from Italy regarding some details of extra cost of construction. The work of the Clyde and Motherwell Company was always excellent. They turned out locomotives which could well bear comparison with any of the Northwestern, Great Northern, or Nord of France, both as to finish, power, speed, and smoothness of running. Indeed, to railways in every part of the world, from Narvik within the Arctic Circle to New Zealand, Clyde and Motherwell engines were running with satisfaction, thanks to the splendid designs of the chief engineer Duncan MacGregor, the white-bearded old Scot, who at that moment was seated with Statham's representative. The conference between the engineers of the Italian Ferrovia and the managers was over, and old MacGregor, who had been engineer for years to Cowan and Drummond, who owned the works before Statham had extended them and turned them into the huge Clyde and Motherwell works, still remained. He was a broad-speaking Highlander, a native of Killen on Loch Tay, whose services had long ago been coveted by the London and North Western Railway Company on account of his constant improvements in express engines, but who always refused, even though offered a larger salary, to go across the border and forsake the claim to whom 40 years ago he had been apprenticed by his father, a small farmer. As a Scotsman, he believed in Glasgow, It was, in his opinion, the only place where could be built locomotives that would stand the wear and tear of a foreign or colonial line. An engine that was cleaned and looked after like a watch, as they were on the English or Scotch main lines, was easily turned out, he was fond of saying. But when it became a question of hauling power, combined with speed and strength to withstand the hard wear and neglect, it was a very different matter. Managers and sub-managers, secretaries and accountants there might be, gentlemen who wore black coats and went out to dine in evening clothes, but the actual man at the head of affairs at those great works was Duncan MacGregor, the short, thick-set man in a shabby suit of grey tweed who sat there closeted with Rolf. "You wrote to London asking me to see me, MacGregor," explained the young man. "We are always pleased to hear any suggestions you have got to make, I'm sure," said Charlie pleasantly. "Have a cigarette?" And he pushed the big box over to the man who sat on the other side of the table. "Thank ye, no, Mr. Ralph, sir. I'm better wanting it," replied MacGregor in his broad tongue. And then, with a preliminary cough, he said, I want very badly to speak with Mr. Statham." "Whatever you say to me, MacGregor, I'll tell him." "I want to speak to him myself." "I'm afraid that's impossible. He sees nobody except once a week in the city, and then only for 2 hours. "He wouldn't see me, eh?" asked a man whose designs had brought the firm to the forefront in the trade. "I fear it would be impossible. You would go to London for nothing. I'm his private secretary, you know, and anything that you tell me I shall be pleased to convey to him." "But, man, I want to see him myself." "That can't be managed," declared Rolf. "This business is left to Mr. Smale and myself. Mr. Statham controls the financial position, but details are left to me, in conjunction with Smale and Hamilton. Is it concerning the development of the business that you wish to see Mr. Statham?" "No, it ain't. It concerns Mr. Statham himself privately." Rolf pricked up his ears. "Then it's a matter which you do not wish to discuss with me," he said. "Remember that Mr. Statham has no business secrets from me. All his private correspondence passes through my hands." "I know all that, Mr. Rolf," MacGregor answered with impatience. "But I must and I will see Mr. Statham. I'm coming to London tomorrow to see him." "My dear sir," laughed Rolf, "it's utterly useless. Why, Mr. Statham has peers of the realm calling to see him, and he sends out word that he is not at home." "Ah, he's a big man, I ken. But when he knows my business, he'll very soon see me," replied the bearded old fellow in confidence. "But is your business of which a very private character?" asked Rolf. "Aye, it is." "About the projected strike, eh?" "Well, I can tell you at once what his attitude is towards the men without you going to London. He told me a few days ago to say that if there was any trouble, he'd close down the works entirely for 6 months or a year, if need be. He won't stand any nonsense." "And starve the poor bairns, eh?" remarked the old engineer, who had grown white in the service of the firm. "Aye, when it was Cowan and Drummond, they wouldn't have done that. I remember the strike in '82, and how they conciliated the men. But it was not about the strike at all I was wanting to see Mr. Statham. It was about himself." "Himself? What does he concern you? You have never met him. He's never been in Glasgow in his life." "Whether I've met him or no is my own affair, Mr. Rolf," replied the old fellow, sticking his hairy fist into his jacket pocket. "I want to see him now and at once. I shall go to the London office and wait till he comes." "And when he comes, he'll be far too busy to see you," the secretary declared. "So, my dear man, don't spend money unnecessarily in going up to London, I beg of you." By the old man's attitude, Rolf scented that something was amiss and set himself to discover what it was and report to his master. "Is there any real dissatisfaction in the works?" he asked MacGregor after a brief pause. "There was a wee bitty, but it is passed away." "Then it is not concerning with the works that you want to see Mr. Statham?" "Nay, mon, not at all." "Nor about any new patent?" "Nay." Rolf was filled with wonder. The attitude of the old fellow was sphinx-like, and yet he seemed confident that the millionaire would see him when he applied for an interview. For a full half-hour they chatted, but canny MacGregor told his questioner nothing more than that he was about to go to London to have a talk with the great financier upon some important matter which closely concerned him. Therefore, by the West Coast Evening Express, Rolf left Glasgow for the south, full of wonder as to what the white-bearded old fellow meant by his covert insinuations and his proud confidence in the millionaire's good offices. There was something there which merited investigation. Of that he was convinced. The end of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 18. The Outsider. On the left-hand side of Old Broad Street City, passing from the Royal Exchange to Liverpool Street Station, stands a dark and dingy building with a row of 4 windows looking upon the street. On a dull day when the green-shaded lamps are lit within, the passer-by catches glimpses of rows of clerks seated at desks poring over ledgers. At the counter is a continual coming and going of clerks and messengers, and notes and gold are received in and paid out constantly until the clock strikes 4. Then the big old doors are closed, and upon them is seen a brass plate with the lettering almost worn off by continual polishing, bearing the words Statham Brothers. Beyond the counter, through a small wicket, is the manager's room, large but gloomy, screened from the public view, and lit summer and winter by artificial light. In a corner is a safe for books, and at either end, big writing tables. In that sombre room, deals representing thousands upon thousands were often made, and through its door, alas, many a man who, finding himself pressed, had gone to the firm for financial aid and been refused, had walked out a bankrupt and ruined. Beyond the manager's room was a narrow, dark passage, at the end of which was a door marked private. And within that private room, punctually at 11 o'clock, 3 mornings after Rolf's conversation with McGregor, old Sam Statham took his seat in the shabby writing chair from which the stuffing protruded. About the great financier's private room there was nothing palatial. It was so dark that artificial light had to be used always. The desk was an old-fashioned mahogany, one of the style of half a century ago, a threadbare carpet, 2 or 3 old horsehair chairs, and upon the green-painted wall a big dated calendar such as bankers usually use, while beneath it was a card printed with old Sam's motto, "Time flies, death urges." That same motto was over every clerk's desk, and because of it, some wag had dubbed the great financier Death Head Statham. As he sat beneath the lamp at his desk, old Sam's appearance was almost as presentable as that of his clerks. Levi always smartened his master up on the day he went into the city, compelling him to wear a frock coat, a light waistcoat, a decent pair of trousers, and a proper cravat instead of the bit of greasy black ribbon which he habitually wore. "And how much have we gained over the Perkin business, Ben?" Mr. Samuel was asking of the man who, though slightly younger, was an almost exact replica of himself, slightly thinner and taller. Benjamin Statham, Sam's brother, was a working manager of the concern and one of the smartest financiers in the whole city of London. He was standing with his back to the fireplace and his hands thrust deep in his trousers pockets. "Ah," he laughed, "when I first suggested it, you wouldn't touch it. Didn't owe for Chinese business and all that. You'd actually see the French people go and take the plums right from beneath our noses, and—" "Enough, Ben. I own I was a little short-sighted in that matter. Perhaps the details you sent me were not quite clear. At any rate," he said, "I was mistaken, for you say we have made a profit. How much?" 12,000, and not a cent of hazardous risk." "How did we first hear of the business?" "Through the secret channel in Paris." "The woman?" "Yes." "Better send her something." "How much?" "She's rather hard up, I hear." "Women like her are always hard up," growled old Sam. "Leave it to me. I'll get Rolf to send her something tomorrow." "I promised her a couple of hundred. You mustn't send her less, or we shall queer business for the future." "I shall send her 500, responded the head of the firm. "She's a very useful woman, and pretty too, Ben." "By Jove, she is." "She called on me in an automobile at the Elysee Palace about 18 months ago, and I was much struck by her. She knows almost everybody in Paris, and gets any information she wants from her numerous male admirers." "She is well paid. Gets 1,000 a year from us," Ben remarked. "And we sometimes make 20 out of the secret information she obtains for us," laughed old Sam. "Remember the Morocco business, and how she gave us the complete French program which she got from young Delorme?" at the Quai d'Orsay. We were as much in the dark as the newspapers till then, and if we hadn't got at the French intentions, we should have made a terribly heavy loss. As it was, we left it to others, who went under. She got an extra 500 as a present for that, Ben pointed out, and it was worth it. Delorme doesn't know who gave the game away to us. If he did, it would be the worse for our daintiness. No doubt it would be. But she's a fly bird, and as only you and I and Rolf know the truth, she is pretty confident that she'll never be given away. She's in town, at Claridge's, just now, so you need not write to her to Paris. She asked me to call the night before last, and I went, said Ben. She wanted to get further instructions regarding a matter about which I wrote her. I dined with her. Sam grunted as he turned slightly in his chair. Rather undesirable company, eh, Ben? He exclaimed with some surprise. Suppose you are seen by anyone who knows her, and recollect that all Paris knows her. It's scarcely compatible with our standing in the city for you to be seen in a company. My dear Sam, I took very good care not to be seen in a company. I'm not quite a fool. I accepted her invitation with a distinct purpose. I wanted to question her about one of her friends, a man who may in future prove of considerable use to us. He is, as usual, in love with her, and she can twist him inside out. Ah, any man's a fool who allows himself to fall under the fascination of a woman's smiles, remarked the dry-as-dust old millionaire. We have been wise, Ben, to remain bachelors. It's the unmarried who taste the good things of this world. Benjamin sighed, but said nothing. He, like Sam himself, had had his love romance years ago, and it still lingered with him, lingered as it does within the heart of every man who has loved a woman that has turned out false and broken a pledge of affection. Ben Statham's was a sorry story. Before his eyes, even now that 30 years had gone, there often rose a vision of a sweet, pale-faced, slim figure in white muslin, girdled and blue, of green meadows where the cattle stood knee-deep in the rich grass, and of a cool Scotch glen where the trees overhung the rippling burn and where the trout darted in the pools. But it has all ended, as many another love romance has, alas, ended in the woman forsaking the man who loved her and in marrying another for his money. 3 years later, her husband, the man whom she had wedded because of his position, was in the bankruptcy court, and 6 months afterward he had followed her to her grave. But the sweet recollection of her still remained with Ben, and beneath that hard and wizened countenance beat a heart full of tender memories of a day long since dead. His brother Samuel's romance was even more tragic. Nobody knew the story save himself, and it had never passed his lips. The society gossips, who so often wrote their tittle-tattle about him, never dreamed the strange story of the life of the great financier, nor the extraordinary romance that underlay his marvelous success. What a sensation would be produced if they ever learnt the truth. In those days, long ago, both of them had been poor, and had suffered in consequence. Now that they were both wealthy, the bitterness of the past still remained with them. They were discussing another matter concerning a project for an electric tramway in a Spanish city, the concession for which had been brought to them. They both agreed that the thing would not pay, therefore it was dismissed. During their discussion, Rolf entered, and taking his seat at the small table near his master, busied himself with some letters. Suddenly, Benjamin Statham exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, there's a queer-looking Scot from the Clyden Motherwell works who's been hanging about for a couple of days to see you, Sam. Says he must see you at all costs." "I don't want to see anybody from Glasgow," snapped Statham. "Tell him I'm not here, whoever he is." "He is the old engineer McGregor," Rolf said. "He mentioned to me when I was in Glasgow the other day that he particularly wished to see you, and that he was coming up on purpose. I told him it was a wild goose chase." "Engineer? What does he do?" "Mind the engine? One of the men who threatens to go on strike, I suppose," remarked old Sam. "No," laughed Rolf. "He's little more than engineer. It is he who has designed nearly every locomotive we have turned out." "Oh, valuable man, eh? Then raise his salary, Rolf, and send him back to Glasgow to make a few more engines." "He's waiting outside at the counter now, and won't go away," exclaimed the secretary. "Then go to him and say he shall have £50 more a year. I can't be bothered to see the fellow." Rolf rose and went to the outer office, where McGregor stood patiently. He had waited there for best part of 2 days, and with a Scots tenacity refused to be put off by any of the clerks. He wanted to see Mr. Samuel Statham, "And I mean to see him, mon," he told everybody, his grey beard bristling fiercely as he spoke. He was evidently a man with a grievance. Such men came to Old Broad Street sometimes, and on rare occasions Mr. Benjamin saw them. They were hard cases of men ignorant of the ways of business as a city today knows it, having been deliberately swindled out of their rights by sharks, concessions filched from their rightful owners, and patents artfully stolen and registered. But old Duncan McGregor, with his white beard, was of a different type, the type of honest, hard-working plodder, out of whose brains the great Clyde and Motherwell works were practically coining money daily. As Rolf advanced to him, he said, "I'm sorry, McGregor, that Mr. Statham is quite unable to see you today. He's engaged 3 deep. I've told him you wish to see him, and he says that he much appreciates the great services you have rendered to the firm, and that you are to receive a rise of salary of £50 a year beginning the 1st of last January." "What? He offers me another £50? He's good and generous, but I have not come for that. I've come to London to see him, you hear? To see him. Do you hear, Mr. Rolf? And I must." "But, my dear sir, you can't." "Tell him I don't want his £50, cried the old man so derisively that the clerks looked up from their ledgers. "I must speak to him, and him alone." "Impossible," exclaimed Rolf impatiently. "Why impossible?" asked the old fellow. "When Mr. Statham knows the business I have come upon, he won't thank you for keeping us apart. Do you ken that man?" And his beard wagged as he spoke. "I know nothing, McGregor, because you have told me nothing," was the other's reply. "Well, I tell you I mean to see him, and that's sufficient for Duncan McGregor." "Mr. Duncan McGregor will, if he continues to create a scene here, find himself discharged from the employ of the Clyde and Motherwell works," remarked Rolf dryly. "And Duncan McGregor will go to the North Western tomorrow at a bigger rise than the £50 a year. Do you ken that?" replied the man from Glasgow. "Then you refuse to accept Mr. Statham's offer to you?" "Of course, man. You don't think that I come to London a cringing for more pay, do you?" "If I wanted it, could I got it from another company years ago," replied the independent old fellow. "No, I must see Mr. Statham. Go back and tell him so. I'm here to see him on a very important matter." And dropping his voice, he added, "a matter which closely concerns himself." "Then tell me its nature." "It's private, sir. Until Mr. Statham gives me leave to tell you, I can't." "But he wants to know the nature of the business," answered the secretary, again struck by the old fellow's pertinacity. It was not every man who would decline a rise of £1 a week in his salary. Rolf was puzzled, but he knew old Sam well enough to be aware that even if a duke called, he would refuse to see him. He only came to the city once a week to discuss matters with his brother Ben, and so no outsider. "I can't tell you why I want to see Mr. Statham. That's only his business and mine," replied the bearded Scot. The clerks were now smiling at Rolf's vain attempts to get rid of him. "Will you write it then? Here, write on the slip of paper," the secretary suggested. The old fellow hesitated. "Yes, if you let me seal it up in an envelope." Rolf at once assented, and with considerable care the old fellow wrote some pencil lines, folded the paper, sealed it in the envelope, and wrote the superscription. A few moments later, when Rolf handed it to the old millionaire, who was still at his table chatting with his brother, he asked, in the snappish way habitual to him, "Who's this from?" "Why am I bothered?" "From the man McGregor from Glasgow. He won't go away." "Then discharge the brute," he replied, and with a note in his hand he finished a remark he had addressed to his brother. At last, mechanically, he opened it, and his eyes fell upon the scribbled words. His jaw dropped. The colour left his cheeks, and sitting back, he glared straight at Rolf as though he had seen an apparition. For a few moments he seemed too confused to speak. Then, when he recovered, he said, half apologetically, "Ben, I must see this man alone. A private matter. I had no idea. "Of course, Sam," exclaimed the brother, leaving the room. "Let me know when he's gone." "Rolf, show him in," the millionaire ordered. The instant his secretary had gone, he sprang to his feet, examined his face in the small mirror over the mantel shelf for a moment, and then stood bracing himself up for the interview. The end of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 19. The Man Who Loved. A few nights later, Max Barclay was seated in the stalls of the Empire Theatre with Marion. They never went to the legitimate theatre because she had no evening dress. Even to be seen in one would have caused comment among her fellow employees at Cunnington's. The girls were never very charitable to each other, for in the pernicious system of the living inn there is no privacy or home life, no sense of responsibility or of freedom. The average London shop girl has but little leisure and little rest. Chronically overtired, she cares little to go out of an evening after the long shop hours, and looks forward to Sunday as the day when she can read in bed till noon if she chooses, snooze again in the afternoon, and perhaps go to a cafe in the evening. It was so with Marion. The sales were on, and there were spiffs or premiums placed by Mr. Warner upon some out-of-date goods which it was every girl's object to sell and thus earn the commission. So she was working very hard and already held quite a respectable number of tickets representing spiffs. In a dark blue skirt, white silk blouse and black hat, she looked extremely pretty and modest as she sat beside her lover in the second row of the stalls, watching the ballet with its tuneful music, clever groupings and phantasmagoria of colour. She glanced at the watch upon her wrist and saw that it was nearly 10 o'clock. In half an hour she would have to be in. The bondage of his well-beloved galled Max, yet he could say nothing. Her life was the same as that of 100,000 other girls in London. Indeed, was she not far better off than those poor girls who came up from their country homes to serve a year or two's drudgery without payment in order to learn the art and mystery of serving a customer, girls who were orphans and without funds, and who very soon found the actual necessity of having a little pocket money for dress and for something with which to relish the stale bread and butter doled out to them. The public have never yet adequately realized the hardships and tyranny of shop life, where man is but a mere machine, liable to get the sack at a moment's notice, and where woman is but a ill-fed, overworked drudge, liable at any moment to be thrown out penniless upon the great world of London. Some day ere long the revelation will come. There are certain big houses in London with pious shareholders and go-to-meeting directors which will earn the opprobrium of the whole British public when the naked truth regarding their female assistants is exposed. In the trade it is known, and one day there will arise a man bolder and more fearless than the rest who will speak the truth and moreover prove it. If in the meantime you want to know the truth concerning shop life, ask the director of any of the numerous rescue societies in London. What you will be told will, I assure you, open your eyes. The couple of hours Max had spent with Marion proved delightful ones, as they always were. Promenading in the lounge above were many men about town whom he knew, and who, seeing him with a modest-looking girl, smiled knowingly. They never guessed the truth, that he loved her and intended to make her his wife. "Charlie's back from Glasgow," she was saying. "He came to the shop this afternoon to ask if I had seen you, and to explain how the other night he, by a most fortunate circumstance, missed the Continental train. For next morning Mr. Statham wanted him to do some very important business, and was delighted to find that he had not left. Another man has gone out to the east." "If he wanted to know my movements, he might have called at Dover Street," Max remarked thoughtfully, the recollection of that night in Cromwell Road arising within him. "He seemed very busy, and said he had not a moment to spare. He was probably going north again. They have, he told me, some big orders from Italy at the locomotive works." "I thought Statham couldn't do without him," remarked Max. "Nowadays, however, he seems always travelling." "He's awfully kind to me. Gave me a £5 note this afternoon." "What did he say about me?" inquired Max. "Oh, nothing very much. He asked me, among other things, whether I knew where you were on the night of the disappearance of the doctor and his daughter." Max started. "And what did you reply?" "That I hadn't the slightest idea. I never saw you that evening," was the girl's frank response. Her lover nodded thoughtfully. It was now plain that Charlie suspected that he had detected him leaving the house, and was endeavouring to either confirm his suspicion or dismiss it. "Did he tell you today where he was going?" "Back to Glasgow, I believe, but only for 2 days." Max was seated at the end of the second row of the stalls, and beyond Marion were 3 or 4 vacant seats. At this juncture their conversation was interrupted by a man in well-cut evening dress, his crush hat beneath his arms, advancing down the gangway and putting his hand out heartily to Max, exclaiming, "My dear Barclay, "Excuse me, but I want very much a few words with you tonight on a matter of great importance." Then, glancing at Marion, he added, "I trust that Mademoiselle will forgive this intrusion." The girl glanced at the newcomer, while her lover, taking the man's hand, said, "My dear Adam, I too wanted to see you, and intended to call tomorrow. You're not intruding in the least. Here's a seat. Allow me to introduce Miss Rolfe, Mr. Jean Adam." The man of double personality bowed again, and passing Marion and her lover, seated himself at her side, commencing to chat merrily, and explaining that he had recognized Max from the circle above. He had, it appeared, been to Dover Street an hour before, and Max's man had told him where his master was spending the evening. Marion rather liked him. Max had already told her of this Frenchman who spoke English so well, and with whom he was doing business. In his speech he had the air and polish of the true cosmopolitan, and he also possessed a keen sense of humour. Presently Marion, glancing again at her watch, declared that she must leave. Max scarcely ever took her home. He always put her into a cab, and she descended at the corner of the street off Oxford Street, where Cunnington's assistants had their big barrack-like dwelling, and walked home alone. It was her wish to do so, and he respected it. Therefore all three rose, and Max went outside with her and put her into a cab, promising to meet her on the following evening. In the bustle of Leicester Square at that hour he could not kiss her, but as their hands grasped, their eyes met in a glance which both knew was one of trust and mutual affection. And so they parted, Max returning to the lounge where the Frenchman Jean Adam, alias the Englishman John Adams, awaited him. They had a drink at the American bar, and then promenaded up and down in the gay crowd that nightly assembles in that popular resort. Max nodded to one or two men he knew, clubmen and habitués like himself, and then after the show was over they took a cab down to Savoy to supper. The gay restaurant, with its crimson carpet and white decorations, was crowded. To Gustave, who allotted the tables, Max was well known, therefore a table for two in the left-hand corner of the big room. The table he usually occupied was instantly secured, and the couple who had engaged were moved elsewhere. In the season, Max had supper there on the average 3 nights a week, for at the Savoy one meets all one's friends, and there is always music, life and brightness after the theatre, until the licensing regulations cut off the merriment so abruptly. The night was no exception. The place was filled to overflowing with the smart world, together with many American visitors, the latest musical comedy actresses and their male appendages, country cousins, men whose names were household words, and women whose pasts had appeared in black and white in the newspapers. A strange crowd surely. Half the people were known to each other by sight, if not personally, and the other half were mere onlookers, filled with curiosity when Lord this or Dolly that were pointed out to them. Max and Jean Adam were seated with a bottle of Queux between them, when the former exclaimed, "Well, how does your business go?" "That's the reason I wanted to see you tonight," was his companion's reply with just a slight French accent. "I had some news from Constantinople today. Confidential news from the palace," he added in an undertone, bending across the table. "I want you to read it out and give your opinion." And producing an envelope and letter on thin paper, closely written in French, he handed it across to Barclay as he said, "Now, what is written there is the bedrock facts I know from independent inquiries I've made in an entirely different quarter." Between mouthfuls of the perfectly cooked filet de sole placed before him, Max read the letter carefully. It was signed "Your devoted friend Osman," and was evidently from a Turkish official at the Yildiz kiosk. Briefly, it was to the effect that the irade of the Sultan for the construction of the railway from the Niche in Servia to San Giovanni di Medua on the Adriatic was in the hands of Muhil Pasha, one of His Majesty's most intimate officials, and had been granted to him for services rendered in the Asiatic provinces. Muhil had offered to part with it for £12,000 sterling, and that the agent of a French company had arrived in Constantinople in order to treat with him. Muhil, however, had no love for the French, since he was Ottoman ambassador in Paris a few years ago and got into disgrace there. Hence he would be much more ready to sell to an English syndicate. The letter of Osman concluded by urging Adam to send instructions at once to a certain box at the British Post Office in Constantinople, and to, if possible, secure the valuable documents which would enable a line of railway to be built which would pay its shareholders enormously. "Well," exclaimed Max, as he replaced the letter in its envelope, noting the surcharge in black, 1 piastre upon the blue English stamp. "What shall you do?" "Do? Why, we must get the 12,000, of course. It's a mere bagatelle compared with the magnitude of the business. I've got some reports in my overcoat pocket which I'll show you after supper. We must get the thing through, my dear Barclay. There's a big fortune in it for both of us. A huge fortune. Why, for the past 10 years, every diplomat at the Sublime Porte has been at work to get it through, but has been unsuccessful. The Sultan has always refused to let the line run through Turkish territory, fearing lest it should be used for military transport in the event of another war. His Majesty is not particularly partial to Austria, Serbia, or Bulgaria, you know. He laughed. And hardly surprising in view of past events, eh? Exclaimed Max, entirely ignorant of the real character of this man, who seemed a smart man of business combined with a genial companion. Adam was a past master in the art of fraud. He did not press the point, but merely went on with his supper, swallowed a glass of champagne, and turned the conversation by admiring the graceful carriage of the head of a girl sitting near with a wreath of forget-me-nots across her fluffy fair hair. Yes, replied Max, the poise of her head is full of grace, but well, her face is like the carved handle of an umbrella. Whereat his companion laughed heartily. Barclay was full of quaint expressions and of a quiet but biting sarcasm. Some of his bon mots had been repeated from month to month in the clubs until they became almost popular sayings. He was now in love entirely and devoted with Marion, and no other woman of the 1,000 who passed before his eyes and smiled into his face had the least attraction for him. A moment later, a pretty girl in pink, the Honourable Eva Townley, who was at supper with her mother and some friends, bowed to him and laughed, while another woman, the rather go-ahead wife of a leader at the Chancery Bar, waved a menu at him. Society knew Max, and many a woman had set a cap at him, hoping to capture the tall, well-set-up and easy-going young fellow, together with the ease and comfort with which his substantial estates would afford. Max, however, had done a few years of town life. He had become blasé and nauseated. Since he had met Marion Rolfe, the quiet, modest, unassuming, and hard-working shop assistant, the haute monde bored him more than ever. He went only when he was compelled, yet he nowadays preferred the cheap Italian restaurant and Marion society to the tables of the rich, with their ugly women striving to fascinate, and their small talk of scandal, gossip, and cruel innuendo. There is surely no world in the world like that of London, nothing so complex, so tragic, and yet so grimly humorous, so soul-killing, and yet so reckless as a little lax world of vanity and display that calls itself society, the world which the newer rich are ever seeking to enter by the back door, and which the suburbs rush to see portrayed upon the stage of the theatre. Everywhere the manner and morals of Mayfair are aped nowadays. Mrs. Brown-Smith, the city clerk's wife of tattling Tooting, has a day and gives her bridge parties just as does the Duchess of Dorsetshire in Grosvenor Square, and Mrs. Claude Green, the wife of the wholesale butcher, who was once a barmaid near the meat market and now lives in matrimonial felicity in Cleekey Clapham, requests the company of upon the self-same cards and with the self-same formula as the wife of Jimmy James, the South African magnate in Park Lane. Max, glad that supper was over, rose and walked with his friend out into the big lounge where the Romanian band was playing weird gypsy melodies, and sat at one of the little tables to smoke and sip Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge, being joined a few moments later by a couple of men whom he knew at the club and who appeared to be at a loose end. At last the lights were turned down as signal that in 5 minutes it would be closing time, and then rifling, Max, ignorant of the ingenious plot, invited his friend Adam round to Dover Street for a final smoke. The end of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 20 explains Jean Adams' suggestion. Over whiskey and soda in Barclay's chambers, Jean Adams pushed his sinister plans a trifle further. He was aware that Max had taken the opinion of a man he knew on the stock exchange as to the probable value of the concession for the Danube-Adriatic Railway, and that his reply had been highly favourable. Therefore he was confident that such an opportunity of making money by an honest deal Max would not let slip. They had known each other several months, and Adam, with his engaging manner and courteous bearing, had wormed himself into the younger man's confidence. A dozen times Max had been his host, but on each occasion the other took good care to quickly return the hospitality. To Max he represented himself as resident in Constantinople, A few years ago he had been fortunate enough to obtain a concession from the Ottoman government, which, being floated in Paris, had placed him in a very comfortable position, and he was now about to aim for bigger and more lucrative things. You see, he was saying as he produced an official report to the Foreign Office, a pamphlet-like document in a blue paper cover, here's what a consul in Belgrade reported on the scheme 2 years ago. Such a line, he says, would tap nearly half the trade that now goes to Odessa, besides giving Serbia a seaport. It'll be the biggest thing in railways for years, depend upon it. Max went to the writing table where the lamp was burning and glanced through the paragraphs of the consular report and several other printed documents which his friend handed to him in succession. Then Adam produced a map and upon it traced the route of the proposed line. Well, Barclay said at last, rising and lighting a cigar, it all seems pretty plain sailing. I'll go tomorrow and see old Statham about it. His secretary, Rolf, is a friend of mine. No, Mr. Barclay, said the wily Adam. If I were you, I would not. Why? Well, if you do, you'll queer all our plans, both yours and mine, he mused vaguely. How? Sam Statham has agents in Constantinople, agents who could offer Muhil double the price immediately, and the ground would be cut from under our feet. Statham knows a good thing when he sees it, you bet, and if he knew anything about this, he wouldn't stick at 1,000 or 2. Then he doesn't know? At present he can't know. It's a secret between Muhil, Osman and myself. And what about the French people? Of course they know, but they are not such fools to let out the secret, replied Adam. Well, what do you suggest? Max asked, taking a pull at the long tumbler. That we keep the affair strictly to ourselves. Once we have the concession in our hands, there'll be 100 men in the city ready to take it up. Why, old Statham would give us a big profit on it, especially if, as you say, you know his secretary. That was his secretary's sister whom you met with me tonight, Max remarked. What an extremely pretty girl, exclaimed Adam enthusiastically. Think so? Asked Barclay with a smile of satisfaction. Why, of course. A face like hers isn't seen every day. I was much more struck with it when I first noticed you from the circle, and wondered whom she might be. Rolf's her name, is it? He added with a faint air of uncertainty. Yes, Charlie Rolf is old Sam's confidential secretary. Well, afterwards, through him, we might interest Sam, remarked Adam. What we have first to do is to get hold of the concession. But how? By buying it. The two men smoked in silence. Adam's quick eye saw that the affair was full of attraction for the man he had marked down as victim. You mean that I should put 12,000 into it? He said. Not at all, responded the wily Adam at once. In any case, I do not propose that you should put up the whole sum. My idea is that we should put up 6,000 each. And go shares? And go shares, repeated Adam, knocking the ash from his cigar. But prior to doing so, I think it would be only right for you to go out to Constantinople, see Muhil, and ascertain the truth of the whole affair. You have only my word for it all, and the letter. I quite admit that they are not sufficient guarantee for you to put down 6,000. You are too good a businessman for that. Max was flattered by that last sentence. Well, he said, smiling, I really think it would be more satisfactory if I had, well, some confirmation of all these comments. You can obtain that at once by going out to Constantinople, declared Adam. You'll be out and home in 10 days, and I'll go with you, he added persuasively. Well, I shall have to consider it, the younger man replied after a brief pause. There's very little time to consider, Adam said. The French people are at work, and if they raise the purchase price to Muhil, we shall be compelled to do the same. But we can get an option, I suppose. I have it, but it expires in 10 days from tomorrow. After that, Muhil will make the best terms he can with the French. The latter will have to pay through the nose, no doubt, but they'll get it without doubt. Their embassy is helping them. And how long can I have to decide? To reach Constantinople in time, we have 6 days more. We might then take the Orient Express from Paris and just do it. But, he added, of course, if your inclination is against a journey and inquiry, I hope you'll allow me to assess it before somebody else. Personally, he laughed, I can't afford to miss the chance of making a fortune. This, remember, is no wild mining speculation. It's solid, bedrock enterprise. The Servians surveyed the line 4 years ago and got out plans and estimates. There's a printed copy of them in the Servian consulate here in London. So it's all cut and dried. Well, I hope, Adam, you'll allow me a little time to reflect. 6,000 is a decent sum, you know. "I don't want it until you have been out there and seen Mohill, Mr. Barclay," Adam declared. "Indeed, I refuse to touch it until you have personally satisfied yourself of the bona fides of the scheme. Mohill himself must first assure you of the existence of the Irade, and that it is actually in his possession. Then I'll put up 6,000 if you will put up the balance. And if it is more than 12, why, we share the increase equally, of course." "Very well. So far as it goes, it is agreed," said Max. "It only remains whether I go to Turkey or not. That's all. The sooner you can decide, the better for our plans," Adam remarked. "Only take good care that old Statham does not learn what's in the wind. You know him, I believe?" "Yes, slightly. He's a queer old fellow, very eccentric." "So I've heard," said the other, betraying ignorance. What would Max Barclay have thought if he had witnessed that scene so recently, when the millionaire had glanced out of his cosy library and seen the shabby stranger lounging against the railings of the park? What indeed would he have thought if he had witnessed old Sam's consequent agitation, or overheard his confession to Rolf? But he knew nothing of it all. Adam had shown him the best side of his nature, the easy-going and keen money-making cosmopolitan, whose manner was so gentlemanly and so very charming. He had not seen the other, the side which Samuel Statham knew too well. Adam, seated there in the big saddleback chair, in the full enjoyment of the excellent cigar, knew that, with the exercise of a little further ingenuity, he would make the first step towards the goal he had in view. He was a man who took counsel of nothing, and even the old hunchback Lyle, his closest friend, knew nothing of his object in drawing Max Barclay, until recently a perfect stranger, into the fatal net spread for him. He smiled within himself as he calmly contemplated his victim through the haze of tobacco smoke. The clock upon the mantel-shelf had struck 2. He took a final drink, slipped on his coat, and with a merry bonsoir and an injunction to make up his mind and wire him at the earliest moment, he shook his friend's hand and went out. Max sat alone for a long time, still smoking. In his ignorance, he was reflecting that the business seemed a sound one. Adam had not asked him to put down money before full inquiry, and had at the same time offered to put up half. This latter fact in itself showed that his friend had confidence in the scheme, and so before he turned in that night he had practically made up his mind to pay a flying visit to the Sultan's capital. There could be no harm done, he argued. He had never been to Constantinople, and to go there with a resident like Adam was in itself an opportunity not to be missed. Meanwhile, the astute concession hunter, as he drove to Addison Road in a cab, was calmly plotting a further step in the direction he was slowly but surely following. His daring and ingenuity knew no bounds. He was a man full of energy and resource, unabashed, undaunted, unscrupulous, and yet to all, even to his most intimate friend, a perfect sphinx. The second step in his progress he took on the evening of the day after. In the afternoon, about 4, a shabbily dressed man called upon him at his flat, and they remained together for 10 minutes or so. At 8:30, as Marion was about to enter a bus at Oxford Circus to take her up to Hampstead for a blow, a trip she frequently took in the evening when alone, she heard a name uttered, and turning, found Max's polite French friend behind her, about to mount on the same conveyance. To avoid him was impossible, therefore they ascended to the top together, he declaring that he was on his way to Hampstead. "I'm going there too," she told him, although he already knew it quite well. "Have you seen Mr. Barclay today?" "Not today. I've been busy in the city," Adam explained. He glanced at her and could not refrain from noting her neat appearance, dressed as she was in a black skirt, white cotton blouse, and a black hat which suited her beauty admirably. He knew that she was at Cunnington's, but of course appeared in ignorance of the fact. He was most kind and courteous to her, and so well had he arranged the meeting that she believed it to be entirely an accident. Presently, after they had chatted for some time, he sighed, saying, "In a few days, I suppose I must leave London again." "Oh, are you going abroad?" "Yes, to Constantinople. I live there," he said. "In Constantinople? How very strange it must be to live among the Turks." "It's a very charming life, I assure you, Miss Rolfe," he answered. "The Turk is always a gentleman, and his country is full of beauty and attraction, even though his capital may be muddy underfoot." "Oh, well," she said, laughing, "I don't think I should care to live there. I should be afraid of them." "Your fears would be quite ungrounded," he declared. "A lady can walk unmolested in the streets of Constantinople at any hour of the day or night, which cannot be said of your London here." Then, after a pause, he added, "I think your friend Mr. Barclay is coming with me." "With you?" To Constantinople? She exclaimed in dismay. When? In 2 or 3 days, he replied. But you mustn't tell him I said so, he went on. We are going out on business. Business that will bring us both a sum of money that will be a fortune to me, if not for Mr. Barclay. We are in partnership over it. What nature is the business? The building of a railroad to the Adriatic. We are obtaining permission from the Sultan for its construction. And Mr. Barclay will make a large sum? She asked with deep interest. Yes, if he decides to go, replied Adam. But I fear very much one thing. And he fixed his dark eyes upon hers. What do you fear? Well, how shall I put it, Miss Rolfe? He asked. I fear that he will refuse to go because he does not wish to leave London just now. Why not? He has an attraction here. The man laughed. Yourself. She coloured slightly. Max had probably told his friend that they were lovers. Oh, that's quite foolish. He must go, if it is really in his interest. Exactly, declared Adam. I've all my life been looking for such a chance to make money, and it has at last arrived. He must go. Most certainly. I'll urge him strongly. A word from you, Miss Rolfe, would decide him. But, well, don't you think it would be best if you did not tell him that we had met? He might not like it if he knew we had discussed his business affairs, eh? Very well, she said. I'll say nothing. When he speaks to me about the suggested journey, I'll strongly advise him to go in his own interests. Yes, do. It'll be the means of putting many thousands of pounds into both the pockets. The matter is, in fact, entirely in your hands. May I with safety leave it there? With perfect safety, Mr. Adam, was the reply. It is perhaps fortunate that we should have met like this tonight. Fortunate? He echoed. Most fortunate for all of us. If you are really Mr. Barclay's friend, you will see that he goes with me. I am his friend, and he shall go if it is to his interest to do go. Ask him, and he'll tell you, was the reply of the man who had lounged in Park Lane as a shabby stranger, and of whom old Sam Statham went in such deadly fear. He went with Marion to the end of her journey, and then left her in pretence of walking to his destination. But after he had raised his hat to her so politely and bent over her hand, he turned on his heel, muttering to himself, You think you are his friend, my poor silly little girl. No, you will compel him to go with me to the east, and thus become my catspaw, the tool of Jean Adam. And giving vent to a short, dry laugh of triumph, he went on his way. The end of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 21 shows Mr. Statham at home. Many a man and many a woman, as they passed up Park Lane on motor buses, in cabs, or on foot, glanced at the white house of Samuel Statham and wondered. The mystery concerning it and its owner always attracted them. Many were the weird stories afloat concerning it, stories greatly akin to those already told in the previous chapter. Men had watched it, it was said, and had seen queer goings and comings. But as a matter concerned nobody in particular, it merely excited public curiosity. That Sam Statham was eccentric all the world knew. Society gossips in the papers were fond of referring to the millionaire as a recluse of Park Lane when recording some handsome donation to a charitable institution, or expressing a surprise that he was never seen at public functions such as the opening of hospitals or children's homes which he had himself endowed. But the word eccentric explained it all. As regards the mansion in Park Lane, they were always silent, for the elastic law of libel is ever before the eyes of the journalist who deals in tittle-tattle. Though the stories concerning the millionaire's residence were curious and sometimes sensational, many of them, of course, invented, yet colour was certainly lent to them by the fact that the old man saw nobody except Levi and the secretary, and nobody had ever been known to pass that closed door at the head of the staircase. Anyone, however, catching a glimpse of the interior of the hall when passing, saw old Levi in black, with a strip of spotless shirt front, and behind a wide hall with thick Turkey carpet, huge blue antique vases, carved furniture, and several fine pictures, the whole possessing an air of solidity and wealth. Beyond, however, was the unknown and the mysterious. In the clubs and over dinner tables, the mystery of that Park Lane house was often spoken of. Men usually shook their heads and said little, but women expressed their opinion freely and formed all sorts of wild theories. Among the men who had always been attracted by the stories afloat were Charlie Rolfe because of his close association with the old man, and Max Barclay because of his intimate friendship with Rolfe. The latter had always been full of suspicion. Sam and Levi, master and man, were the only two who knew the truth of what lay behind that locked door, and the servant guarded his master's secret well. He was janitor there, and no one passed the threshold into old Sam's library without a very good cause and without the permission of the master himself. 1,000 times, as Rolfe had gone in and out of the place, he had glanced up the broad, well-carpeted stairs, at the foot of which stood the fine marble Aphrodite, holding the great Electrolia, and at the head to the corner out of sight was a locked door upon which half London had commented. Had Samuel Statham thrown open his house only once and given a reception, all gossip would be allayed. Indeed, as Rolfe sat with his master in the library the morning following Adam's meeting with Marion, he, without telling Sam the reason, suggested an entertainment in November. He said that society were wondering he did not seek to make their acquaintance. There were hundreds of people dying to know him. Yes, snapped the old man, glancing around the darkened room, for the morning sun was full upon the house. I know them. They'd come here, crush and guzzle, eat my dinners, drink my wine, and go away without even remembering my name. Oh, I know what the so-called aristocracy be like, never fear. Most of them live upon people like myself who cares vainglorious enough to be pleased to number the Earl of so-and-so and the Countess of Slush among their personal friends. Men with wives can't help being drawn into it. The women folk like to speak of dear Lady Longneck, slobber over some old title hag at parting, or find their names in the court and society column of the Daily Snivel. It is their nature to be ambitious. But when a man's single, like myself, Rolfe, he can please himself. That's why I shut my door in their faces. Of course he can afford to, the secretary replied, leaning both his elbows on the table and looking straight into his master's face. Few men could do as you do. It would be against their interests. It may be even against my interests, the old man said thoughtfully, leaning back in his chair. For I might get a good deal of fun out of watching them trying to squeeze a little money out of me. A worm from me what men call tips regarding investments. Why, my dear Rolfe, once my door is open to them, my life would no longer be worth living. Instead of one secretary, I'd want a dozen, and Levi would be at the door all day long answering callers. Other men who live in this strait on either side of me have done it to their cost. I've heard it said in the clubs that you, with your vast means and huge interest, owe a duty to society, Rolfe remarked. I owe no duty to society, the old fellow declared angrily. Society owes nothing to me, and I owe nothing to it. You know, Rolfe, how I hate women, and I won't have a pack of chatterboxes about my place. If I was a man with 500 a year, they wouldn't want to know me. That's very true, Rolfe remarked with a slight sigh. Nowadays, when a man has money, he is at once called a gentleman. A lady is the wife of a man with money, whatever may have been a past or a present. The old man laughed. And there is a perfect lady, he said, a genus usually associated with police court. But you're quite right, Rolfe. Nowadays, according to a modern code, a poor man cannot be a gentleman. No, as long as I live, the needy aristocracy which calls itself society shall never my threshold. I will remain independent of them, for I have no womankind and no fish to fry. I don't want a baronetcy or a peerage. I don't want shooting or deer stalking or yachting or hunting or any of those pastimes. I merely want to be left alone here in peace if it is possible. And he drew a long breath as the ugly recollection of the shabby stranger crossed his mind. Rolfe knew well that the old man's objections were because he dare not throw open the mansion. Some secret was hidden there which he could not reveal. What was it? Why were those brilliant lights sometimes at night in the upper windows? He had seen them himself sometimes as he passed along near midnight on his way to his chambers in Jermyn Street, and had been sorely puzzled. More than once he had been convinced that somebody lived in the upper floors, somebody who was never seen. Yet if that were so, why should there be such secrecy regarding it? The occupant, whoever it was, could easily vacate the place while a reception was held. As he sat there listening to the old man's tirade against the West End and its ways, he felt that there must be some far greater mystery than an unseen tenant. That old Sam knew quite well the rumour concerning the house was evident. Keeping secret agents in every capital as he was forced to do, agents, male and female, who knew everything and reported exactly what he wished to know, it was certain that public opinion concerning him was well known to him. Yet, as in a scandal, the man most concerned is always the last to get wind of it. Perhaps, after all, he might be in ignorance of what people were saying, although it was hardly credible that Ben, his brother, would not tell him. For craft and cunning few men in London could compare with Sam Statham, yet at the same time he was just in his judgment and honest in his transactions. The weak and needy he befriended, but woe betide any who endeavoured to mislead him or impose upon his generosity. More than one man had, by receiving a word of good advice from Sam Statham and the temporary loan of a few thousand as capital, awakened in a week's time to find himself wealthy. One man in particular, now a well-known baronet, had risen in 10 years from being a small draper in Launceston to his present position with an estate in Suffolk and a townhouse in Green Street, merely by taking Sam Statham's advice as to certain investments. It was owing to this fact and others that old Sam, as he rose from the table and crossed the room to the window, where he pulled aside the blind to look out upon the sunny roadway, said, "I myself, Rolf, have made one or two so-called gentlemen. But," he added, drawing a deep breath, "let's put all that aside and get on with the letters. I'm expecting that Scotch friend of yours, the locomotive designer of Glasgow." "Oh, MacGregor," remarked the secretary. "He was most pertinacious the other day." "All Scots are," replied the old man simply. "Let's get on." And returning to the table, he took up letter after letter and dictated replies in a sharp, snappy way which, to those who did not know him, would have appeared priggish and uncouth. The reason of MacGregor's visit to Old Broad Street had caused Rolf a great deal of curiosity. He recollected how, on the instant his master had read the old engineer's scribbled lines, his face fell. The visitor was at all events not welcome one. Yet, on the other hand, he had seen him without delay, and they had been closeted together for quite a long time. When the bearded Scot left, and he had re-entered the millionaire's room, two facts struck him as peculiar. One was that a strong smell of burnt paper and a quantity of black tinder in the empty grate showed that some papers had been burned there, while the other was that old Sam was in the act of lighting a cigar, in itself showing a buoyancy of mind. He never smoked when down at the bank, and very seldom when at home. His cigars, too, were of a cheap quality which even his clerks would be ashamed to offer their friends. Indeed, while all connected with the house in Old Broad Street possessed an air of solid prosperity, the head of the firm was usually of penurious and hard-up aspect, as though he had a difficulty in making both ends meet. His smart electric brougham he used only once a week to take him to the city and back again. At other times he strolled about the streets so shabby as to pass unnoticed by those desirous of making his acquaintance and worming themselves into his good graces. Or else he would idle in the park, where he passed for a lounger who, crowded out by reason of his age, was down on his luck. Samuel Statham loved the park. Often and often he would get into conversation with the flotsam and jetsam of London life, the unemployed, and the men who, in these days of hustle, alas, find themselves too old at 40. The never-do-wells he knew quite well, and they believed him to be one of themselves. But he was ever on the lookout for a deserving case, the starving, despondent man with wife and children, hungry at home. He would draw the man's story from him, hear his complaint against unfair treatment, listen attentively to his wrongs, and pretending all the time to have suffered in a similar way himself. Usually the man would, in the end, invite him to the house or to the lodging-house where his wife and children were, and then, on ascertaining that the case was genuine, he would suddenly reveal himself as a good Samaritan. To such men he gave himself out as Mr. Jones, agent of a benevolent society which was nameless and which did its work without advertisement and extracted a pledge of secrecy. By such means many a dozen honest, hard-working men who, through no fault of their own, had been thrown out of employment, had been put upon their legs again and gained work, and yet not one of them ever suspected that the shabby, down-at-heel man Jones was actually the millionaire Samuel Statham, who lived in the White House in full view of the seat whereon they had first met. Even from Rolf he sought to conceal his secret philanthropy, yet the young man had guessed something of it. He had more than once caught him talking to strange men whose pinched faces and trim appearance told the truth. The man whose vast wealth had brought him nothing but isolation and loneliness delighted in performing these good works and rescuing the unfortunate wives and families of the deserving ones who were luckless. He loved to see the brightness overspread those dark, despairing faces, and to hear the heartfelt thanks which he was told to convey to the mythical society. Never but once did he allow a man to suspect that the money he gave came from his own pocket. That single occasion was when, after giving a man whom he believed to be deserving a sovereign, the next evening found him in the park and worse for liquor. He said nothing that night, but a few days later, when he met him, he gave him a piece of his mind which the plausible good-for-nothing would not quickly forget. Such frauds as you, he had said, prevent people from assisting the deserving poor. I've made inquiry into your story and found it false from beginning to end. You have no wife, and the 4 children, starving and ill, that you have described to me do not exist. You live for the most part in the bar of the Star off the Edgware Road, and on the night after I gave you the money you were so drunk that they wouldn't serve you. Such men like you, he went on with withering sarcasm, his grey beard bristling as he spoke, and his fist clenched fiercely, are a disgrace to the human race. For you are a liar, a drunkard, and a blackguard, a man who deserves the death that will, I hope, overtake you. Death in the gutter. And he turned upon his heel, leaving the accused man standing, staring at him, open-mouthed, utterly unable to offer a single word in self-defense. This secret charity was Sam Statham's only recreation. By it he made many friends whom he had taken out of the slums, friends who were perhaps more devoted and true to him than those to whom he had given financial tips, and who had made many thousands thereby. In many a modest home was Mr. Jones a welcome guest whenever he called to see how his friends were progressing, and many a time had he drunk a humble glass of bitter sent out for by his thankful and devoted host, who was all unconscious of who his guest really was. The world would have laughed at the idea of a working man sending Samuel Statham a glass of ale. One case was old Sam's particular pride. About 18 months before, in the park one day, he came across a despairing but well-educated middle-aged man who at first was not at all communicative, but whose bearing and manner was that of refinement and culture. 3 times they met, and it was very evident that the sad-faced man was starving. At last Sam offered to stand him a meal, and over it the man told a pathetic story how that he was a fully qualified medical man in practice in York, but owing to his unfortunate habit of drinking he had lost everything, sold his practice, and had been compelled to leave the city. The proceeds of his practice had soon gone in drink, and now, with all the bitter remorse upon him, he and his wife and 2 small children were faced with starvation. Friends and relations would not assist him because of his intemperance. There was only one way out of it, he declared: suicide. Sam had taken him in hand. He had seen the wife and children, and then explained as usual that he was Mr. Jones. Small sums he first gave them, and finding that his charity was never abused, and that the doctor withstood the temptation to drink, he had gone to an agency, the address of which he had found in the Lancet, and bought a comfortable little practice with a furnished house in West Norwood, where the doctor and his family were now installed and doing well. In West Norwood today, that doctor is the most popular and the most sought after. His practice is ever increasing, and already he has nearly repaid the whole of the sum which Mr. Jones lent him, and has been compelled to take an assistant. The doctor is still in ignorance, however, for he has never identified Mr. Jones with Statham the millionaire. But was it surprising that at his house no guest was more welcome than the man who had rescued him from ruin and from death? Truly, money, if properly applied, can do much to alleviate the sufferings of the world, and as it is the root of all evil, so it is also the root of all good. The end of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 22 tells of the 3. Well? Well? Asked Duncan McGregor, who was seated in an easy attitude in Sam Statham's library. At the table sat the millionaire himself, while nearby, in the enjoyment of a cigar, sat old Levi. The latter was still in his garb of service, but his attitude was certainly more like that of his master's intimate friend than that of butler. It was from his thin lips that the query had escaped in response to a fact which the Scot had emphasized with his hairy fist. "Well," exclaimed Statham after a pause, "and what do you suppose should be done, Mr. McGregor?" "Still Duncan McGregor," exclaimed the bearded man, concluding the millionaire's sentence. "That's the very thing that puzzles me, man. Perhaps we'd better wait a wee bitty and see, Levi dissented. He knew that, whatever his position in that strange household, his master always listened to him and took his advice, sometimes when it involved the risk of many thousands. He was a kind of oracle, for generally when Ben came there to consult his brother upon some important point, the old servant remained in the room to hear the discussion and to give his dry but candid opinion. My own opinion is that we should act at once, without fear. The slightest hesitation now will be our undoing, depend upon it, he said. Ah, Mr. Levi, exclaimed the Scot, I'm always for caution. As now our Iron Bobby said that facts are chiefs that win a ding, and down be disputed. Yes, but we have not yet quite established the facts yet, you see, Statham said. Why, man, isn't it as plain can be? What mare do you want? A good deal, Levi chimed in his squeaky voice. We can't act on that. It's too shadowy altogether. I'll tell you it isn't, cried Duncan, shaking his clenched fist again. Mr. Statham is in safe peril. I tell you he is, and I've proved it. Mr. Statham must be allowed to be the best judge of that, Levi said, placing his hands together and holding his cigar between his teeth. Mr. Statham knows me well. He knows I'd not tell him what I didn't ken myself. The great financier rose thoughtfully and stood with his back to the mantel-shelf. Look here, MacGregor, he said, fixing his eyes upon the old man seated before him. When you called at the office and was fool enough not to give your proper name, you had a difficulty in getting an interview with me. I hadn't any idea till I received your note that you were in the land of the living. When we met before, it was under different circumstances. Very different, weren't they? And the millionaire smiled. Shall I recall to your memory one scene, long ago, a scene that lives in my memory this moment as though the events happened but yesterday? We were both younger and more active than you and I, and... Nay, Mr. Statham, we are better not bearing it, he protested, holding up his hand. I jealous what you are going to say. To you, my friend, I owe much, the old man went on. The place was in a sun-baked South American city. The time was sunset, fierce and blood-red like the deeds of the never-to-be-forgotten day. There was war. A revolution was in progress, and the government forces had been that day driven back into the capital, followed by us. I remember you with the great bullet furrowed down your cheek and the blood streaming from it as you fought at my side. I see you bear the scar even now. Then, with a quick movement, he pulled up his sleeve and showed on his right forearm a great cicatrice, asking, Do you remember how I received this? Nay, Mr. Statham, enough, cried the Scot. Our days of war are long since past. They'll come again no more. You remember how we followed the troops of Hernandez into the capital, shooting and killing as we drove them before us, and how you and I and a few more of the younger bloods made a dash for the palace to secure the president himself? I recollect the wild excitement of those moments. I was tearing along the street, shouting and urging on my men, when of a sudden I found myself surrounded by a dozen soldiers of Hernandez. I fought for life, though well knowing I was lost. As a prisoner I should be tortured, for they had long sworn to serve me as they had served our friends Jose and Manuel. This recollection flashed across me, and with my back to the wall I fired my pistol full in a man's face and blew it out of all recognition. A man had raised his rifle and covered me, but next moment I gave him an upward cut with my sword. At the same instant I felt a sharp twinge upon my right arm, and my sword dropped from my grasp. I was maimed and stood there at their mercy. A dark-faced, beetle-browed fellow raised his sabre with a fierce Spanish oath to cut me down, but in the blood-red sunlight another blade flashed high, and the man sank dying in the dust. It was you, MacGregor. You alone came to my aid, and 4 of my attackers fell beneath your blows in that hand-to-hand struggle as you, with your own body placed before mine, fought on, keeping them back and yet without assistance. Shall I ever forget those moments, or how near both of us were to death? I was already half fainting, but you shouted to me to keep courage, and in the end we were discovered by our men and saved. If ever a deed deserved the Victoria Cross, yours did. You, MacGregor, as you now call yourself, saved my life. And I'm here, Mr. Statham, to save it again, if you'll only let me, was the Scot's dry reply. Years have gone since that day, the millionaire went on with a distinct catch in his voice. I lost sight of you soon afterwards, and heard once that you were in Caracas. Then there was no further news of you. We drifted apart. Our lives lay in opposite directions. Yet to you, and to you alone, I owe my present life. For were it not for your aid at that moment, I should have been put to the torture in that terrible castle where Hernandez did his prisoners to death, and my body given to the rats like others of our friends." "Eh, man, you really make me blush," laughed McGregor. "Sure, please don't talk of it. That's all over the now. Let the past take care of itself. We have got the present to face." "I've never ceased reflecting upon the past," Sam declared in a rather low and husky voice. "I never dreamed that the man McGregor in the employ of the Clyde and Motherwell works was the same man to whom I am indebted for my life." "Ah, man's a problem that puzzles the devil himself," laughed McGregor. "I'd nae had kenned you were the Statham I knew out there in the old days till I saw you the picture of you in the Glasgow News one night when I bought it at the corner of the Polmary Street on my way home. And there was a biography of you, which didn't mention very much, but it was the real Sam Statham, and Sam Statham was my friend of long ago." "Most extraordinary," remarked Levi, who had been smoking quietly and listening to the conversation. "I had no idea of all this." "There are many incidents in my career, Levi, of which you are unaware," remarked his master dryly. "I've no doubt," retorted the servant in a tone quite as dry as that of his master's. This was Duncan McGregor's first visit to Park Lane, and Levi did not approve of him. He always looked askance at any friend of Mr. Samuel's of the old days. Everybody who had ever known him in the unknown and struggling period now claimed his acquaintance as his intimate friend, and various and varied were the ruses adopted in order to endeavour to obtain an interview. He suspected this Harry Scot, whose bravery in his youth had saved Sam's life, of working for his own ends. "This is a strange story of yours, Duncan," remarked the millionaire a few moments later, his eyes fixed upon the seated man. "So strange that I should not believe it but for one thing." "And what's that?" "Other information in my possession goes to prove that your surmise is actually correct, and that your apprehension has foundation. I know that Adam is in London. I've seen him." "And he has seen you, eh?" cried McGregor, starting up in alarm. "Yes, he has seen me." "Did he speak to you?" "No. He watched me through the window from yonder pavement outside." A silence fell in that warm room where the blinds were still down to exclude the sun, a silence unbroken save by the buzzing of the flies and the low solemn ticking of the clock. At last the Scot spoke. "He means mischief, depend on it." "I quite believe he does," Statham admitted. "That's why we should act at once," Levi chimed in. "And perhaps by a premature move spoil the whole of our chance of victory," remarked the millionaire very thoughtfully. "Remember that Adam holds very strong cards in the game," the butler urged, knocking the ash slowly from his cigar. Surely it was a queer, unusual scene, this conference of three. "I've suspected something for some time past, Levi," was his master's response, "and I took steps to combat my enemies. But unfortunately I was not sufficiently wary, and I failed." "What, man?" gasped the man from Glasgow. "You don't say you are at the mercy of those devils?" "I tell you, McGregor, that my position is more insecure than even you believe it to be," was the response in a low voice, almost of despair. Levi and Duncan exchanged glances. The millionaire's words were somewhat enigmatical, but the truth was apparent. Samuel Statham was in fear of some revelation which could be made by that shabby stranger whom he had seen idling at the park railings. "Tell me, McGregor, does Adam know you?" "No." "You have seen him, and you know him?" "Perfectly well. I kept my eye on him when he didn't dream that anybody was nigh him." "And what you told me in the city you are prepared to stand by?" The Scot put out his big hand, saying, "Mr. Statham, what I have told you I stick to." "Duncan," said the great man, clasping the hand offered him, "you were my friend once, my best friend, and you will be so again." "If you'll let me be," answered the other warmly. Statham could read a man's innermost character at a glance. He was seldom, if ever, mistaken. He looked into McGregor's eye and saw truth and friendship there. As Levi watched the two men, his lip curled slightly. He was a cynic, and did not approve of this outburst of sentimentality on the part of his master. Samuel Statham, the man of millions and controller of colossal interest, should, he declared within himself, be above such an exhibition of his own heart. "It is not strange," remarked Statham, as though speaking to himself, "that you should actually have been engaged in my works without knowing that it was the head of the firm who was indebted to you for his life." "Aye, the world's only a small place after all," Duncan replied. I was apprenticed to the firm, but soon got sick of a humdrum life. So I went out to South America to try my fortune, and we met. After the war I went to Caracas, and then back to Glasgow to the old firm, where I've been ever since. I thought that when the new company took the place over, I'd be discharged as too old. Indeed, more than once Mr. Rolfe has hinted at it. I don't think you'd need fear that, Duncan. Both you and I recollect scenes set in strong remembrance, scenes that are never to return. I had no idea it was you to whom the creditable work turned out at Glasgow was due until Rolfe told me all about you. And as he uttered those words, a twinge of conscience shot through his mind as he recollected how he had ordered the man to be summarily discharged for daring to seek an interview. And then how, when he had entered his presence, he had handed him something that was far better destroyed. They had indeed destroyed it together. He saw that MacGregor had no great love for Rolfe, but put it down to the fact that his secretary, being practically in charge of the works, had become out of favour with the men over the question of labour. The Scot had said nothing derogatory regarding Charlie, but merely expressed surprise that he had not been accorded an interview at once. Then he had urged that he had something of importance and of interest to impart. "Well, you see, MacGregor," replied the millionaire, half apologetically, "the fact is, I have to make it a rule to see nobody. Of course, to old friends like yourself I am always accessible, and delighted to have a chat. But if it were known that I receive people, I should be besieged here all day long. I make it a rule not to allow anybody here in my house." "Why?" asked the Scot, quite unconscious of the gravity of his inquiry. He was in entire ignorance of the strange stories concerning the house wherein he was at that moment. The papers never mentioned them for fear of an action for libel. As far as he had seen, there was nothing peculiar or extraordinary about the place. The hall and the library were very handsomely furnished, as befitted the home of one of England's wealthiest men. The fact that Levi had been called into conference even was not remarkable, for the reason had already been explained to him briefly in half a dozen words. "But you have your own circle of friends here, I suppose?" suggested the Scot, as the great man had not replied to his question. "No," replied Statham. "Nobody comes here. Nobody enters my door." "But why?" Master and servant exchanged glances. It was a direct question to which it was impossible to give a truthful reply without the revelation of a secret. And so Samuel Statham lied to his best, humble, yet most devoted friend. The end of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 23. London Lovers. Nearly 3 weeks had now passed since the extraordinary disappearance of Dr. Petrovich and his daughter from the house in Cromwell Road. The cleverness with which the removal of their household goods had been effected, and the cunning and ingenuity displayed regarding them, showed Max Barclay plainly that the disappearance had been carefully planned, and that those assisting had been well paid for keeping their secret. And yet, after all, it was quite possible that the men who had removed the furniture from the house were merely hired for the job, and had gone away thinking they had acted quite legitimately. Harmer stores often engaged extra hands, and what would have been easier than for the foreman to have paid them, and driven the van with the false name upon it to another part of London? That was, no doubt, what had really been done. Max had devoted the greater part of his time to endeavouring to elucidate the mystery, but had failed ignominiously. The statement made by Marion concerning what seemed to be some confession of Maud's greatly puzzled him. His well-beloved was loyal to a friend and would not betray her. Times without number he had reverted to the question, but she always evaded his questions. Only a few evenings before, while they were seated at one of the little tables on the lawn of the Welcome Club at the Earl's Court exhibition, of which he was a member, he had again referred to Maud, and asked her, in the interest of his inquiry, to give him some idea of what she had stated on that night when they last met. "I really cannot tell you, Max," was the reply, as she lifted her eyes to his in the dim light shed by the coloured lamps with which the place was illuminated. "Have I not already told you of the promise I gave her? You surely do not wish me to break it. Would it be fair or just? I am sure you, who are always loyal to a woman, would never wish me to mention what she told me. Of course, if it is anything against her reputation, her honour, then it is certainly best left unsaid," he replied quickly. Well, I thought perhaps it might give us a clue to the motive of their unaccountable flight. Perhaps it might, she admitted, and yet I cannot tell you. Does Charlie know? Would he tell me, do you think? I don't think Charlie knows. At any rate, she would not tell him. If he does know, it must be through some other source. And you anticipate that what Maud told you had some connection with their sudden disappearance? He asked, looking steadfastly into the face of the woman he dearly loved. I've already told you so. But when you parted from her that night, did you believe that you would not meet her again? She was silent, looking straight before her at the crowd of idlers circulating around the illuminated bandstand and enjoying the music and the cool air after the stifling London day. At last she spoke, saying in a low, rather strained voice, I can hardly answer that question. Had I suspected anything unusual, I think I should have mentioned my apprehension to you. Yes, I feel sure you would have done, dearest, he declared. I quite see the difficulty of your present position. And you understand, I am quite sure, how anxious I feel regarding the safety of the doctor, who was such a dear friend of mine. But why are you so anxious, Max? She asked. Because if there had not been foul play, I should have heard from the doctor before this, he said seriously. Foul play? She gasped, starting forward. Do you suspect some tragedy then? Yes, Marion, was his low, earnest reply. I do. But why? She queried. Remember that the doctor was a diplomat and statesman. In Serbia, politics are very complex, as they are, I am told, in every young nation. Our own English history was a strange and exciting one when we were the present age of Serbia. The people killed King Alexander, it is true, but did we not kill King Charles? Then you think that some political undercurrent is responsible for this disappearance? He suggested. That has more than once crossed my mind. Yet would he not have sent word to me in secret? No, he might fear spies. You yourself have told me how secret agents swarm in the Balkan countries, and that espionage is as bad there as in Russia. But we are in London, not in Serbia. There are surely secret agents of the Serbian opposition party here in London, she said. You were telling me something about them once, some facts which the doctor had revealed to you. Yes, I remember, he remarked thoughtfully, feeling that in our argument there was much truth. Yet I have a kind of intuition of the occurrence of some tragedy, Marion, he added, recollecting how her brother had stolen in secret from the denuded house. Well, I think, dear, that your fears are quite groundless, she declared. I know how the affair is worrying you, and how much you respected the dear old doctor. But if I were you, I would wait in patience. He will surely send you word some day from some remote corner of the earth. Suppose he had sailed for India, South America, or South Africa, for instance. There would have been no time for him to write to you from his hiding place. Then he is in hiding, eh? Asked Max, eager to seize on any word of hers that might afford a clue to the strange statement of Maud. He may be. Is that your opinion? I suspect as much. Then you do not believe there has been a tragedy? I believe only in what I know, replied the girl with wisdom. And you know there has not been a tragedy? Ah, no. There you are quite mistaken. I have no knowledge whatsoever. Only surmise? Only surmise. Based upon what Maud told you, eh? He asked at last, bringing the conversation to the point. What Maud told me has nothing whatever to do with my surmise, was her quick reply. It is a surmise, pure and simple. And you have no foundation of fact for it? None, dear. Max was disappointed. He sat smoking, staring straight before him. At the tables around, beneath the trees, well-dressed people were chatting and laughing in the dim light, while the military band opposite played the newest waltz. But he heard it not. He was only thinking of how he could clear up the mystery of the strange disappearance of his dearest friend. He glanced at the soft face of the sweet girl at his side that was so full of affection and yet so sphinx-like. She would tell him nothing. Again and again she had refused to betray the confidence of a friend. For the 1,000th time he reflected upon that curious and startling incident which he had seen with his own eyes in Cromwell Road, and of the inexplicable discovery he had made. He had not met Rolfe. That he should keep himself from him was in itself suspicious. Without a doubt he knew the truth. Max wondered whether Charlie had told his sister anything, whether he had told her the truth, and the reason of her determination not to speak was not to incriminate him. He knew in what strong affection she held her brother, how she always tried to shield his faults and magnify his virtues. Yet was it not only what might be very naturally supposed that she would do? Charlie was always very good to her. To him she owed practically everything. And so he pondered, smoking in silence, while the band played and the after-dinner idlers gossiped and flirted on that dimly lit lawn. He pondered when later on he took her to Oxford Street by the Tube, and saw her to the corner of the street in which Cunnington's barracks were situated, and he pondered as he drove along Piccadilly to the Travellers to have a final drink before going home. Next morning about 11 he was in his pleasant bachelor sitting room in Dover Street, going over some accounts from his factor up in Scotland, when the door opened and Charlie Rolfe entered, exclaiming in his usual hearty way, "Hullo, Max, old chap, how are you?" Barclay looked up in utter surprise. The visit was entirely unexpected, and so intimate a friend was Rolfe that he always entered unannounced. In a moment, however, he recovered himself. "Why, Charlie," he exclaimed, motioning him to a low easy chair on the other side of the fireplace, "you're quite a stranger. Where have you been all this long time?" "Oh, I thought you knew through Marion. I've been up in Glasgow. Had a lot of worries at the works, labour trouble and all that sort of thing," he replied. "Those Scotch workmen are utterly incorrigible. But I must say that it is due to agitators from our side of the border. Yes, I saw something in the papers the other day about an impending strike. Have a cigar?" And he pushed the box towards his friend. "There would have been a strike if the old man hadn't put his foot down." The men held a meeting and reconsidered their position. It's well for them they did, otherwise had orders to close down the whole works for 6 months, or for a year if need be. "But you'd have lost very heavily, wouldn't you?" "Lost? I should rather think so. We should have had to pay damages for breach of contract with the Italian railways to the tune of a nice round sum. But what does it matter to the governor? When he takes a stand against what he calls the tyranny of labour, he doesn't count the cost." "Well," sighed Max, looking across at Marion's brother, "it's rather nice to be in such a position. And yet it isn't all honey to be in his shoes, eh?" "No, Max, it isn't," he said. "I know more about old Sam than most men, and I tell you, I'd rather be as I am than stifled by wealth as he is. He's a millionaire in gold, but a pauper in happiness." "I can't help thinking that his unhappiness must in a great measure be due to himself," Max remarked, wondering why Charlie had visited him after this length of time. "I think if I had his money I should try and get some little enjoyment out of it. Other wealthy men have yachts, or motor cars, or more hobbies. Why doesn't he?" "Because he doesn't care for sport. He told me once that in his younger days abroad he was as keen a sportsman as anybody, but nowadays he's too old for it and prefers his armchair. And yet he isn't a very old man, is he? Sometimes wealth rejuvenates a man, but more often the worry of it ages him prematurely," Rolfe remarked. "I only got back from Glasgow again last night, and I thought I'd look in and see you. Seen Marion lately?" "I was with her at Earl's Court last night. She's all right." Then a silence fell between the pair. Rolfe lit the cigar he had been slowly twisting between his fingers. Max looked furtively into his friend's face, trying to read what secret thought lay behind. Charlie, however, preserved his usual easy, nonchalant air as he leaned back in his chair, his weed between his teeth and his hands clasped behind his head. "Look here, Charlie," Max exclaimed at last in a tone of confidence. "I want to ask you something." The other started visibly and his cheeks went just a trifle paler. "Well, go on, old chap," he laughed uneasily. "What is it?" And then he held his breath. "It's about old Statham." "About old Statham?" the other echoed, breathing freely again. "Yes. Do you know that there are going about London a lot of queer stories regarding that house of his in Park Lane? I mean, a lot more stories." "More stories?" laughed the private secretary. "Well, what are people saying now?" "Oh, all sorts of weird and ridiculous things." "What's one of them? I'm interested, for they never tell me anything." "Because they know you to be connected with the place," Max remarked. "Well, just now there were about a dozen different tales going the rounds, and all sorts of hints against the old man." "Set about by those with whom he has refused to associate, eh?" "Probably concocted by spiteful gossips, I should think. Some of them bear upon the face of them their own refutation. For instance, I've heard that the reason lights are seen upstairs is because there's a mysterious Mrs. Statham and a family living there in secret. Nobody has seen them, and they never go out." "Oh, and what reason is given for that?" "Because they say she's a Turkish woman, and that he still keeps her secluded as she has been ever since a child. The story goes that she's a very beautiful woman, daughter of one of the most powerful pashas in Constantinople, who escaped from her mother's harem and got away over the frontier into Bulgaria, where Statham joined her, and they were married in Paris." Rolf laughed aloud. The idea of old Sam being an actor in such a love romance was distinctly amusing. "They call him Statham Pasha, I suppose?" "Well, really, it is the very latest, just as though there may not be lights upstairs when the old man goes to bed." "Of course," said Max, "but the fact that the old man refuses to allow anybody in the house has given rise to all these stories." "You really ought to tell him." "What shall I tell him? Is there any other gossip?" "Yes," replied Max, looking the secretary straight in the face in suspicion that he knew more about the mysteries of that house than he really did. "There's another strange story which I heard 2 or 3 days ago, to the effect that one night recently a person was seen to go there secretly, being admitted at once. Then, after the elapse of an hour or so, old Levi came forth, signalled to a 4-wheeled cab which was apparently loitering about on the chance of a fare. Then from out of the house was carried a long, heavy box which was placed on the cab and driven away to an unknown destination." "A box!" gasped Rolf in surprise, bending quickly across to the speaker. "What do you mean? What do you suggest?" "Well, the natural suggestion is that the body of the midnight visitor was within that box." Charlie Rolf did not reply. He sat staring open-mouthed, as though Max's story had supplied the missing link in a chain of suspicions which had for a long time existed in his mind, as though he knew the terrible and astounding truth. The end of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 24. Truth or Untruth. The two men exchanged glances, each suspicious of the other. Max tried to imagine the motive of his friend's visit, while Rolf, on his part, was undecided as to the extent of the other's knowledge. To come there and boldly face Max had cost him a good many qualms. At one moment he felt certain that Max suspected, but at the next he laughed at his own fears and declared himself to be a chicken-hearted fool. And so days had gone on until, unable to stand it further, he had at last resolved to call at Dover Street. "You're quite a stranger, Charlie," Max remarked at last. "I haven't seen you since the doctor disappeared so mysteriously." He watched Rolf's face as he spoke, yet, save a very little flush upon the cheeks, he was in no way perturbed. "Well, I've been away nearly the whole time," was the other's reply. "The whole affair is most curious." "And haven't you seen Maud since?" He hesitated slightly, and in that hesitation Max detected falsehood. "No," was his reply. "What? And haven't you endeavored to find out her whereabouts?" cried Max, staring at him. "If Marion had disappeared, I think I should have left no stone unturned in order to discover the truth." "I've tried to solve the mystery and failed," was his rather lame response. "But where are they? Where can they be? It's most extraordinary that the doctor should not send me word in confidence of their secret hiding place. I was his most intimate friend." "Well," he said, "the fact is that until this moment I believed you were well aware of their whereabouts, but could not, in face of your friendship, betray them." Max looked him straight in the face. Was he lying? Such a statement was indeed ingenious, to say the least. Yet how, recollecting that he had left the empty house in secret, could he believe that Max knew the truth and was concealing it? Was it really possible that he was in ignorance? Barclay thought. Had he gone to Cromwell Road expecting to find the doctor at home, just as he had done? If he had, then why had he crept out of the place and made his escape so hurriedly? Again he recollected the result of the search in company with the man from Harmer's and the finding of the open safe. Somebody had been there after his visit, somebody who had robbed the safe. That person must have been aware of the departure of the doctor. Who was it, if not the man seated there before him? "Well, Rolf," Max remarked at last, "you're quite mistaken. I haven't the slightest notion of where they are. I've done my best to try and discover some clues to the direction of their flight, but all in vain. The more I have probed the affair, the more extraordinary and more mystifying has it become." "What have you discovered?" asked Charlie quickly. "Several strange things. First, I have found that the furniture was removed in vans painted with the name of Harmer's Stores, but they were not Harmer's vans. The household goods were spirited away that night, nobody knows whither. And with them the doctor and Maud." "Exactly. But, well, tell me the truth, Charlie. Have you had no message of whatever sort from Maud?" "None," he replied, his face full of pale anxiety. "But, my dear fellow, she loved you, did she not? It was impossible for her to conceal it." "Yes, I know. That's why I can't make it out at all. I sometimes think that—" "That what?" "Well, that there has been foul play, Max," he said hoarsely. "You know what the people of those Balkan countries are? So many political conspirators in every walk of life. And the doctor was such a prominent politician in Serbia. Was he telling an untruth? If so, he was a marvelous actor." "Then you declare that you have received no word from either Maud or the doctor?" "I have heard nothing from them. But, Charlie," he said slowly, "has it not struck you that Marion knows something, that if she liked she could furnish us with a clue to the solution of the mysterious affair?" "Yes," he said, his face brightening at once. "How curious! That thought struck me also. She knows something, evidently, but refuses to say a word, because she is Maud's most intimate friend. Yet she ought, merely to set my mind at rest. She knows how fondly I love Maud." "What has she told you?" "She has merely urged me to be patient. That's all very well, because I feel sure that if Maud were allowed to do so, she would write to me." "Her father may prevent her. He does not write to me, remember," said Max. "I can't understand Marion. She is so very mysterious over it all. Each time I've seen her, I've tried to get the truth from her, but all in vain," Rolf declared. "My own idea is that on the night in question, when they went together to Queen's Hall, Maud told Marion something that is a secret." Max pondered. His friend's explanation tallied exactly with his own theories, but the point still remained whether or not there had been foul play. "But why doesn't the doctor send me a word of his own safety?" asked Barclay. "I was with him only a few hours before, smoking and chatting. He surely knew then of his impending flight. It had all been most ingeniously and cleverly arranged." "No doubt. When I knew of it, I was absolutely staggered," Rolf said. It was curious, thought his friend, that he did not admit visiting the house after the furniture had been removed. "I thought you left at 9 that night to go to Belgrade. Marion told me you had gone," Max remarked. "Yes, I had intended to go, but I unfortunately missed my train. The next day the old gentleman sent somebody else, as he wanted me at home to look after affairs up in Glasgow." "And how did you first know of Maud's disappearance?" asked Max, thinking to upset his calm demeanor. "I called at the house," he replied, vouchsafing no further fact. "And after that?" Max inquired, recollecting that telltale stain upon the woman's bodice. "I made inquiries in a number of likely quarters, without result." "And what's your theory?" Max asked, looking him straight in the face, now undecided whether he was lying or not. "Theory? Well, my dear fellow, I haven't any. I'd like to hear yours. The doctor and his daughter have suddenly disappeared as though the earth has swallowed them, and they have not left the least trace behind. What do you believe the real truth to be?" "At present I am unable to form any actual theory," his friend replied. "There has either been foul play, or else they are in hiding because of some act of political vengeance which they fear. That not a word has come from either tends to support the theory of foul play. Yet, if there has been a secret tragedy, why should the furniture have been made to disappear as well as themselves?" Then, after a pause, he fixed his eyes suspiciously upon Charlie and added, "I wonder if the doctor kept any valuables or securities that thieves might covet in his house?" Rolf shrugged his shoulders. Mention of that point in no way disturbed him. "I've never heard Maud speak of her father having any valuable possessions there," he said simply. "But he may have done so, and a theft may have been committed." "Of course. But the whole affair from beginning to end is most puzzling. I wonder the papers didn't get hold of it. They could have concocted lots of theories if it had become known. And now, at this lapse of time, the press could not mention it for fear of libel. They'll think that the doctor had done a moonlight flit instead of paying his rent." "It certainly looks like that," remarked Max with a laugh. "But I only wish we could induce Marion to tell us all she knows." Charlie sighed. "Yes," he said, "I only wish she would say something. But she refuses absolutely, and so we are left entirely in the dark. Well, all I can say is that the doctor would never wilfully leave me in ignorance of his whereabouts, especially at this moment. We have certain business matters together involving a probable gain of a good round sum. Therefore, it was surely to his interest to keep me in touch with him," Max declared. The man before him was silent. Was it possible that he had misjudged him? Was he lying? Or had he really gone to Cromwell Road in search of the doctor and found the house untenanted and empty? "It's a complete mystery," was all that Rolf could say. "Do you know, Charlie, a curious thought struck me the other day, and I mention it to you in all confidence. It may be absurd, but, well, somehow I can't get it out of my head." "And what is it?" asked his friend with an eagerness just a little unusual. Max paused. Should he speak, or should he preserve silence? The mystery now held him bewildered. What had become of the dear old doctor and the pretty girl with the tiny wisp of hair straying across her white brow? Yes, he would speak the vague impression that had of late been uppermost in his mind. "Well," he said, "old Statham has financial interest in Servia, has he not?" "Certainly, quite a number. He floated there alone a few years ago." "And has it not struck you that he and the doctor might be acquainted?" "They are strangers," he exclaimed quickly, darting a strange look across at Barclay. Max was somewhat surprised at the vehement and decisive nature of Charlie's declaration. "And Maud never met the old fellow?" "Never, to my knowledge." "Statham has a number of friends and acquaintances whom you do not know. The doctor may have been one of them." "Oh, Sam has very few secrets from me. I'm his confidential secretary," was the other's rather cold response. I know, but would it not be to Statham's interest to be on friendly terms with such a powerful factor in the Servian political world as Dr. Petrovich?" "Well, it might. But you know how independent he is. He never goes into society, and has no personal friends. He's utterly alone in the world, the loneliest man in London." "Then let's go a trifle further," said Max at last. "Answer me one question. Is it or is it not a fact that you were at the house in Cromwell Road on the night of their disappearance?" Rolf's countenance changed in an instant. His lips went white. "Why?" he faltered. "What do you mean to imply? Why?" "Because, Rolf," the other said in a hard, determined voice, "because I saw you there. Saw you with my own eyes." The end of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 25. Two Men and a Woman. The face of Charlie Rolfe went pale as death. He was in doubt and uncertain as to how much or how little was known by this man who loved his sister. "I saw you there, Rolfe, with my own eyes," repeated Max, looking straight into his face. He tried to speak. What could he say? For an instant his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. I don't quite understand you," he faltered. "What do you mean?" "Simply that I saw you at the doctor's house on the night of their disappearance." "My dear fellow," he laughed in a moment, perfectly cool, "you must have mistaken. You actually say you saw me?" "Most certainly I did," declared Max, his eyes still upon his friend. "Then all I can say is that you saw somebody who resembled me. Tell me exactly what you did see." Max was for a moment silent. He never expected that Rolfe would flatly deny his presence there. This very fact had increased his suspicions 100-fold. "Well, the only person I saw, Charlie, was you yourself leaving the house. That's all." "Somebody who closely resembled me, I expect." "Then you deny having been at the house that evening?" asked Max in great surprise. "Why, of course I do. You're absolutely mistaken, old chap," was Charlie's response. "Of course I can quite see how this must have puzzled you. But what now arises in my mind is whether someone has not endeavored to personate me. It seems very much as though they have. You say that I left the house. When?" "After the removal." You were in the empty house which you left secretly. And you were there also then? He asked. Of course. I called, ignorant that they had left. Charlie Rolfe did not speak for several moments. Well, he exclaimed at last, it seems that somebody has been impersonating me. I certainly was not there. Why should they impersonate you? Who knows? Is there not mystery in the whole affair? But if somebody went there dressed to resemble you, there must have been a motive in their visit, Max said. Well, old fellow, as you know, I've kept away from the house of late, at Maud's request. She feared that her father did not approve of my too frequent visits. And so you met her at dusk in the quiet streets about Nevern Square and the adjacent thoroughfares? Certainly, I told you so. I made no secret of it to you. Why should I? Then why make a secret about your visit to the house on that particular evening? I don't make any secret of it, he protested. I've already told you I was not there. But you didn't leave Charing Cross as you made people believe you had done. You didn't even go to the station, returned Max. Certainly I did not. You had no intention when you saw Marion at Cunnington's of leaving at all. Come, admit that. You're quite right. I did not intend to leave London. But Statham had given you orders to go. I do not always obey his orders when it is to his own interest that I should disregard them, he replied enigmatically. Then you had a reason for not going to Serbia? I had a very strong one. Connected with Maud Petrovich? In no way whatever. It was a purely personal motive. And you thought fit to disregard Statham's injunction in order to attend to your own private business? It was his business as well as mine, declared Charlie, who after a pause asked, Now tell me, Max, why are you cross-examining me like a criminal lawyer? What do you suspect me of? Well, shall I be frank? Certainly, we are old enough friends for that. Then I'm sorry to say, Charlie, that I suspect you of telling a lie. Lies are permissible in certain cases. For instance, where a woman's honour is at stake, he replied, fixing his eyes steadily upon those of his friend. Then you admit that what you have just told me is not the truth? I admit nothing. I only repeat that I was not in Cromwell Road on the evening in question. But my eyes don't deceive me, man. I saw your face, remember? If it was actually my face, it was not in Cromwell Road. That's quite certain, laughed old Statham's secretary. But it was your face. It was, I repeat, somebody who resembled me, he declared. But you haven't told me what the person was doing in the empty house. That's just what I don't know, Barclay replied. I only know this. When I entered that night, I saw nothing of a safe let into the wall. But on going there the next day, the safe stood revealed, the door was open, and it was empty. And so you charge me with being a thief, cried Rolfe, his cheek flushing. Not at all. You asked me for the truth, and I've told you. Well, it's evident that you suspect me of sneaking into the house, breaking open the doctor's safe, and taking the contents, he said, plainly annoyed. The doctor may have returned himself in secret, Max replied. But such could hardly be the case, for the door had been blown open by explosives. That would have created a noise, Charlie remarked quickly. Shows that whoever did it was a blunderer. Exactly, that's my opinion. What I want to establish is the motive for the secret visit and who made it. Well, I can assure you that I am in entire ignorance of the existence of any safe in the doctor's house. And so was I. It was concealed by the furniture until my second visit on the following morning. Curious, Rolfe said. Very curious indeed. The whole thing is most remarkable, especially how both father and daughter got away without leaving the least trace of their flight. Then you don't anticipate foul play? Max asked quickly. Why should one? The doctor had a good many political enemies. We all have enemies. Who has not? But they don't come and murder one and take away one's household goods. Then I am to take it that it was not you I saw at Cromwell Road, Charlie? Asked his friend in deep earnestness, at the same time filled with suspicion. He felt that his eyes could not deceive him. In all seriousness, was the other's reply, I was not there. This personation of myself shows that there was some very clever and deeply laid scheme. But you have just declared that a falsehood is permissible where a woman's honour was concerned. Well, and will not every man with a sense of honour towards a woman hold the same opinion? You yourself, Max, for instance, are not the man to give a woman away. I know, Wally. Only what? Surely you do not disagree with me. In a sense, I don't, but I am anxious to clear up this matter as far as you yourself are concerned. Rolf saw that he had shaken his friend's fixed belief that he had seen him in Cromwell Road. Max was now debating in his mind whether he had not suspected Charlie unjustly. It is easy to suspect and so difficult to satisfy oneself of the actual truth. The mind is, alas, too apt to receive ill-formed impressions contrary to fact. It is already cleared up, Rolf answered without hesitation. I was not there. You were entirely mistaken. Besides, my dear chap, why should I go there when I had been particularly asked by Maud not to visit the house? When did she ask you? Only the night before. That very fact is in itself curious. She urged me that whatever might occur, I was not to go to the house. Then she anticipated something, eh? It seems as though she did. And she told Marion something of the night when she and her father disappeared. I know. You know what she told her? No, Marion refuses to tell me. I wish I could induce her to speak. Marion knows the truth. That's my firm belief. And mine too. The two girls have some secret in common, Rolf said. Can't you get Marion to tell you? She refuses. I've asked her half a dozen times already. I wonder why. There must be some reason. Of course there is. She is loyal to her friend. But tell me honestly, Charlie, do you know the doctor's whereabouts? I tell you honestly that I haven't the slightest idea. The affair is just as great a mystery to me as to you. And why have you kept away from me till today? Barclay asked. It isn't like you. Well, answered Rolf with a slight hesitation, to tell you the truth, because I thought your manner had rather changed towards me of late. Why, my dear fellow, I'm sure it never has. But you suspected me of being in that house on the night of the disappearance. Of course, because I saw you. Because you thought you saw me, Charlie said, correcting him. You surely would not misjudge me for that. No, but your theory regarding falsehoods has, I must admit, caused some suspicion in my mind. Of what? Well, of prevaricating in order to shield a woman. More it may be. I am not shielding her, he declared. There's nothing to shield. I love her very dearly indeed, and she loves me devotedly in return. Cannot you imagine, Max, my perturbed state of mind now that she has disappeared without a word? Has she sent you no secret message of her safety? Max asked seriously. Not a word. And you do not know, then, if she has met with foul play? I don't. That's just it. Sometimes, and he rose from his chair and paced the room in agony of mind, sometimes I feel as if I shall go mad. I love her, just as you love Marion. Sometimes I feel assured of her safety, that she and her father have been compelled to disappear for political or other reasons, and then at others a horrible idea haunts me that my love may be dead, the victim of some vile, treacherous plot to take from me all that has made my life worth living. Stop! Cried Max, starting to his feet and facing him. You love her, eh? Better, better than my own life, he cried in deep earnestness, his troubled face being an index of his mind. Then upon her honor, the honor of the woman you love, swear to me that you have spoken the truth. He looked into his friend's eyes for a moment. Then he answered, I swear, Max, I swear by my love for Maud that I have spoken the truth. And Barclay stood silent, so puzzled as to be unable to utter a word. The end of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Queux. Chapter 26, which puts a serious question. At last Max spoke slowly and with great deliberation. And you declare yourself as ignorant as I am myself of their whereabouts? I do, was Rolf's response. When after a second's hesitation he added in a changed voice, I really think, Max, that you are scarcely treating me fairly in this matter. Surely it is in my interest to discover the whereabouts of Maud. I've done my best. Well, and I've failed to discover any clue whatever, except one, that, and he broke off without finishing his sentence. What have you discovered? Tell me. Be frank with me. I've not yet established whether it is a real clue or whether a mere false surmise. When I have, I will tell you." "But cannot we join forces in endeavouring to solve the problem?" Max suggested, his suspicion of his friend now removed. "That is exactly what I would wish. But how shall we begin? Where shall we commence?" asked Rolf. "The truth that it was not you whom I saw leaving the house in Cromwell Road adds fresh mystery to the already astounding circumstance," Max declared. "The man who so closely resembled you was purposely made up to be mistaken for you. There was some strong motive for this. What do you suggest it could be?" "To implicate me. But in what?" The thought of that blood-stained bodice ever haunted Max. It was on the tip of his tongue to reveal his discovery to his friend. Yet on second thoughts he resolved to, at present, retain his secret. He had withheld it from the police. Therefore he was perfectly justified in withholding it from Charlie. The flat denial of the latter regarding his visit to Cromwell Road caused him deep reflection. He watched his friend's attitude and was compelled to admit within himself that now, at any rate, he was speaking the truth. "The only reason for the visit of the man whom I must have mistaken for you, Charlie," he said, "must have been to open that safe." "Probably so." Then Max explained in detail the position of the safe and how he had discovered it being open and its contents abstracted. "On your first visit, then, the safe was hidden?" "Yes." "But when I went in the morning it stood revealed, the door blown open by some explosive." "By an enemy of the doctor's," remarked Charlie. Max did not reply. The doctor's words regarding his friend on the last occasion they had sat together recurred to him at that moment with a queer significance. The doctor certainly did not like Rolf. For what reason, he wondered. Why had he taken such a sudden dislike to him? Hitherto they had been quite friendly ever since the well-remembered meeting at the Villa des Fleurs in Aix-les-Bains, and the doctor had never, to his knowledge, objected to Maud's association with the smart young fellow whose keen business instincts had commended him to such a man as old Sam Statham. The doctor held, no doubt, either secret knowledge of something detrimental to Rolf, or else entertained one of those sudden and unaccountable prejudices which some men form and which they are unable to put behind them. "The one main point we have first to decide, Charlie," he said at last, standing at the window and gazing thoughtfully down into the narrow London street, "is whether or not then has been foul play." Rolf made no reply, a circumstance which caused him to turn and look straight into his friend's face. He saw a change there. His countenance was blanched, but whether by fear of the loss of the woman he loved or by a guilty knowledge, Max knew not. "Marion can tell us," he answered at last, "but she refuses." "You, her brother, can surely obtain the truth from her?" "Not when you, her lover, fail," Charlie responded, his brows knit deeply. "But a moment ago you said you had a clue." "I think I have one. It's only a surmise." "And in what direction does it trend?" "Towards foul play," he said hoarsely. "Political?" "It may be." "And were both victims of the plot?" "I cannot tell. At present I am making all the secret inquiries possible, far afield in a continental city. It takes time, care, and patience. As soon as I obtain anything tangible I'll tell you. But first of all, Max," he added, "I wish to have your assurance that you no longer suspect me. I am not your enemy. Why should you be mine?" "I am not, my dear fellow," declared Barclay. "How can I be the enemy of Marion's brother? I was only suspicious. You would have been the same in similar circumstances, I am sure." "Probably," laughed Charlie. "Yet what you have told me about the endeavour to implicate myself in the affair is certainly extraordinary. I don't see any motive." "Except that you were known by the conspirators, whoever they are, to be Maud's lover. If so, then they intend most probably to bring some false charge against me. And what?" asked Max in some surprise. "Why, don't you see," he said hoarsely, staring straight into his friend's face with a horrified expression as a terrible truth arose within him. "Don't you see that you yourself, Max, would become the principal witness against me?" Max stood wondering at the other's sudden anticipation of disaster. What could he dread if this denial of his was the actual truth? Again he grew suspicious. "How can I be witness against you if you are innocent of any connection with the affair?" he queried. "Because the doctor's enemies have done this in order to shield themselves. But if the doctor is really still alive, what have you to fear?" "Is he alive? That's a point. Marion gives me to understand that both he and Maud are safe," Max responded quickly. The other shook his head dubiously, saying, "If she has told you that, then it is exactly contrary to what she has given me to understand." "What? She has expressed a suspicion of foul play?" "Yes, more than a suspicion." "Well, this is certainly strange," Max declared. "Marion has all along been trying to allay my fears." "Because she feared to upset you, perhaps. But me it is different. She does not mind my feelings." "I'm sure she does, Charlie. She is devoted to you, and she ought to be. Few brothers would do what you have done." "That's quite outside the question," he said, quickly pacing anxiously up and down the room. "She told me distinctly the other day that her fears were of the West." "Ah, if you could only induce her to tell us what Maud confessed to her." "It was a confession, a serious and tragic one, I believe." "Yes, it was, no doubt. And if she would only speak, we could, I believe, quickly get at the truth," Rolf said. "To me it seems incredible that the doctor, your most intimate friend, should not have found some secret manner by which to communicate with you and assure you of his safety." There was a pause. Suddenly Max turned to the speaker and exclaimed, "Tell me, Charlie, be perfectly frank with me. Have you, do you think, at any time recently given some cause for offence to the doctor?" "Why do you ask that?" inquired the other in quick surprise. "I have reasons for asking. I'll tell you after you have answered my question." "I don't know," he laughed uneasily. "Some men, and especially foreigners, are very easily offended. But have you offended the doctor?" "Perhaps. A man never knows when he gives unintentional offence." "Are you aware of having done anything to offend him?" "No, except that Maud asked me not to visit there so often, as her father did not approve of it." "Did she ever tell you that the doctor had suddenly entertained a dislike of you?" "Certainly not. I always believed that he was very friendly disposed towards me." "But, well, why do you ask all this?" "I merely ask for information." "Of course, but you promised to tell me the reason." "Well, the fact is this. On the afternoon prior to their disappearance, the doctor expressed feelings towards you that were not exactly friendly. It seemed to me that he had formed some extraordinary prejudice. Fathers do this often towards men who love their daughters, you know. They are sometimes apt to be overcautious, with the result that the girl loses a very good chance of marriage," he added. "I know several similar cases." "Well," said Charlie thoughtfully, "that's quite new to me. I'd flattered myself that the doctor was very well disposed towards me. This is quite a revelation." "Didn't Maud ever tell you?" "Not a word. She feared, of course, to hurt your feelings. It was quite natural. She loves you." "If what we fear be true, you should put your words into the past tense, Max," was his reply in a hard voice. Barclay knew that his friend loved the sweet-faced girl with the stray, unruly wisp of hair which fell always across a white brow and gave her such a piquant appearance. And if he loved her so much, was it possible that he could have been author of or implicated in a foul and secret crime? Recollection of the dress bodice with the ugly stain still wet upon it flashed upon him. Was it not in itself circumstantial evidence that some terrible crime had been committed? The man before him denied all knowledge of the disappearance of his well-beloved, and yet Max with his own eyes had seen him slinking from the house. Had he spoken the truth, or was he an ingenious liar? Such was the problem which Max Barclay put to himself, a question which was the whole crux of the extraordinary situation. If what Rolf had declared was the truth, then the mystery became an enigma beyond solution. But if, on the other hand, he was now endeavouring to shield himself from the shadow of guilt upon him, then at least one fact was rendered more hideous than the rest. The question was one, and only one. Had this man, brother of his own dear Marion, sworn falsely upon what he had held to be most sacred, his love for Maud? What was a real and actual truth? The end of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 27. In the Web. It was 4 o'clock on the following afternoon, dark and threatening outside, precursory of a thunderstorm. In that chair in Max's room where Charlie Rolfe had sat on the previous morning was the polished, cosmopolitan Jean Adam lazily lolling back smoking a cigarette. Max had lunched over at White's and just come in to find Adam awaiting him. The Frenchman had risen and greeted him merrily, took the proffered Russian cigarette, and they had settled themselves to chat. "I've been every day expecting to hear from you," Adam exclaimed at last. "When do you propose starting for Constantinople?" "Well, I've been thinking over the matter, and I've come to the conclusion that just at present it is impossible for me to leave London. I have other interests here." Adam stirred uneasily in his chair. This reply filled him with chagrin, yet so clever was he, and such a perfect type of ingenious adventurer, that he never showed the least trace of surprise. "Really," he laughed, "that's very unfortunate for you." "Why for me?" "Well, the missing of such a chance would be unfortunate even to a Rothschild," he said. "There are hundreds of thousands in the deal, if you'll only go out with me. You're not a man of straw. You can afford to risk 1,000 or two, just as well as I can, even better. I would willingly go if it were not for the fact that I find I must remain in London." Adam laughed with just a touch of sarcasm. "Ah, the lady. I quite understand, my dear fellow. The charming young lady whom I met with you the other night does not wish you to leave her side, eh? We have all of us been through that stage of amorous ecstasy. I have myself, I know that. And if I may tell you with the frankness of a friend, I have regretted it," he added, holding up his white palms. "All men do not regret. I hope to be the exception," remarked Max Barkley, pensively watching the smoke from his lips rise to the ceiling. "Of course. But is it wise to turn one's back upon fortune in this way?" asked Adam, in that insidious manner by which he had entrapped many a man. "Review the position calmly. Here's a project which, by good luck, has fallen into my hands. I want somebody to go shares with me in it. You are my friend. I like you. I know you are an upright man, and I ask you to become my partner in the venture. Yet you refuse to do so because, well, merely because a woman's pretty face has attracted you, and you think that you please her by remaining here in London. Is it not rather foolish in your own interest? Constantinople is not the pole. A fortnight will suffice for you to get there and back and clinch the bargain. Mohil is awaiting you. I had a wire only yesterday. Do consider the whole question, there's a good fellow." Max had said nothing about the meeting with Marion. Therefore he believed that she had not told her lover. Adam was reflecting whether she might not, after all, be a woman to be trusted. This refusal of Max's to go to Turkey interfered seriously with the plans he had formed. Yet what those plans actually were, he had not even told the hunchback. He was a man who took counsel of nobody. His ingenious schemes he evolved in his own brain and carried them into effect by his own unaided efforts. The past history of Jean Adam, alias John Adams, had been one of amazing ups and downs and clever chicanery. He knew that Samuel Statham held him in awe and was now playing upon his fears and gloating over the success which must inevitably be his whenever he thought fit to deal the blow. It could be irresistible and crushing. He held the millionaire in his power, but before he moved forward to strike, he intended that Max should be induced to go abroad. And if he went, well, when he thought of his victim's departure, his small, near-set eyes gleamed, and about the corners of his mouth there played an expression of evil. "My decision does not require any reconsideration," said the young fellow after a pause. "I shall remain in London." "And lose the chance of a lifetime, eh?" exclaimed Adam, as though perfectly unconcerned. "I have some very important private matters to attend to." "I too used to have when I was your age." "They do not concern the lady," Max said quickly. "It's purely a personal matter." "Of business?" "Why, you would make as much in an hour over this railway business as you would make in 20 years here in London," Adam declared. "Besides, you want a change. Come out to the Bosphorus. It is charming beside the sweet waters." "All sounds very delightful. But even though I may let the chance of a fortune slip through my fingers, I cannot leave London at present." "But why?" "A purely private matter," was his reply, for he did not wish to tell this man anything concerning the strange disappearance of the doctor and his grave suspicions of Charlie Rolfe. "I can tell you nothing more than that." "Well, I'm sure the lady, if she knew that it was in your interest to go to Turkey, would urge you to go," declared Adam. "She would never keep you here if she knew that you could pull off such a deal as I have put before you." "She does know." "Oh, and what does she say?" "She suggested that I should go with you." "Then why not come?" "Because, as I've already told you, it is impossible. "I am kept in London by something which concerns the welfare of a very dear friend," Max answered. "You must put it before somebody else. I suppose the affair cannot wait?" "I don't want to put it before anybody else. If we do business, I want you and I to share the profits." "Very good of you, I'm sure. But at present I am quite unable to leave London." Max was wondering for the first time why this man was so pressing. If the thing was a really good one, as it undoubtedly was, according to the friend he had consulted in the city, then there could not be any lack of persons ready to go into the venture. Was it sheer luck that had led this man Adam to offer to take him into it? Or had the man some ulterior motive? Max Barclay was no fool. He had sown his wild oats in London and knew the ways of men. He had met many a city shark and had been the poorer in pocket through the meeting. But about this man Adam was something which had always fascinated him. The pair had been drawn together by some indescribable but mutual attraction, and the concession of the Sultan, which must result in great profits, was now within his reach. Nevertheless, he felt that, in the present circumstances, it was impossible to leave London. Before doing so, he was desirous of solving the problem of the disappearance of Dr. Petrovich and cleaning up the question of whether or not there had been a foul play. Rolf's denial of the previous day had complicated matters even further. He was convinced, now that he had reflected calmly, that his friend was concealing something from him, some fact which had an important bearing upon the astounding affair. Was Charlie playing a straight game? After long consideration, he had come again to the conclusion that he was not. In his ear was the voice of the tempter Jean Adam. Fortune awaited him in that sunlit city of white domes and minarets beside the Bosphorus, the city of veiled women and of mystery he had always hoped to visit. Would he not spare 14 days' travel there and obtain it? It was a great temptation. The concession for that railway would indeed have been a temptation to any man. Did not the late Baron Hirsch lay the foundation of his huge fortune by a similar arade of His Majesty the Sultan? The man seated in the deep armchair with a cigarette between his lips looked at his victim through his half-closed eyes as a snake watches the bird he fascinates. Jean Adam was an excellent judge of human nature. He had placed there a bait which could not fail to attract. If not today, then tomorrow, or the next day. He had gauged Max Barclay with a precision only given to those who live upon their wits. To every rule there are, of course, exceptions. Every man who lives upon his wits is not altogether bad. Curious though it may be, there are many adventurers to be met with in every capital in Europe who, though utterly unscrupulous, have in their nature one point of the most scrupulous honour, one point which redeems them from being classed as utter blackguards. Many a man who still sticks at nothing where money can be made is loyal, honest, and upright towards a woman, while another will with one hand swindle the wealthy and with the other give charity to the poor. Few men indeed are altogether bad, yet when they are, alas, outsiders indeed. Adam was a man who had no compunction where men were concerned, and very little when a woman stood in his way. His own adventures would have made one of the most interesting volumes ever written. Full of ingenuity and tact, fearless when it came to facing exposure, and light-hearted whenever the world smiled upon him, he was a marvellous admixture of good fellow and scoundrel. He knew that his clever story had fascinated the man before him, and that it was only a question of time before he would fall into the net so cleverly spread. "When do you anticipate you could go east?" "That is, providing I can get the matter postponed?" asked Adam at last as he placed his cigarette end in the ashtray. "I can't give you a date," replied Max. "It's quite uncertain. Why not go to somebody else?" "I tell you I have no desire to do so, my dear friend," was the Frenchman's reply. "I like you. That is why I place the business before you. I know, of course, there are 1,000 men in the city who would only jump at this chance of such a big thing." "Then why not go to them?" repeated Max, a little surprised and yet a little flattered. "As I have told you, I should rather take you into partnership. We have already decided to do the thing on a sound business basis. Indeed, I went to my lawyers only yesterday and gave orders for the agreement to be drawn up between us. You will receive it tonight or tomorrow?" "Well," replied Max with some hesitation, "if it is to be done, it must be done later. At present I cannot get away. My place is in London." "Beside the lady to whom you are so devoted, eh?" The Frenchman laughed. Max was irritated by the man's veiled sarcasm. "No, because I have a duty to perform towards a friend, and even the temptation of a fortune shall not cause me to neglect it." A friend. Whom? The matter is my own affair. It has nothing to do with our business, was Max's rather sharp response. Very well, said the other, quite unruffled. I'll wire tonight to Muhil Pasha and endeavour to obtain a postponement of the agreement. As you wish, Max said, still angered at this importation of the woman he loved into the discussion. I may as well say that it is quite immaterial. To you it may be so, but I am not rich like yourself, the other said. I have to obtain my income where I can, by honest means, and this is a chance which I do not intend to lose. I look to you, I hold you to promise, Barclay, to assist me. I do not intend to break my promise. I merely say that I cannot go to Turkey at once. But you will come? You will promise that in a few days, in a week, or when you have finished this mysterious duty to your friend, that you will come with me? He urged. Come, give me your hand. I don't want to approach anybody else. Well, if you really wish it, Max replied, and he gave the tempter his hand in pledge. When a few seconds later Jean Adam turned to light a fresh cigarette, there was upon his thin lips a smile, a sinister smile of triumph. Max Barclay had played dice with the devil and lost. He had, in his ignorance of the net spread about him, in that moment pledged his own honour. The end of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane. Chapter 28. Old Sam Has a Visitor. It was past midnight. At 11 o'clock, old Sam Statham had descended from the mysterious upper regions, emerged from the green baize door upon the stairs, which concealed another white enamelled door, a door of iron, and passing down to the study, had switched on the electric light, thrown himself wearily into an armchair, and lit a cigar. Upon his grey, drawn countenance was a serious, apprehensive look, as of a man who anticipated serious trouble, and who was trying in vain to brave himself up to face it. For nearly half an hour he had smoked on alone, now and then muttering to himself, his bony fingers clenched as though anticipating revenge. The big room was so silent at that hour that a pin, if dropped, might have been heard. Only the clock ticked on solemnly and striking the half-hour upon its silvery bell. The old millionaire, who, on passing through that baize-covered door, had locked the inner door so carefully after him, seemed strangely agitated. So apprehensive was he that Levi, entering some time afterwards, said in a sharp, brusque manner, I thought you had retired long ago. What's the matter? I have an appointment, snapped his master. An important one. Rather late, isn't it? Suggested the old servant. Remember that there are spies about. That little affair the other night aroused some curiosity. I'm certain of it. Among a few common passers-by. Bah, my dear Levi, they don't know anything. But they may talk. This house has already got a bad name, you know. Well, that's surely not my fault, cried the old man with a fiery flash in his eyes. It's more your fault for acting so infernally suspiciously and mysteriously. I know quite well what people say of me. A good deal that's true, declared old Levi, in open defiance of the man in whose service he had been so long. Sam Statham grinned. It was a subject which he did not wish to discuss. You can go to bed, Levi. I'll open the door, he said to the man who was his janitor. Who's coming? Inquired Levi abruptly. A friend. I want to talk to him seriously and alone. What's his name? Don't be so infernally inquisitive, Levi. Go to bed, I tell you, he croaked with a commanding wave of the hand. The servant never thwarted his master's wishes. He knew Sam Statham too well. A strange smile played upon the corners of his mouth, and he looked round to see that the whisky, siphons, and glasses were on the side table. Then, with a rather ill grace, said, Very well, good night, and bowing, he retired. When the door had closed, the old millionaire ground his teeth, muttering, You must always poke your infernal long nose into my affairs. But this matter I'll keep to myself just for once. I'm tired of your constant interference and advice. Ah, he sighed, how strange life is. Samuel Statham, millionaire, they call me. I saw it in the Pall Mall tonight. Rather, Sam Statham, pauper, the pauper of Park Lane. Ah, if the public only knew. If they only knew, he gasped, halting suddenly and staring wildly about him. What would be my future? What will it be when my enemies, like a pack of wolves, fall upon me and tear me limb from limb? Yes, they'll do if I'm unable to save myself. But why need I anticipate failure? What does the sacrifice of one woman matter when it will mean the assurance of my future, my salvation from ruin? He went on, speaking to himself in a low, hoarse voice. It's a thing I cannot tell Levi. He must find it out. He will one day, when the police inquiries give him the clue. And he snapped his own white fingers nervously and glanced at the clock in apprehension. He threw down his cigar, for it had gone out a long time ago. Sam Statham's life had been made up of many crises, and one of these he was passing through on that hot, breathless night after the motor buses had ceased their roar in Park Lane and tinkling cab bells were few and far between. 1 o'clock, the sound of the gong arousing him. He switched off the light and, walking to the window, raised one of the slats of Venetian blinds and peered out upon the pavement where so recently he had first recognized the man from the grave, the man Jean Adam. He stood behind the blue brocade curtains, watching eagerly. The passers-by were few, very few. Lower-class London was mostly at Margate and Ramsgate, while the West End was totally absent in Scotland or at the sea. He was wondering if Levi had really gone to bed, or was he lurking there to ascertain who might be the visitor expected? Old Sam crept noiselessly to the door and, opening it, peered out. The wide hall was now in darkness. Levi had apparently obeyed his orders and gone below to bed. And yet, so faithful was he to his trust that nobody could ever enter that house without him being aware of the identity of the visitor. Sometimes old Sam would regret the brusque manner in which he treated the man who was so entirely devoted to him and who shared so many of his secrets. But the secret of that night he did not intend Levi to share. It was his, and should be his alone. And for that person he was waiting to himself open the door to his midnight caller. He was about to close the study door again when he fancied he heard a slight movement in the darkness of the hall. "Levi," he exclaimed angrily, "what are you doing here, when I ordered you to retire?" "I am doing my duty," responded the old servant, advancing out of the shadow. "I do not wish you to go to the door alone and at night. You do not take sufficient care of your personal safety." "Rubbish! I've no fear," he answered as both stood there in darkness. "Yes, but you are injudicious," declared the old servant. "If not, you would have heeded young Rolf's warning, and your present dangerous position might have been avoided. Adams means mischief. You surely can't close your eyes to that." "I know he does," answered the millionaire in a voice that seemed harsh and hollow. "I know I was a fool. You took a false step, and can't retrace it. If you had consulted me, I would have given you my views upon the situation." "Yes, Levi, you are far too fond of expounding your view on subjects of which you have no knowledge. Your incessant chatter often annoys me," was his master's response. "If I have committed an error, it is my affair, not yours. So go to bed and leave me alone." "I shall not," was Levi's open reply. "I'm master here. I order you to go," cried Sam Statham in an angry, commanding tone. "And I refuse. I will not allow you to run any further risk." "What do you anticipate?" his master asked with sarcasm. "Are you expecting that my enemies intend to kill me in secret? If so, I can quickly disabuse your mind. It would not be to their interest if I were dead, for they could not then bleed me, as is no doubt their intention. I know Adams and his friends." "So do I," declared Levi. "Whatever plot they have formed against you is no doubt clever and ingenious. They are not meant to act until every preparation is complete." "Then why fear for my personal safety?" asked the millionaire. "I always have this, and I can use it." And he drew from his pocket something which glistened in the darkness, a neat plated revolver. "I fear because of late you have acted so injudiciously. Through ignorance, I believed myself to be more shrewd than I really am. You see, I admit my failing to you, Levi, but only to you, to nobody else. The city believes Sam Statham to possess the keenest mind and sharpest wits of any man between Temple Bar and Aldgate. Strange, isn't it, that each one of us earns a reputation for something in which really does not excel?" "You excel in disbelieving everybody," remarked Levi outspokenly. "If you believed that there was some little honesty in human nature, you might have been spared the present danger." "You mean I am too suspicious, eh?" "My experience of life has made me so," he growled. "Of the 1,000 employees I possess, is there a man among them honest? And as for my friends, is there one I can trust, except Ben and yourself, of course?" "What about Rolf?" Sam Statham hesitated. It was a question put too abruptly, a question not easily decided on the spur of the moment. Of course, ever since his failure to go to Belgrade, he had entertained some misgivings regarding his secretary. There was more than one point of fact which did not coincide with Rolf's statements. The man was quickly suspicious, and when he scented mystery, it was always a long time before his doubts were allayed. Like every man of great wealth, he had been surrounded by sycophants who had endeavoured to get rich at his expense. The very men he had helped to fortune had turned round afterwards and abused and libelled him. It was that which had long ago soured him against his fellow men and aroused in his heart a disbelief in all protestation of honesty and uprightness. Levi recognized his master's lack of confidence in Rolf, and it caused him to wonder. Hitherto he had been full of praise of the clever and energetic young secretary by whose smart business methods several good concerns in which he had controlling interest had been put into a flourishing condition. But now, quite of a sudden, there was a hesitancy which told too plainly of lack of confidence. Was the star of Rolf's prosperity on the wane? If so, Levi felt sorry, for he was attached to the young man, whom he felt confident had the interests of his master thoroughly at heart. Old Levi was a queer fish. He had seldom taken to anybody as he had done to Mr. Rolf, who happily cracked a joke with him and asked after his rheumatics. "Levi," exclaimed Statham after a few moments of silence, "is it not absurd for us to chatter here in the darkness? It's past 1. I wish you to go downstairs and leave me alone." "Why?" demanded the old retainer. "Because I have a strong reason for opening the door myself. I promised that my visitor should be seen by no one except myself. Now, do you understand?" Levi did not answer for a few moments. "Then, in that case," he said with reluctance, "I suppose I must do as you wish. Only I am very much against you opening the door yourself. You know that." And grunting, his dark figure moved along the hall, and he disappeared down the stairs, wishing his master good night. Statham, having listened to his retreating footsteps, re-entered the library, which was still unlit, and going again to the window, peered forth into Park Lane. Rain was falling, and the street lamps cast long lines of light upon the shining pavements. In the faint ray of light that fell across the room from without, he bent and looked at his watch. It was 1:30, the hour of the appointment. The old fellow raised both hands to his head and smoothed back his grey hair. Then he drew a long sigh and walked in patience, peering forth in eager expectancy. For another 10 minutes he remained almost motionless, until at last his ear caught the sound of a footstep coming from the direction of Oxford Street, and a dark figure passing the window stopped beneath the porch. Next second he flew along the hall to the door, opening it noiselessly to admit a woman in a black tailor-made gown and motor cap, her features but half concealed by a thin veil of grey gauze. She crossed the threshold without speaking, for he raised his finger as though to command a silence. Then, when he had closed the door behind her and slipped the bolt into its socket, he conducted her along to the dark study without uttering a word. Her attitude and gait was that of fear and hesitancy, as though she already regretted having come there, and would fain make her escape, if escape were possible. The end of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 29, in which Marion is indiscreet. On entering, old Statham switched on the electric light quietly, the soft glow revealing the pale countenance of his guest. The blanched face, with its apprehensive, half-frightened expression, was that of Marion Rolfe. "Well," he said in his thin, rather squeaky voice, after he had closed the door behind her and drawn forward a chair, "you have at last summoned courage to come, eh?" He smiled at her triumphantly. "Why have you refused me invitation so many times? My house, you know, bears a reputation for mystery, but I am no ogre, I assure you, Miss Rolfe. Whispers have come back to me that I am believed by some to be a modern Bluebeard, or by others a kind of seducer. But I trust you will disbelieve the wild rumours put out by my enemies and regard me as your friend." She had sunk into the soft depths of the green silk upholstered chair, and with her motor veil drawn back was gazing at the old man, half in fear, half in wonder. To his words she made no response. "I hope the car I sent came for you as arranged," he said, at once changing the subject. "Yes, the man arrived punctually," she answered at last. But what? I ought never to have come here, she declared uneasily. I'll have to go before Mr. Cunnington tomorrow for being absent all night, and shall certainly be discharged. He will never hear excuse in any case. Instant dismissal is the hard and fast rule. Not in your case, Miss Rolfe, replied the old millionaire. Remember that it is not Mr. Cunnington who controls Cunnington's Limited. I have asked you here in order to speak to you in strictest confidence. Indeed, I want to take you into my confidence, if you'll allow me. Perhaps you will be absent from Oxford Street a week, perhaps a month, but when you return you will not find the vacancy filled. His cold eyes were fixed upon hers. She found a strange fascination in the old man's glance, for he seemed to fix her and hold her immovable. Now for the first time she experienced what Charlie had so often told her, namely that Samuel Statham could, when he so desired, exercise an extraordinary power over his fellow men. Absent a month? She echoed, staring at him. What do you mean? What I say. The car is awaiting you at the Marble Arch, isn't it? I suppose so. The chauffeur put me down there. At your orders, I believe. I told you to put on a thick coat and motor veil. I see you have done as I wished. I want you to go on a long journey. She looked at the grey, immovable face before her in sheer astonishment. To this man, both her brother Charlie and she herself owed their present happiness. And yet he was a man of millions and of mystery. Charlie had always been reticent regarding the strange tales concerning the house in which she now found herself a visitor there under compulsion. Max, on the other hand, had often expressed wonder whether or not there was really any substratum of truth. As she sat there, she recollected how, only a fortnight before, Max had told her the latest queer story regarding the mysterious mansion and its eccentric owner. What would he say if he knew that she had dared to go alone there, that she was seated in the old man's private room? Dared. If the truth were told, Sam Statham had written to her fully half a dozen times, asking her to call upon him in secret in the evening when her brother would have left, as he wished to speak with her. Each time she had replied making excuses, for within herself she could not imagine upon what business he wished to see her. She had only met him once, on the day her brother took her to the city and asked his master to secure her a berth at Cunnington's. The interview only lasted 5 minutes, and the impression he left upon her was that of a peevish, snappy old man who held all women in abhorrence. Very well, Rolfe, he had replied impatiently. I'll write to Cunnington's about your sister. Remind me tomorrow. Then, returning to her, he had wished her a hasty goodbye and resumed his writing. He had hardly taken the trouble to look at her. Now, for the first time, he was gazing straight into her face, and she thought she detected in his eyes an expression of sadness combined with kindliness. An expert in the reading of character, however, would have noticed beneath that assumed kindliness was an expression of triumph. He had brought her there against her will. She was there at his bidding, merely because she dared not offend the man to whom both Charlie and herself owed their daily bread. For a long time she had held out against all his strongly expressed desires to see her. His letters had been placed in her hand by a special messenger, and Mr. Warner, the buyer, had on 2 occasions witnessed their delivery and wondered who might be the assistant's correspondent. He never dreamed that it was Samuel Statham, the man who held the controlling interest in the huge concern. The writer of those letters particularly requested her not to mention the matter to her brother, therefore she more than once thought of consulting Max. But Statham's instructions was that she would regard the matter as confidential, so she had refrained, and at the same time had met all his invitations with steady excuses. At last, on the previous day, came a tersely worded note which made it plain that the millionaire would brook no refusal. She was to purchase a motor cap and veil, and wearing them was at an hour he appointed to meet a dark red motor car that would be awaiting her at Addison Road Station. In it she was to drive back to the Marble Arch, where he was to alight and walk along Park Lane direct to the house, where he himself would admit her in secret. The writer added that she was to ask no questions and that no reply was needed. He would be expecting her. And so she had come there in utter ignorance of his motive for inviting her, and as she sat before him, she became filled with apprehension. Hers was, she knew, an adventure of which neither Charlie nor Max would approve. The clever old man read the girl's mind like an open book, and at once saw to allay her misgivings. I see, he said, smiling, that you are not altogether at your ease. You are afraid of what people might say? Your fellow assistants wouldn't approve of you coming to see me at this hour, I suppose? Yes, he laughed. What is considered discreditable among the middle classes is deemed quite admissible in society. But who need know unless you yourself tell them? It'll be known tomorrow morning that I was absent, she said. Leave that to me. Only one person will know, Cunnington himself. So make your mind quite easy upon that point, my dear young lady. I can quite understand your hesitation in coming here. It's of course only natural, but you must remember in what high esteem I held your father, and now for the sake of his memory I have taken your brother into my service. Before we go further, Mr. Statham, exclaimed the girl, I would like to take this opportunity of thanking you for all you have done for both of us. Had it not been for your generosity, I am sure Charlie would never have been in such a position. Ah, you are very fond of your brother, eh? He asked in his quick, brusque way, leaning back in his armchair and placing his hands together. Yes, he is so very good to me. And you probably know something of his affairs? Very little. He doesn't tell me much. He talks of me sometimes, I suppose, remarked the old man with a good-humoured smile. With the greatest admiration always, Mr. Statham. He is devoted to you, she declared. The old man moved uneasily and gave a sniff of suspicion combined with a low grunt of satisfaction. He is engaged to some foreign woman, I hear, he said. You know her, of course. You mean Maud Petrovich? Yes, she's my friend. Petrovich, he repeated as though in ignorance of the fact. I've heard that name before. Sounds like a Russian name. Servian. She's the daughter of Dr. Petrovich, the well-known Servian statesman. Of course, I recollect now. He's been in the ministry once or twice. I recollect having some dealings with him over the Servian loan. He was finance minister then. And so he's in love with her, he said reflectively. If I remember right, she's the only daughter. His Excellency invited me to dine at his house in Belgrade one night a few years ago, and I saw her. A very pretty, dark-haired girl. She looked more French than Servian. Her mother was English. Ah, and a dead silence fell, broken only by the low tinkle of a cab bell outside. So your brother is in love with the pretty daughter of the ex-minister. What a happy circumstance is youth, sighed the old man. And you yourself, he went on, staring straight at her, you have a lover also. How can I ask? Of course, a beautiful girl like you must have a lover. Marion blushed deeply, dropping her eyes from his. She was annoyed that he should make such an outspoken comment, and yet she forgave him, knowing full well what an eccentric person he was. The truth was that the old man now for the first time realized how extremely good-looking was the sister of his secretary. He had been told so by Mr. Cunnington on one occasion, but he had heard without paying attention. Yet, as he sat now with his gaze fastened upon her, he saw how uneasy she was and how anxious to escape from his presence. This rather piqued him. He had a suspicion that a brother might have said something to prejudice him in her estimation. Therefore, he exerted all his efforts to place her at ease, efforts which, alas, had but little avail. The silence of that sombre but gorgeous room, the weird mystery of the house itself, and the thin-faced man of millions himself all combined to fill her with some instinctive dread. Alone there at that hour, she felt herself completely in that man's power. Only 3 days before, she had read a paragraph in MAP regarding his enormous wealth and his far-reaching power and influence. The writer said that Samuel Statham was a man who seldom smiled and whose own secretary scarcely knew him, so aloof did he hold himself from the world. And it was added that he, possessor of millions, preferred hot baked potatoes on a winter's night to the finest dishes which a French chef could contrive. He was a man of simplest taste, yet strangely erratic in his movements, a man whose foresight in business matters was little short of miraculous, and whose very touch seemed to turn dross to gold. He had declined half a dozen invitations to meet royalty at royalty's express wish, and when offered a peerage by Prime Minister before the late government went out of office, he had respectfully declined the preferred honour. Sam Statham sneered at society and turned a cold shoulder to it, a fact which caused society to be all the more eager to know him. Marion recollected every word of this as she sat in wonder at the actual motive of her visit. Her eyes wandered around the fine room with its beautiful pictures, its priceless pieces of statuary, and its great Chinese vases that were loot from the summer palace at Pekin. The air of wealth and luxury impressed her, while even the arrangement of the electric lights, placed out of sight behind the bookcases and reflected into the center of the apartment, was so cunningly devised that the illumination was bright without being glaring. "And so you have a lover in secret, eh?" he laughed, leaning back and regarding her with half-closed eyes. "Like every other girl, you dream of marriage and happiness. A shadowy dream, I can assure you." Happiness is as tangible as the moonbeams, and love as fleeting as a sunset. But you are young, and will disbelieve me. I don't ask you to heed me indeed, for I am old and world-weary and soured of life. I only urge upon you to pause and think deeply, very deeply and earnestly, before you plight your troth to any man. Most men are unworthy, and all men are liars. Had he brought her there at that unusual hour to deliver a discourse upon the perils of affection? She sat listening to him without uttering a word. But she thought of Max, her Max, who loved her so dearly and so well, and she laughed within herself at the old man's well-meant warnings. His words were those of a man whose happiness had been wrecked by some woman vain and worthless. Why had he insisted that she should visit him in secret? To her his motive was a complete enigma, rendered the more complicated by his vigorous denunciation of affection and all that appertained to it. The end of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 30. The Spider's Parlour. What you have told me, Miss Rolfe, concerning your brother's engagement interests me greatly, the old fellow said at last. He is entirely in my confidence and a most valuable assistant. Therefore, I naturally am very anxious that he should not make an unhappy marriage. I hope that you will not say that I have told you, exclaimed the girl quickly. I know I ought not to. Whatever is said between us in this room, Miss Rolfe, is said in strictest confidence, the millionaire declared. I have a good many secrets in my keeping, you know. Therefore, rest assured that whatever you tell me goes no further. You are against his marriage, she suggested, looking him boldly in the face. I have not said so. I am only seeking information about the lady, Maud Petrovich, I think you said was her name. Whatever I can tell you is only in her favour. She was a very dear friend of mine. Ah, then you have quarrelled, eh? He asked, looking at her sharply. You said she was your friend. You used the past tense. I know. Why? Because, and she grew confused, well, because something has happened. To interrupt pure friendship? She did not reply. He had craftily led up the conversation to Maud, and was, as he had openly told her, seeking information. He watched the flush upon her cheeks and the nervous manner in which she picked at her skirt. And yet, though you are friends no longer, you are in favour of your brother's marriage with a lady? That appears strange. I suppose he loves her. Every man loves at his age, and lives to regret at 40, he added with that touch of biting sarcasm which was never absolutely absent from his remarks. Yes, Charlie does love her. I am convinced of that, and her devotion to him has always been very marked from the first time they were introduced at Aixler's Bains. She has told me how deep is her affection for him. At Aixler's Bains, Statham exclaimed in surprise. I thought Dr. Petrovich lived in London. And so he did, until recently. Where is he now? I would much like to meet him again. I do not know. He left London suddenly with his daughter. Your brother would know, of course. No, he also is unaware of their present whereabouts, she answered quickly, adding, Recollect your promise not to mention the matter to him. When I make a promise, Miss Rolfe, I keep it, was his grave response. Only forgive me for saying so, but you appear to be a little evasive regarding the doctor's daughter. Evasive? She echoed. I don't understand you, Mr. Statham. Well, you're trying to mislead me, he answered, knitting his brows and looking her straight in the face. And let me say that when you try to mislead Sam Statham, you have a difficult task. She started at a sudden change of manner and again became confused. Now, he said, bending forward to her from his chair, let us understand each other at the outset. You were the most intimate friend of this girl, Maud, who, with her father, suddenly disappeared from London. The facts of their disappearance are already known to me. I may as well tell you that much. They vanished and took their household goods with them. Perhaps they were afraid of anarchists or political enemies, or perhaps the doctor is wanted by the police. Who knows? It was mystery, and as such remains. Is not that so? She added. This knowledge of his astounded her. She had believed that the disappearance was only known to the 2 or 3 persons who had been Petrovich's personal friends. She little dreamed of the many spies in the pay of the great financier, men and women who reported to him any political move at home or abroad which might influence the markets. The world had often believed that Sam Statham was omnipresent. They knew nothing of his agents or their secret visits. "Now, Mr. Rolfe, let us advance one step further," the old man said, still keeping his keen gaze upon hers. "If you will kindly carry your mind back to the day of their disappearance, you will remember that you accompanied the doctor's daughter to a concert at Queen's Hall." "How do you know that?" she cried, starting up from a chair. "How I know it is immaterial," he said firmly. "Kindly reseat yourself." "I will not," she declared boldly. "You are cross-examining me as though I were a criminal. This is outrageous." "I politely request you to sit down, Miss Rolfe," he said, never moving a muscle. Her beautiful face was flushed with resentment and anger as, standing erect before him, she faced him in open defiance. "I see no further point in this interview," was her cold reply. "I'll go." "I think it would be wiser for you to remain," he responded in a low, determined voice. "Wiser for you to answer my questions." "I've already answered them." "I wish to know something further," he said, stirring again in his chair and waving his hand with a repeated request that she would be reseated. "I've nothing to conceal," was her reply, attempting to smile. "Why should I?" "Why indeed," he said. "I may as well tell you that I have reasons, very strong business reasons, for elucidating this mystery concerning Dr. Petrovich. To me it involves a question of many thousands of pounds. I have considerable interest out in Servia, and as your brother may have explained to you, I must find the doctor, and the reason I have asked you here tonight is to invoke your aid in assisting me to do so. Can I be more explicit?" He looked in her face, but a shrewd observer would have known by the wavering smile at the corners of his mouth that he was not speaking the exact truth. There was some trick or motive underlying it all. Though she did not detect this, she was still undecided. Anger was aroused within her by his commanding manner. His attitude had changed so suddenly that she had been taken thoroughly aback. "I'm afraid, Mr. Statham, that I cannot render you any assistance in discovering the whereabouts of the Petroviches." "But, my dear young lady," he cried, "they had servants. Surely there is one who could give us some very valuable information." "Perhaps so, if he or she could be found," she remarked. "They no doubt took every precaution against being followed. As a matter of fact, so great a care has the doctor taken that his most intimate friend in London is in ignorance." "And who is he, pray?" asked the millionaire quickly. "A gentleman named Barclay, Mr. Max Barclay." "Max Barclay? I've heard of him. A friend of your brother's, eh? And he was the doctor's friend?" "They were inseparable, but the doctor left without a word of farewell." "And also the daughter, except to you, Miss Rolfe?" he said, looking at her meaningly. "To me? Yes," he went on, his keen gaze again upon her. "It is useless to assume ignorance. You know quite well that the doctor's daughter, on the night of their disappearance, made a statement to you, an important statement." "My brother told you that?" she cried. "He has told you everything." "He has told me nothing," replied the old man coldly. "I only asked whether you denied that she made a statement." The girl hesitated. "She certainly spoke to me," she admitted at last. "I was a most intimate friend, and it was only natural, perhaps, that she told me what was most uppermost in her mind." "And what was that?" "I regret," she replied, "that I cannot repeat it, Mr. Statham." "What? You refuse to say anything?" "Under compulsion, yes," was her firm answer. "I did not know," she added, "that you had invited me here to ply me with questions in this manner. Or you would not have come, eh?" He laughed. "Well, my dear young lady, you apparently don't quite realize how very important it is to me to discover Dr. Petrovich. I've asked you here in order to beg a favor of you. I may be rough and matter-of-fact, but I trust you will pardon my apparent rudeness." "There's nothing to forgive, Mr. Statham," was her quiet, dignified response. "My reply, quite brief and at the same time unalterable, is that I have nothing to say." "You mean you refuse to tell me?" She nodded. He thrust his hands deep into the pockets of his old grey trousers and stared down at the carpet. Marion Rolfe was more difficult to question than he had anticipated. She possessed the same firm, resolute nature of her father and her brother. That Maud Petrovich had made a statement to her which possessed a most important bearing upon the serious interests involved, he was absolutely certain. Ever since the day following the strange disappearance, certain secret agents of his had been at work, but they had discovered next to nothing. Marion Rolfe alone was in possession of the actual facts. He knew that full well, and was therefore determined that she should be compelled to speak and explain. "I wish, Mr. Rolfe, that I could impress upon you the extreme importance of this matter to myself personally," he said, assuming an air quite conciliatory in the hope that he might induce her to reveal the truth. "I have begged of you to assist me in a very difficult task, one which, if I fail in accomplishing, will mean an enormous financial revenue. Your brother is in my service, while you yourself are also indirectly in my service," he added. "And if, as a result of your information, I am able to discover the doctor, I need not tell you that I shall mark your services in an appreciable manner. You have already been very generous to us both, Mr. Statham, but I think you cannot know much of me if you believe that for sake of reward I will betray the doctor," was her dignified answer. "It is not a question of betrayal," he hastened to reassure her. "It is to his own interest, as well as to mine, that we should meet. If we do not, it will mean ruin to him." "And if he is dead?" suggested Marion. "My own belief is that he is not dead," was the millionaire's reply. "I know more of him and of his past than you imagine. There is every reason why he should live." "And Maud, what of her?" He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "As regards her, you know best. She told you the truth." "Yes, and which I will not repeat." "Oh, but my dear young lady, you must. Why waste time like this? Every day, nay, every hour causes the affair to assume increased gravity. I would have gone to the police long ago, only such a course would have brought the doctor into a criminal dock. I have his interest as well as my own at heart." "I have given my promise of secrecy, Mr. Statham, and I will not betray it," she repeated, again rising from her chair, anxious to leave the house. "You still refuse," he cried, starting to his feet also and standing before her. "You still refuse even to save yourself." "To save myself!" she exclaimed. "I do not follow you, Mr. Statham." A sinister grin spread over his grey face. "You are perfectly free to leave this place, Mr. Rolfe," he said in a hard, meaning voice. "But first reflect what they will say at Cunnington's regarding your visit here tonight." You will tell them?" she gasped, drawing back from him, pale as death as she realized for the first time how she had imperiled her own good name and how completely she was in his power. I believe, Mr. Statham, that you are an honourable man." "Where a man's life is concerned, it is not a question of honour," was his reply. "You refuse to assist me, and I refuse to assist you. That's all." The end of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 31. His name. "Not a question of honour, Mr. Statham," she cried. "It's not a question of my own honour," and she stood before him erect and defiant. "My dear young lady," he laughed, "pray calm yourself. Let us discuss the matter quietly." "There's nothing to discuss," she exclaimed resentfully, looking straight into the old man's grey face. "You have threatened to divulge the secret of my visit to you tonight if I refuse to betray my friend. Is such an action honourable? Does such a threat against a defenceless woman do you credit?" she asked. "You misunderstand me," he hastened to assure her, realizing the mistake he had made. "I understand that you ask me a question," she said. "You wish me to repeat what she told me to me in confidence, the secret imparted to me by the girl who was my best friend." "Yes, I wish to know what Maud Petrovich told you," he answered, standing with his thin hand behind his back. "Then I regret that I am unable to satisfy your curiosity," was a firm response. "I now realize your motive in inviting me here at this hour, to see you in secret. You meant me to compromise myself, to remain away from Cunnington's and be punished for my absence. The punishment of dismissal," she went on, her fine eyes flashing in anger at his dastardly tactics. "You know quite well, Mr. Statham, that the world is only too ready to think ill of a woman. You anticipate that I will betray my friend in order to save myself from the calumny and dismissal from the service of the firm. But in that you are mistaken. No word shall pass my lips, and I wish you good night," she added with severe hauteur, moving towards the door. "No, Miss Rolfe," he cried, quickly intercepting her. "Surely it is unnecessary to create this scene. I hate scenes. Life is really not worth them. You have denounced what you are pleased to call my ungentlemanly tactics. Well, I can only say in my defense that Samuel Statham, although he is not all that he might be, has never acted the blackguard towards a woman, and more especially towards a daughter of his dear friend. You have told me that you will refuse to assist me, she said. In other words, you decline to preserve the secret of my visit here, although you made a promise that my absence tonight from Cunnington's should not be noted. I have given you a promise, Miss Rolfe, and I shall keep it, was his quiet and serious response. She looked at him with distrust. You have asked me a question, Mr. Statham, one to which I am not permitted to reply, she said. Why not? Because I've made a vow to regard what was told me as strictly in confidence. Sam Statham pursed his lips. Few were the secrets he could not learn when he set his mind upon learning them. In every capital in Europe he had his agents who, at orders from him, set about to discover what he wished to know, whether it be a carefully guarded diplomatic secret or whether it concerned the love affair of some royal prince to whom he was making a loan. He knew as much of the internal affairs of various countries as their finance ministers did themselves, and with the private affairs of some of his clients he was as well acquainted as were their own valets. To the possession of sound but secret information much of the old man's success was due. The mysterious men and women who so often came and went to the house all poured into his ears facts they had gathered, facts which he afterwards duly noted in the locked green-covered book which he kept in the security of his safe. Surely the contents of that book would, if published, have created a huge sensation, for there were noted there many ugly incidents in the lives of the men who were prominent in Europe, together, be it said, with facts concerning them that were highly creditable and sometimes counterbalanced the black pages in their history. And this man of many secrets stood there thwarted by a mere chit of a girl. He regarded her coldly with expressionless eyes. His gaze caused her to shudder. She withdrew from him with instinctive dislike. About this man of millions, whose touch turned everything to gold, there seemed to her something superhuman, something indescribably fearsome. His very gaze seemed to fascinate her, and yet at the same time she regarded him with distrust and horror. She was a fool, she told herself, ever to have listened to his appeal. She ought to have had sense enough to know that by bringing her there at that hour he had some sinister motive. His motive was to wring from her the words of Maud Petrovich. Suddenly he altered his tactics and, drawing a chair forward again, said, "Let us sit down and talk of something else. You look pale. May I offer you something?" "No, thank you," she replied. It was true that his threatening words a few moments ago had upset her, therefore she was glad to be seated again. He evidently did not intend that she should leave yet. Having reseated himself near his writing table, he said, "As I explained, I want you, if you will, to go on a journey for me. The car is awaiting you round in Deanery Street." "A journey? Is it far?" "That all depends, if you are prepared to render me this service," he replied. "I am prepared to render you any service, Mr. Statham, that is within my power, and my conscience permits me," she said in a firm voice. "Ah, now that's better. We are beginning to be friends. When you know me, you will not accuse me of ungentlemanly conduct, especially towards a woman. But," he added with a laugh, "I am a woman-hater. I dare say you have heard that about me, eh?" She smiled also. "Well, yes, I have heard that you are not exactly a ladies' man. But surely you are not alone in the world in that." "If all men were like me, Miss Rolfe," he said, "there wouldn't be much work for the parsons in the matter of marrying." "You have been unfortunate, perhaps, in your female acquaintances," she ventured to suggest. His manner towards her had altered, therefore she was again perfectly at ease. "Yes," he said, "you have guessed correctly. Unfortunate." And then a dead silence fell, and Marion, watching his face, saw that he was reflecting deeply. Of a sudden he looked straight into her face again and said, "You have a lover, Miss Rolfe, and you are happy. Is not that so?" The girl blushed deeply at his unexpected statement. How could the old man possibly know, unless some of the people at Cunnington's had carried tales to him? Perhaps Mr. Warner had told Mr. Cunnington, and he had spoken to the millionaire. "I see," he laughed, "that I have spoken the truth. Max Barclay loves you, doesn't he? He's a friend of your brother's. I know him, and allow me to congratulate you. He's a thoroughly good fellow, and would be better if you'd keep off hazardous speculation." She did not reply. The old man's final sentence impressed her. Mac's speculations were hazardous. This was news to her. "You don't deny that you love young Barclay, do you?" the old man demanded. She hesitated, her cheeks crimsoning. Well, why should I? She asked. He's very good to me. Very good indeed. That's right, he said approvingly. If I did not think him an honest, upright fellow, I should warn you against him. Girls in your dependent position, you know, are too frequently victims of men whom the world calls gentlemen. You know that, don't you? Yes, she answered in a low voice. She was impressed by his solicitude on her behalf. In his eyes was a kindly glance, and she began to declare within herself that she had misjudged him. Well, he went on, when it came to my knowledge that Max Barclay was paying court to you, and that you were seen together of an evening and on Sundays, it gave me great satisfaction. I owe a debt of gratitude to your poor father, Mr. Rolfe, and I am endeavouring to repay it to his children. Therefore, I admit to you now that more than once I wondered what kind of love would be yours. I anticipated annoyance, but on the contrary, I have only the most complete satisfaction. I am sure, Mr. Statham, it's very kind of you to say this, and surely it is very generous of you to take an interest in Charlie and myself. It is not a matter of kindness, but a matter of duty, he said. We were talking of Barclay. How did you meet him? Charlie introduced him to me one Sunday afternoon in the park. And he has promised you marriage? Tell me frankly. She nodded, again blushing deeply. Then you have my very heartiest wishes for your future happiness, he declared with a pleasant smile. Mind, I am told the date so that I can send you the usual teapot. Whereat they both laughed in chorus. The old man could be charming when he wished. Oh, we shan't be married for a long time yet, I suppose, Marion exclaimed. Max talks of going with a shooting party in the Zambezi next spring. They'll be away a full year, I expect. And you'll be left all alone? He said in a tone of surprise. No, I don't think he'll do that. He ought not to leave you alone at Cunnington's. Oh, but he's going out to Turkey now, in a few days, I think. He has some financial business out there. Something which will bring him in a very big sum of money. Oh, what's its nature? Asked the old financier, instantly pricking up his ears. I believe it is a concession from the Sultan for the construction of a railway from some place on the Serbian frontier across northern Albania down to San Giovanni di Madua, if I pronounce the name aright, on the Adriatic. What? Cried Statham, starting up. Are you quite certain of this? Yes. Why? She asked, surprised at the sudden effect of words had produced upon him. Well, because this is a surprise to me, Mr. Rolfe, he said. Tell me the details as far as you know them. Has he spoken to you about it? Yes, he is hesitating to go, not wishing to leave me. Of course. Did I not tell you so a moment ago? He remarked with a smile. But are you aware that this concession, if the Sultan really gives it, is of the greatest importance to the commercial development of the Near East? There are big interests involved, and correspondingly big profits. Curious that I have not heard anything of the scheme lately. It's a dream that every Balkan statesman has had for the past 15 years, the creating of an outlet for trade to the Adriatic, but the Sultan could never be induced to allow the line to run through his dominion. He's not too friendly with either Bulgaria or Serbia. I thought I was being kept well informed of all the openings in Constantinople where British capital can be employed, yet I haven't heard anything of this long-discussed scheme for quite a year. Your informants believe perhaps that it would not interest you? Interest me? He echoed. Why, they could not successfully carry it through in London without my aid, or at least without my consent. Whoever is getting the concession, if it is being obtained at all, which I very much doubt, knows full well that in the long run he must come to Sam Statham. Do you happen to know who besides Barclay is interested in the scheme? There's a French gentleman, a friend of Max's, who wants to go to Constantinople with him. What's his name? I may probably know him. Adam. Jean Adam. Jean Adam? Gasped the old man. Jean Adam, a friend of Max Barclay? Yes, she answered, staring at him. Why? Why, girl? He continued roughly. Don't ask me why, but tell me all about it. Tell me at once. The end of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 32. Man's Broken Promises. I know very little of the details, replied the girl. Max could of course tell you everything. He introduced me one night to Mr. Adam, who seemed a very polite man. All bows and smiles like the average Frenchman, eh? Oh, yes, I happen to know him. Well, he seems a most intimate friend of Max's. Is he really? Remarked the millionaire. Then Max doesn't know as much about him as I do. What? Asked Marion in quick alarm. Isn't he all that he pretends to be? No, he isn't. I must see Barclay tomorrow, the first thing tomorrow. I wonder if he has put any money into the venture. Of that I don't know. He only told me that it would mean a big fortune. So it would, if it were genuine. Then isn't it genuine? She asked anxiously. Genuine? Why, of course not. Nothing that Jean Adam has anything to do with, my dear young lady, is ever genuine. Depend upon it that His Majesty the Sultan will never grant any such concession. He fears Bulgaria far too much. If it could have been had, I may tell you at once I should already have had it. There is, as you say, a big thing to be made out of it, a very big thing. But while the Sultan lives, the line will never be constructed. Package, the Prime Minister of Serbia, told me so the last time I was in Belgrade, and I am entirely of his opinion. But what you tell me regarding Mr. Adams surprises me. Ah, you are still young, Miss Rolfe. You have many surprises yet in store for you, he replied with a light laugh. Do you know Adam personally? Yes. Then beware of him, my girl, beware of him, he snapped, his grey face darkening in remembrance of certain ugly facts and in recollection of the sinister face of the shabby lounger against the park railings. Is he such a bad man, then? Sam Statham pressed his thin lips together. He is one of those men without conscience and without compunction, a man whose plausible tongue would deceive even Satan himself. Then he has deceived Mr. Barclay, she exclaimed, quickly correcting her slip of tongue and cheeks slightly crimsoning at the same time. Without doubt, was the billionaire's reply. I must see Barclay tomorrow and ascertain what are Adam's plans. He is persuading Mr. Barclay to go to Constantinople. I know that because he asked me to use my influence upon him in that direction. Oh, so he has approached you also, has he? Then there is some strong motive for this journey, without a doubt. Barclay will be ill-advised if he accepts the invitation. The bait held out is a very tempting one, but when I have seen your gentleman friend, he will not be so credulous. I am very surprised at what you told me. I thought Mr. Adam quite a nice person for a foreigner. No doubt he was nice to you, for he wished to enlist your services to induce your lover to go to Turkey. For what reason? How can I tell? Asked the girl. Mr. Barclay mentioned that the railway concession would mean the commercial development of Balkan states, and that it would be one of the most paying enterprises in Europe. That is admitted on all hands. But as the concession is not granted and never will be granted, I cannot see what object Adam has in inducing your friend to visit Constantinople. Was he asked to put money into the scheme, do you know? Mr. Adam did not wish him to put up any money until he had thoroughly satisfied himself regarding the truth of his statements. Statham was silent. That's distinctly curious, he remarked at last, apparently much puzzled by her statement. Underlying it all is some sinister motive, depend upon it. You alarm me, Mr. Statham, the girl said, apprehensive of some unexpected evil befalling the man she loved. It is as well to be forearmed in dealing with Jean Adam, was the old man's response. More than one good man owes the ruin of his life's happiness, nay, his death, to the craft and cunning of that man, who, under a dozen different aliases, is known in a dozen different capitals of the world. Then he is an adventurer? Most certainly. Tell Barclay to come and see me. Or better, I'll write to him myself. It is well that you have told me this. Otherwise, and he broke off short without concluding his sentence. The pretty clock chimed the half-hour musically, reminding Marion of the unusual hour, and she stirred as if anxious to leave. Her handkerchief dropped upon the floor. The old man noticed it, but did not direct her attention to it. Then if you wish it, Mr. Statham, I will say nothing to Mr. Barclay, she remarked. No, you need say nothing. I'll send him a message in the morning. But, he added, looking straight into the girl's beautiful face, will you not reconsider your decision, Miss Rolfe? My decision? Of what? She asked. Regarding the statement made to you by Maud Petrovich? She told you something. What was it? Come, tell me. Some very great financial interests are involved in the ex-minister's disappearance. Your information may save me from very heavy losses. Will you not assist me? I regret that it is impossible. Have I not even tonight been your friend? He pointed out. Have I not warned you against a man who is Max Barclay's secret enemy and yours, the man Jean Adam? I am very grateful indeed to you, she answered, and if it were in my power, I would tell you what she told me. In your power, he laughed. Why, of course, it's in your power to speak if you wish. Maud made a confession to me, she declared, and I hold it sacred. A confession? He exclaimed, regarding her in surprise. Regarding her father, I suppose? No, regarding herself. Ah, a confession of woman's weakness, eh? Its nature is immaterial, she responded in a firm tone. I was a most intimate friend, and she confided in me. And because it concerns her personally, you refuse to divulge it? I am a woman, Mrs. Statham, and I will not betray anything that reflects upon another woman's honour. Women are not usually so loyal to each other, he remarked, not without a touch of sarcasm. You appear to be unlike all the others I have known. I am no better than anybody else, I suppose, she replied. Every woman must surely possess a sense of what is right and just. Very few of them do, the old man snarled, for woman was a subject upon which he always became bitterly sarcastic. In his younger days he had been essentially a ladies' man, but the closed page in his history had surely been sufficient to sour him against the other sex. The world, had it but known the truth, would not have pondered at Sam Statham's hatred of society, and more especially the feminine element of it. But like many another man, he was misjudged because he was compelled to conceal the truth, and was condemned unjustly because it was not permitted to him to make self-defense. How many men, and women too, live their lives in social ostracism, and perhaps disgrace because for family or other reasons they are unable to exhibit to the world the truth. Many a man and many a woman who read these lines are as grossly misjudged by their fellows as was Samuel Statham, the millionaire who was a pauper, the man who lived that sad and lonely life in his Park Lane mansion, daily gathering gold until he became crushed beneath the weight of its awful responsibility, his sole aim and relaxation being the mixing with the submerged workers of the city and relieving them by secret philanthropy. The sinner assumes the cloak of piety, while too often the denounced and maligned suffer in silence. It was so in Samuel Statham's case. It is so in more than one case which has come under my own personal observation during the inquiries I made before writing this present narrative of East and West. The old millionaire was surprised at the girl's admission that what the doctor's daughter had told her was a confession. He realized now, in face of the fact that her brother loved Maud Petrovich, it was not likely that she would betray her. Still, his curiosity was excited. The girl before him knew the truth of the ex-minister's strange disappearance, knew, most probably, his whereabouts. Was the confession made to you by the doctor's daughter of such a private nature that you really cannot divulge it to me? He asked her appealingly. Remember, I am not seeking to probe the secrets of a young girl's life, Miss Rolfe. On the contrary, I am anxious, most anxious to clear up what is at present a most mysterious and unaccountable occurrence. Dr. Petrovich disappeared from London just at a moment when his presence here was, in his own interests, as well as in mine, most required. I need not go into the details, he went on, fixing her with his sunken eyes. It is sufficient to explain to you that he and I had certain secret negotiations. He came here on many occasions, always in secret, at about this hour. He preferred to visit me in that manner because of the spies who always haunted him and who reported all his doings to Belgrade. I was not aware that you were on friendly terms, Marion remarked. Maud never told me that her father visited you. Because she was in ignorance, Statham replied. The doctor was a diplomatist, remember, and could keep a secret even from his own daughter. From what I have told you can surely gather how extremely anxious I am to know the truth. Marion was silent. She realized to the full that financial interests of the millionaire were at stake, that her statement might save huge losses if she betrayed Maud and told this man the truth. He was a friend and benefactor. To him both she and Charlie owed everything. Without him they would be compelled to face the world, she friendless and practically penniless. The penalty of her silence he had already indicated. By refraining from assisting her, he could tomorrow cast her out of her employment, discredited and disgraced. What would Max think? What would he believe? If she remained silent, she would preserve Maud's honour and Charlie's peace of mind. He was devoted to the sweet-faced, half-foreign girl with the stray wisp of hair across her brow. Yet, if he knew what she had told him, he would hate her. He must hate her. Ah, the mere thought of it drove her to a frenzy of despair. She set her teeth, and with a face pale as death, she rose slowly to go. Her brows were knit, her countenance determined. Come what might, she would be loyal to a friend. Charlie should never know the truth. Rather than that, she would sacrifice herself, sacrifice her love for Max Barclay, which was to her the sweetest and most treasured sentiment in all the world. I have asked you to assist me, Miss Rolfe, the old man said, in a low, impressive voice, leaning his arm upon the edge of his writing table and bending towards her. Surely, when you know all that it means to me, you will not refuse. I refuse to betray my friend, was her firm response, her face white to the lips. You may act as you think proper, Mr. Statham. You may allow my friends to think ill of me. You may stand aside and see me cast tomorrow at a moment's notice out of Cunnington's employ because of my absence tonight, but my lips are closed regarding the confession made to me in confidence. In anything else, I am ready to serve you. You have asked me to go upon a journey on your interest, in a motor car that is awaiting me. This I am willing and anxious to do. You are my benefactor, and it is my duty to do what you wish. It is your duty, Miss Rolfe, to tell me what I desire to know. No, she cried, facing him boldly, her bright eyes flashing defiantly upon him. It's not my duty to betray my friend, even to you. Very well, he answered, with a smile upon his thin lips. It's getting late. They may be wondering at Cunnington's. I'll see you to the door. And the expression upon his face showed her, alas, too plainly that for her there was no future. The present was already dead. The future? The end of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 33. Against the Rules. Miss Rolfe, Mr. Cunnington wants you in the counting house, exclaimed a youth approaching Marion just after 10 o'clock the following morning. She had been in the department early and was busy rearranging an autumn costume upon a stand with the ticket bearing the words Paris model, 49 shillings 11 pence. The dread words that broke upon her ear caused her young heart to sink within her. As she feared, she was carpeted. To be absent at night without leave was the sack at a moment's notice to any of Cunnington's girls. There was no leniency in that respect, as in certain other large stores in London, which I could name, where the girls are so very badly paid that it is a scandal and disgrace to the smug church-going shareholders who grow fat upon their dividends. But who among those who hold shares in the big drapery concerns of London, or who among the millions of customers on the lookout for bargains at sales care a jot for the poor girl assistant, the drudgery she has to undergo, or the evils she suffers by the iniquitous system of living in? It is a dull, drab life indeed, the life of the London shop, with its fortnight's holiday each year and its constant strain of the telling of untruths in order to sell goods. But the supply of shop labour is always greater than the demand. Girls and youths are always coming up from the country in constant streams, cribbing as it is called, or on the lookout for a berth, and as soon as a girl loses her freshness, or a man's hair begins to show silver threads, he is thrown out in favour of a youth from Scotland or Wales by preference. London, alas, little dreams of the careless heartlessness of employers in the drapery trade. Marion knew this. Since she had been at Cunnington's, her eyes had been opened to the scant consideration she need expect. Girls who had worked in her department had been discharged merely because, suffering from a cold or from the stress of overwork, they had been absent a couple of days, and all the information vouchsafed them was that the firm could not afford to support invalids. Once, indeed, she had sat beside a dying girl in the Brompton hospital, a girl to whom the close, vitiated atmosphere of the shop had brought consumption, and she had been sent forth at a moment's notice, homeless and to die. And so when the youth made the announcement, she knit her brows, brushed the hair from her brow, placed on the pincushion in her hand, and followed him through the several shops into another building where Mr. Cunnington's private room was situated. In the outer office of the counting house, several persons, buyers, callers, and others, were waiting audience with the chief. One girl, a saucy, dark-haired assistant in the ribbons, exclaimed, "Hello, Rolfe! What are you up for?" Marion flushed slightly and answered, I hardly know. Well, I'm going in for a rise, and if the governor don't give it to me, I'm going to Westerby's tomorrow. I've got a good crib there. My young man's a shop walker, so I'll get on like a house on fire. Westerby's is a lot better than here, remarked a pale-faced male assistant. I was there for a sale once. I only wish they'd have kept me. I've heard that the food is wretched, remarked Marion for the sake of something to say. It isn't good, declared the young man. But the girls get lots more freedom. They do as they like almost. Old Westerby don't care as long as a business pays. It's a public company like this, but they do a bit lower class trade, which means more spiffs. I haven't made a quid this last 3 months out of spiffs, declared the ribbon girl. That's why I want a rise. Marion smiled within herself, for beyond the glass partition were quite a dozen girls, all of them young, several quite good-looking, waiting to see if any berths were vacant, and ready that very hour to take the ribbon girl's place and hers. Every girl who came up to London went first to Cunnington's, for the assistants there were declared to be of better class than those of the other drapery houses that jostle each other on the north side of Oxford Street. Marion waited, full of deep anxiety. Every detail of that midnight interview with the man who held controlling interest in the huge concern came back to her. His clever attempt to ingratiate himself with her in order to learn Maud's secret, and a curt dismissal when she had met this request with point-blank refusal. One by one the applicants for a hearing were received by Mr. Cunnington, again emerging from his room, some dark and angry, and others smiling and happy. At last her turn came, and she walked into the small office with the severe-looking writing table and the dark blue carpet. The dark-bearded man, by whose enterprise that big business had been built up, turned in his chair and faced her. "Miss Rolfe," he exclaimed. "Ah, yes." And he referred to the memorandum upon his desk. "You were absent without leave last night," the housekeeper reports. "You are aware of Rule 73A? "Most certainly, sir," was the trembling girl's reply, for this meant to her all the future and more. It meant Max's love. "But I think I ought to explain that." "I've no time, miss, for explanations. You know the rule. When you were engaged here, you signed it, and therefore I suppose you have read it. It states as follows: any assistant absent after 11 o'clock without previously obtaining signed leave from Mr. Hemingway or myself will be discharged on the following day. The firm have therefore dispensed with your services. As regards character, Mr. Rolfe, please understand that the firm is silent." "But Mr. Cunnington," cried the girl, "I was absent at the express request of Mr. Statham. He wished to see me." The head of the firm frowned slightly, answering, "I have no desire to enter into the reasons of your absence. You could easily have asked for leave. If Mr. Statham had wished to see you, he would have sent me a note, no doubt. It was at his request I engaged you, I recollect. Therefore, I think that the least said regarding last night the better. But Mr. Statham promised me he would send you a message this morning," the girl declared in her distress. "Parker, has Mr. Statham been on the phone this morning?" asked Mr. Cunnington of the young man seated near him. "No, sir," was the prompt reply. "But will you not ask him?" cried the girl. "He promised me he would communicate with you." Mr. Cunnington hesitated for a moment. He reflected that the girl was a protégée of the millionaire. Therefore, he gave Parker orders to ring up the man whose millions controlled the concern. Marion waited in breathless anxiousness. The secretary asked for Mr. Statham and spoke to him, inquiring if he knew anything of Miss Rolfe's absence from the firm's dormitory on the previous night. "Mr. Statham says, sir," said Parker at last, "that he is too busy to be troubled with the affair of any of Cunnington's shop assistants." The reply filled Mr. Cunnington with suspicion. It showed him plainly that Statham had at least no further interest in the girl, and that her discharge would be gratifying. "You hear the reply?" he said to her. "That's enough." And he scribbled something upon a piece of paper. "Take it to the cashier, and he will pay your wages up to date." "Then I am discharged?" asked the girl, crimsoning. "Sent out from the establishment without a character?" "By reason of your own action," was a rough reply. "You know the rules." "Please leave. I am far too busy to argue." "But Mr. Statham wrote asking me to call and see him. I have his letter here." "I have no desire or inclination to enter into Mr. Statham's affairs," Cunnington replied. "You are discharged for being absent at night without leave. Will you go, Miss Rolfe?" he asked angrily. "Mr. Cunnington," she said quite quietly. "You misjudged me entirely. Mr. Statham asked me to call upon him in secret because he desired me to give him some private information. He promised at the same time to send you word so that my absence would not be mentioned. You are a man of honor, with daughters of your own," she went on appealingly. "Because they refused to betray a friend of mine, a woman, he has refused to stretch forth a hand to save me from the disgrace of this discharge." And tears welled up in her fine eyes as she spoke. "It's a matter that does not concern me in the least, Miss Rolfe. Mr. Statham put you here, and if he wishes for your discharge, I have nothing to say in the matter. Good morning." And he turned from her and busied himself with a heap of papers on the desk. She did not move. She stood as one turned to stone. Therefore he touched the electric button beneath the arm of his chair, and a clerk appeared. "Send in Mortimer," he said coldly, disregarding the girl's presence. Then Marion, seeing that all appeal was in vain, turned upon her heel and went out, broken and bitter, a changed woman. Mr. Cunnington turned and watched her disappearing. Suddenly, as though half uncertain whether his action might not be criticized by Statham, he exclaimed, "Call that young lady back." Marion returned, her face full of anger and dignity. "Do I really understand you that Mr. Statham invited you to his house?" he asked her. "I mean that you received letters from him?" "Yes." The dark-bearded man, alert and businesslike, eyed her critically and asked, "You have those letters, I presume?" "Certainly. I have them here," was the reply, as she fumbled in the pocket of her black skirt. "I refused to call upon him, but he pressed me so much that I felt it imperative. He has been so very much good to me that I fear to displease him." And she placed several letters upon Mr. Cunnington's desk. "I see they are marked private," he said with a good deal of curiosity. "Have I your permission to glance at them?" "Certainly," was a cool reply. "You refuse to hear me, therefore I am compelled to give you proof." The man opened them one after the other, scanned them and placed them aside. Statham's refusal to answer the query upon the telephone was for him all sufficient. "You had better leave these letters with me, Miss Rolfe," he said decisively, for he saw that at all hazards he must obtain that correspondence and hand it back to the writer. "But—" "There are no buts," he exclaimed, quickly interrupting her. "Had Mr. Statham desired you to remain in our service, he would have replied to that effect. Come, you're wasting my time. Good morning." And a moment later, almost before she was aware of it, Marion found herself outside the room with the door closed behind her. She was no longer in the service of Cunnington's. She had been discharged in disgrace. What would Charlie say? What explanation could she offer to Max? The end of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Pauper of Park Lane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Yoganandh. The Pauper of Park Lane by William Le Queux. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Mademoiselle. The future, nay, the very life of Samuel Statham depended, according to his own admission to his secretary, upon the honor of Maud Petrovich. The position was, to say the least, strangely incongruous. Here was a man whose power and wealth were world famous, a man whom kings and princes sought to conciliate and load with honors which he steadfastly refused to accept, dependent for his life upon a woman little more than a child. Charlie Rolfe had thought over his master's strange, enigmatical words many times. Maud, his Maud, whom he loved so dearly and who had so suddenly and mysteriously gone out of his life, was to be sacrificed. Why? What did old Sam mean when he uttered those words, each of which had burnt indelibly into his soul? "You have promised to save me. You have sworn to assist me, and the sacrifice is imperative," Statham had said. "It is her honor, or my death." Each time he entered the grim portals of the silent house in Park Lane, those fateful words recurred to him. The house of mystery seemed dark and chilly even on those sunny days of early September, and old Levi seemed more sphinx-like and solemn. A dozen times had he been on the point of referring again to the matter, but each time he had refrained, for the millionaire's manner had now changed. He was less anxious and far more bright and hopeful. The discovery of Duncan MacGregor seemed to have wrought a great change in him, for the old Scot frequently spent the evening there, being telegraphed for from Glasgow, ostensibly to discuss business matters. On the day following Marion's visit to Park Lane, Charlie was in Paris, having been sent there overnight upon a pressing message to the branch house in the Avenue de l'Opéra, for Statham brothers were as well known for their stability in France as in England. Just before 12 o'clock, as he was issuing from the fine offices of the firm into the street, he stumbled against a rather short but well-dressed girl of about 24. He raised his head, in English, asked her pardon, whereupon, with a light laugh, she replied in the same tongue, "Oh, really, no apologies needed, Mr. Rolfe." He glanced at her inquiringly. I really haven't the pleasure of your name," he said, still upon the doorstep of the office. At all events, she was rather good-looking and well-bred, even if her stature was a trifle diminutive. Her gown was in excellent taste, too. "My name really doesn't matter," she laughed. "I know you quite well. You are Mr. Charles Rolfe, old Mr. Statham's secretary." Then in an instant the truth flashed across his mind. This girl must be one of old Sam's friends, one of his secret agents, controlled and paid from the office in Old Broad Street. "You wish to speak to me, eh?" he asked in a quick, business-like way. "Yes, I do. Let us stroll somewhere where we can talk." Then after a moment's reflection she added, "The Tuileries Gardens would be a good place. We might avoid eavesdroppers there." "Certainly," he said, and rather interested in the adventure, he strolled along at her side. She put up a pale blue sunshade, for it was a hot day, and at that hour the avenue was deserted, for the work girls were not yet from the numerous ateliers in the neighborhood, and half Paris was away at the spas or at the sea. Rolfe knew many of old Sam's spies, but had never seen this English girl before. That she was a lady seemed evident by her manner and speech, and that she had something of importance to tell him was plain. She had, no doubt, learned of his flying visit to Paris, for he meant to leave for London at 4 o'clock, and had come to the office in order that he could not escape her. As he walked beside her, a well-set-up figure in dark grey flannel, he cast a furtive glance at the pretty, dark-complexioned face beneath the turquoise sunshade. She looked younger than she was, for her skirts only reached to her ankles, displaying a neat brown shoe tied with large bows. Across her brow was just a tiny wisp of stray hair, reminding him forcefully of the sweet countenance of his lost love. He recollected how he used to tease her about that unruly little lock, and how often he used to tenderly brush it back from her eyes. "You live in Paris?" he asked as we walked together. "Sometimes," was her rather vague reply. "I'm always fond of it, for it is so bright and pleasant after—" and she was on the point of giving him a clue to a place of abode, but stopped her words in time. "After what?" he asked. "After other places," she answered evasively. He glanced at her again, wondering whom she might be. A girl of her age could scarcely act as secret agent in financial matters. Her white gown perhaps gave her a more girlish appearance than she otherwise possessed, but there could be no two opinions that she was really good-looking. She had approached him with timidity and modesty, yet in those few minutes of their acquaintance she had already become quite friendly, and they were already laughing together as they crossed the Rue de Rivoli. "I knew you were in Paris, and came here especially to meet you, Mr. Rolfe," she said at last. "I'm afraid you must think me very dreadful to purposely compel you to apologize and speak to me." "Not at all." Well, I think you have a rather unfair advantage of me. You ought to give me your name," he urged. "I have my reason for not doing so," she laughed. "It's sufficient for you to know that I am your friend." "And a very charming little friend, too," he laughed. "I only wish all my friends were so dainty as yourself." "Ah, so you are a flatterer, eh?" she said, reproving him with a smile. "Not flattery, but the truth," he declared, filled with curiosity as to whom she might be. Why, he wondered, had she sought him? Perhaps if he described her at the office they had just left, she might be known there. Though out of the season, there was still life and movement in the Rue de Rivoli, as there is always between the Magasins du Louvre and the Rue Castiglione. The tweeds and blouses of the Cook's tourists were in evidence as usual, and the little midinette tripped gaily through the throng. At last they entered the gate of the public gardens, which in the afternoons are given over to nurses in white caps and children with eyeballs, and walking some distance, still chatting, presently found a seat in full view of the quay, with its traffic and the sluggish Seine beyond. Then as he seated himself beside her, she, with a sunshade held behind her head, threw herself back slightly and laughed saucily in his face, displaying her red lips and even pearly teeth. "Isn't this a rather amusing meeting?" she asked with tantalizing air. "I know you are dying to know who I am. Just think, have you never seen me before?" Charlie was puzzled, sorely puzzled. He tried to think, but to his knowledge he had never previously set eyes upon the dark-haired little witch before in all his life. I really don't recollect." You have asked me a riddle, and I have given it up. But think, have you never seen me before? In London? No, somewhere else, a long way from here. He shook his head. She was a complete enigma, this girl, not yet out of her teens. I must apologize to you, but I do not recollect, he said. If you refuse to tell me who you are, you can surely give me your Christian name. Why? Well, because of your natural curiosity, she declared. Men are always curious. They always want to get at hard facts. Half the romance of life is taken away by their desire to go straight to the truth of things. Women are fond of a little imagination. Was she merely carrying on a mild flirtation with him because of a sheer love of romance? He had heard of girls of her age overfed upon romantic novels and filled with daydreams, starting out upon adventures similarly perilous. He looked into her eyes and saw that they danced with tantalizing merriment. She was making fun of him. My curiosity is certainly natural, he said, a little severely, piqued by her superiority. You have told me that you wish to speak with me in confidence. How can I repose equal confidence in you if you refuse me your name? I do not ask you to repose confidence in me, Mr. Rolfe, was her quick response, opening eyes widely. I have brought you here to tell you something which I know will greatly interest you, and more so indeed than the question of whom and what I am. Then tell me your Christian name, so that I may address you by that. For a moment she did not reply. Her gaze was fixed straight before her. The wind stirred the dusty leaves above them, causing them to sigh slightly, while before them, along the quay, a big cream-coloured automobile sped swiftly, trumpeting loudly. At last she turned to him, and with a smile upon her fresh, dimpled cheeks, she said, My name is a rather unusual one. Lorena. Lorena, he echoed. What a very pretty name. Almost as charming as its owner. She moved with a gesture of mock impatience, declaring, You're really too bad, Mr. Rolfe. Why do you say these things? I only speak the truth. I feel flattered that you should deign to take notice of such an unimportant person as myself. Unimportant, she cried again, opening eyes and making a quick gesture which showed foreign residence. Is Mr. Statham's secretary an unimportant man? Certainly. But he is of importance to one person at least. To whom? For a moment she did not answer. Then she turned her dark eyes full upon us and replied, To the woman who loves him. Charlie started perceptibly. What could the girl mean? Did she mean that she herself entertained affection for him? Or was she merely hinting at what she believed might possibly be the case, that he was beloved? He was more than ever dumbfounded by her attitude. There was something very mysterious about her. Her mystery increased by her own sweet, piquant, and unconventional manner. In his whole career he had never met with a similar adventure. At one moment he doubted her genuineness, but at the next he reflected how, at the first moment of their meeting, she had been extremely anxious to speak with him alone. Her attitude was one who had some confidential information to impart. Something, no doubt, in the interests of the world-renowned firm of Statham Brothers. Other secret agents of Sam Statham, whom he had seen on their visits to Park Lane, had been mostly men and women advanced in age, for the most part wearing an outward aspect of severe respectability. Some were, however, the reverse. One was a well-known dancer at the music halls of Paris and Vienna, whose pretty face looked out from postcards in almost every shop on the continent. But the question was, who could be this dainty girl who called herself Lorena? What do you mean by the woman who loves me? He asked presently after a pause. I don't quite follow you. Who does me the great honor of entertaining any affection for me? Who? Can you really ask that? She said. Ask yourself. I've asked myself, he laughed rather uneasily, meeting a glance and wavering beneath it. Ah, you will not admit the truth, I see, she remarked, raising a finger in shy reproof. Of what? That you are beloved, that you are the lover of Maud Petrovich. Maud Petrovich, he gasped. You know her? Tell me, he cried quickly. I've told you, she answered. I have stirred your memory of a fact which you have apparently forgotten, Mr. Rolfe. Forgotten? Forgotten Maud? He exclaimed. I have never for a moment forgotten her. She's lost to me, and you know it. Tell me the truth. Where is she? Where can I see her? But the girl only shook her head slowly in sadness. Over her bright, merry face had fallen a sudden gloom, a look of deep regret and dark despair. Where is she? He demanded, springing up from the seat and facing his companion. But she made no response. She only stared blankly before her at the dark, sluggish waters of the Shen. The end of chapter 34.